He got like the pocketed.
Stepped into days and the shit so wild, where chaos rules and sanity's exiled. Tech toys and gadgets fill the air. Superheroes talk without a care. In this realm of wires and light, late night sessions feel so right. Insanity's dance we all embrace. A smile found on every.
That's right, guys. We are back again. Welcome back again to Dave's Dimension, to Dre the Geek Dad, and also we have THANOSCOPTER in this stream. We're streaming this on both Dave's Dimension, Dre the Geek Dad, and the Outer Dimensions podcast. We have the THANOSCOPTER.
Nice.
If you get in his way, he will snap you away. But guys, welcome to Stream for the Cure 2025. What is this, year number 4 I'm doing the stream now, I think?
5.
This is year 4 or 5, something like that. They blur together. What Stream for the Cure is, if in case anyone is tuning in for the very first time ever, well, quite simply, I'm here in Buffalo, New York, and we have a local cancer center known as Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Institute. They are the nation's oldest and longest running cancer research and treatment facility here in Buffalo, New York. Roswell Park was actually founded by Dr. Roswell Park himself. And ever since then, they've been doing research and development of new treatments to help any and all forms of cancer, whether you're a child, an adult, a senior. You could be the picture of health. If you were experiencing cancer, this is basically the best place to be. Now, I'm going to show something here. You think I would already have this queued up? So here it is, Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Institute. This is the Ride for Roswell. Every year, they do an annual bike riding event. And we raise money. Last year, I think it was 5.6 or $5.7 million we raised last year just through the Ride for Roswell itself. Not Dave's Dimension, but as a whole. Usually we do an 8 or 10 hour stream, but it's year 30, so we decided, hey, let's be insane and go 24 hours.
Actually, Dave wrote me into this.
Yes, I twisted his arm, and I said no more turtle wax for his bald head, so But guys, we're going to be doing 24 hours straight. We have a ton of prizes, and I'll actually run down the list of prizes here.
Can I start with number 1 because I have it right next to me?
And let me see if I can fix this, because I
I'm
have
gonna go with
multiple
this
lists here. So what we have is the very first one. That's not the first one, Dre.
I know. I just wanted to show it up for TOYCO.
Oh, let me remove this very quickly then. Dre, put it up.
All right. So for those of you that do not know TOYCO, Andrew from TOYCO, he is awesome. You can go to his website, TOYCO.
And the links are in the description below, by the way.
And this is what he has donated to the channel. This is my personal figure I bought a long time ago, but this is one that he has donated to the winner of the wheel when we run this. This is Tanjiro Kamodo from Kimetsu no Yaiba, which is Demon Slayer, for those of you that wanted to get this. It is a dope figure. If you are into the show, and the movie's coming out here in July, so you'll be getting the rest of the TV show. It is a great figure. I've gotten to see a prototype of it and getting to play with this one, having my own collection. So the winner will get this. All you gotta do is get me your name, and you will get in contact with Andrew, and he will take all your information and ship it to you on him.
Okay.
That's how important this was.
Now, let's go down the list. Our prizes will be as follow. Our first prize will be a G.I. Joe Classifieds Mystery 2 figure pack. We have two G.I. Joe Classified figures still in the original packaging, never opened. And that's going to be a mystery box being given out, courtesy of Dave's Dimension. Then, our next giveaway will be courtesy of Ed, a.k.a. Action Figs. Through him and HELLADOPE Toys, he is donating a $25 gift card to HELLADOPE Toys. Then our next box, our next wheel will be a MOTU Turtles, sponsored by Dre the Geek Dad. So we have you have two brand new MOTU themed MOTU Turtles themed figures still in packaging that we're going to be giving away. And then we will be doing a G.I. Joe classified figures, two more figures still in box. Those are being donated by Dave's Dimension once again. And then we have Andrew of TOYCO, SH FIGUARTS figure that we are just talking about. And by the way, again, all his links are in the video description below. We highly recommend checking out his site. He is currently, I believe, as far as the T riffs are considered, he is doing everything. He's eating them right now. And then our grand prize is a hot toy. If you guys are familiar with 1/6 scale figures, we have a Star Wars themed hot toy to give away, still in the shipper, never opened up. So if you guys want a free hot toy, or the chance to be in on one, to be in on any of these wheels, all you have to do is a $10 donation, guys. That's $10 donated directly to the Rifle Roswell. And all you have to do is simply go right here, Rifle Roswell. There is a link in our video description below, by the way, guys. So let me go directly to that. Again, you'd think I have it queued up already. So all you're going to do is you're just going to go here, go into the video description. You see there's the link. We got a donation link right here. That's going to take you right to the donation page. You just have to type in $10, fill in the rest of the information, take a screenshot of your donation, send it to either Dre the Geek Dad on Instagram or Dave's_dimension on Instagram. And that one $10 donation gets you in on all the wheels, not just one wheel, but all the wheels. Do you want multiple chances? Every $10 you donate equals another chance. Okay. So that's all you have to do to be in it. Every dollar, every nickel, every dime goes a long way to sponsor Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Institute. Every one of us has either had a family member, a loved one, or known someone who has a loved one that's been affected by cancer. Cancer doesn't care. So it's up to us to step up and care and do everything we can to help support anyone and everyone who's going through this. My wife has lost several people due to cancer. My mother had a form of skin cancer. It wasn't the cause of her passing, but it still affected her life tremendously. My father, the day he passed away, we found out that he was hiding cancer from us. Cancer doesn't care. Sometimes, it just comes across people. My father, he most likely contracted his because he was a Vietnam vet, Agent Orange. There, he used a lot of weapons over there. Sometimes it just happens. Could be smoking, could be just additional cells that are just growing in you that just manifest. You don't choose it; it chooses you, and it happens. But it's not a one-way ticket. You can fight it, and that's what this is all about, guys. So please consider donating. We have some amazing prizes. We're going to have a ton of guests. And of course, our first guest, THANOSCOPTER. Hey, look, kids, it's THANOSCOPTER.
He followed us back.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
So let's go ahead and take a look.
Don't forget, Dave, there's another guest. You got to mention her. Peanut, say hi.
Sergeant Peanut.
Here, let's get you in frame. Say hi. Wait.
Sergeant Peanut. Those that don't know, Dre's daughter is now a police officer.
Yeah, she is. The Easter Bunny brought her a police outfit.
Oh, so I guess I gotta send somebody a link now.
I got Oz. I gave it to Oz already.
You did? Okay.
Yeah, I took care of it. I'm on top of it, bro.
That's not what she said.
Oh, that's what she said because that's how this one came here. Heyo. This is a late night stream.
Raffle Angel, thank you for coming through.
That would be punchy.
Hey, Dre, Dave, Peanut, and other dude I don't know.
His name is Thanos. Don't make him mad, or you.
Oz got you on the link. There you go. Raffle, thank you, and she says hi. I know you're happy you completed that Build-A-Fig.
Oh yeah, I'm glad, and I know Oz is gonna be glad when he gets the Gambit, which is waiting for him.
Oh, you hooked them up with that Gambit? Nice.
Yeah, he want. I was like, I don't really want it, and I was like, I just wanted to build a figure piece, and he's like, dude, I'll buy it from you. He needs it for his collection, so he's gonna be happy. Matt, it's good to see you. I just messaged you. Thank you so much, Matt. You know, again, like we said, this is gonna be a positive stream, folks.
Is that
Yes,
the collectible fund?
yes, it is. That's Matt.
Okay. Thank you,
Gracias,
sir.
hermano. I'm gonna thank you from the bottom of my heart. I did that exactly. He needs that for his AOA, the Age of Apocalypse, which is what we were talking about a little bit on the Out of Dimensions podcast. So if you did watch it on the replay and then come in and watch this, you get to know a little bit more. So we do have Thanos, who is a very big fan of the X-Men. I'm actually looking at a couple of X-Men figures here from the newest wave. I actually do have here. Where's that?
And by the way, we will be talking toys and much, much more throughout this entire stream.
I got Dakin.
Nice.
I needed to get this one. I'm a huge Wolverine fan, and if you do not have his son, who is actually
So
the Hellverine, because that's who he is, you needed this figures, folks.
So Dre, you didn't comment on that text message I sent you the other day
What text message? Bro, you send me so many texts every day. It's hard to tell.
of a certain actress that's coming to Fan Expo.
Oh, Daphne Keene. Yes, I'm mad at you for that because she is absolutely gorgeous.
Should I get an autograph or a
Can
photo
you
with
get
her?
me one? I want an autograph for me.
Hey,
she's
how does
gorgeous.
it feel to want? Feels pretty good, doesn't
My
it?
birthday. Hey, listen. That's after my birthday. I will send you birthday money to get me that freaking autograph. Do not play.
Well, I also have to figure out the timing because Thanos probably doesn't know. Fan Expo in Toronto, because I live in Grand Island, which is like not even a 10-minute car ride from here to Niagara Falls, to the actual falls itself. I can hop over the bridge. I'm over in Canada right there. So I'm going to Fan Expo this August because if you couldn't tell, Doc and Marty, they're going to be there. Michael J. Fox and Christopher Lloyd. And me being a massive Back to the Future fan, I kind of have to. I've met Chris Lloyd once for a photo op years ago, but it's both of them. I have an autographed Funko Pop from Michael J. Fox, fully authenticated, but to get a photo with both of them, and before I even started YouTube, I actually did a Back to the Future cosplay. That was a mashup with Ghostbusters. I took a 80% scale Spear Halloween proton pack, rigged it out. There we go. And I rigged it up to look like if Doc Brown and Ray Stans got together and built a proton pack that had time travel capabilities. So I am rebuilding that pack now. I just changed the logo. That's what it looked like in the corner up there. So that's what I had built once upon a time. So I am now, since my 3D printer is basically can print just about almost anything PLA plastic, I am now 3D printing a 1-to-1 scale proton pack. So I'm doing a Mark II version of this. I don't have that pack anymore, so I'm like, I kind of got to represent. So we're rebuilding that from scratch, and I'm going to be doing a Back to the Future cosplay, Ghostbuster cosplay this year. Although, Dre, I'm looking at printing a custom hoverboard.
Oh, that'd be fire.
So yeah, I'm kind of going crazy. It's going to be insane, but hey, gives me an excuse to just wear jeans and a t-shirt at the con. I don't have to wear a jumpsuit or anything else.
Hey, why not? You gotta do you, man. It's gonna be. I think I'm super jealous.
Well, Fan Expo, they don't exactly have air conditioning there. Let's just say.
What Canadians don't want you guys to be nice and calm, eh?
Hey, pretty much.
What's that about, eh?
Oh no.
Hey, Joseph.
You gotta get your iced coffee from Timmy Hose though first. It's important.
Playing Overwatch.
Playing Overwatch. There you go.
We Marvel Rivals, right? Because Marvel Rivals is called.
That was a concept. That was a concept.
That would be dope.
Because,
imagine that.
Well, one idea was like I could do a hoverboard, but then have the ghost trap doors be like right on top of it, as if it's like a Doctor Who kind of a thing. Like the trap is just inside the circuitry of the hoverboard. That was one idea, because putting a trap on top of the hoverboard, that can get a little bulky, So I'm working on a couple different ideas. I could always 3D. There is the drone trap from Frozen Empire. I could print and just hang that on my belt. So I could do something like that, or just take a trap and print like the bottom part of the hoverboard and just put it underneath the trap. Could be a little concept thing. But I was thinking of doing a hoverboard like you see in Back to the Future 2, but just change the color scheme and print out some custom decals just to make it a Ghostbuster themed one. So at least that's where my idea is at. When I did the first pack, I changed the design 6 times before I finished it. So we'll see.
Jeez. And you're on the PS5. Joseph, you definitely got to message me on Instagram with your PSN name so we can play Marvel Rivals, because that's what I play. I will be sucked into the Oblivion. My brother has bought Elder Scrolls Oblivion, which was by far one of the best RPGs I ever played from before Skyrim. There was Elder Scrolls Oblivion, which took my life. So I am very much looking forward to that. So if you want to play with me on Marvel Rivals, definitely come up there and hang out with us, and I will let you join up with when we play, which is pretty much every day.
37 entries right now, guys. We have 37 entries, and if you notice, some of these names are doubled because we had a few people drop a couple hundos. We had a 50 dropped, and we had a 20 dropped. So people are dropping multiples. If you want to be entered in on any of these giveaways, even if it's a prize that you're not necessarily psyched for, you can always gift it to someone else. This is a massive toy community. I will say this when it comes to G.I. Joe figures, these are army building figures. Let's just put it that way. It's still going to be a mystery box.
It's still a mystery box, but there are some things that are not army built in that mystery box, which I think are pretty cool too. So, do we add Cobb to that wheel too? I do. Oh, yeah, he's on there. I just wanted to make sure because
we have Cobb on there.
And I just want to address this because I feel like we've said it enough times, folks. This isn't us going into your pockets. We all know times are shitty, and I just from the bottom of my heart and Dave's, we're glad you're here with us, just hanging out with us. Mm-hmm. That means more to me than you could imagine, because that means that we put an extra set of eyes on something, and that means you will mention this to somebody else. And if that other person donates, that's a great way of looking at this. So do not think if you don't donate, it doesn't matter. We want you here. We're glad you're here with us. And that's no bullshit.
Right here, this is the actual Roswell Park website, because there's the Ride for Roswell, which is the fundraising effort. But then this is the actual Roswell Park site. As you can see, they have get screened for lung cancer. It's never too early to get screens. These are things you need to do. Any guys out there, we got to get checked for prostate cancer once we hit a certain age. I have to make my appointment, which I'll be doing eventually soon. I'm just waiting for some benefit time to recoup. There's clinical trials that they do. I mean, no matter what kind of cancer you have, they're doing research on it. They're improving, creating better vaccines, better treatments. They're making people. I know someone who has stage 4. They were diagnosed as stage 4, and they are now back to they're not cancer free, but they're keeping it at bay with their medications, with the treatment at Roswell, and they're able to be back to work, back to having a life again while they're battling it. So if you hear that, stage 4, that's not the end of the world, guys. It's not the end of the line. You can keep fighting. Every year when I do the Ride for Roswell, one thing that they do before the ride actually starts is first thing they do is they announce how much money they raised last year. They tell you how much each year that they've been improving in fundraising. And then they also ask for anyone to raise their hand if they are a cancer survivor. You might expect maybe 10, maybe 15 people to raise their hands. Every year I'm seeing more and more. Like there was probably about 20 to 30 people around me when I did my route last year. To see that many people just who are surviving, and they're actually out there supporting this fundraiser on top of it afterwards, it blows your mind away. I mean, more and more people are living because of Roswell Park and other cancer centers across the country. So I don't need on the wheels. Just donated for the cause. I'm out of room for toys. Unless it's more mythics. I mean, there is a $25 gift card for HELLADOPE Toys. I'm sure you could use that.
And hey, if you win on the wheel and it's something that is that's something that you don't want, we may be able to try to substitute for you, because you are a brother to everybody on this channel, and you know we'll figure something out. If you win the Hella Dope thing, use that towards that. But if you don't win something, I will see what I got.
I mean, they do have Mythic Legions at HELLADOPE Toys, a $25 gift card to HELLADOPE. You know, if you're saying you know that can take some chunk out. And this stream is not sponsored by HELLADOPE, but Ed from Action Figs, he has donated a $25 gift card. So whoever wins that prize, all we have to do is pass your information on to Ed, and he's going to make sure you get that gift card. So there you go. I mean, they got a lot of great stuff. They got the MOTU Thundercats in, and I'm actually interested in this.
Yeah, I like the scaling looks good for those figures. I pre-ordered the Lionel and the Shatara because I think those are two of my favorite characters to get.
The Battle Cat Man, awesome. Is this supposed to be kind of like a cross between like Panthro and Tigra? You know, because he is a tiger. Huh?
It's just Battle Cat. They actually in a couple of the comics they've shown like that version of Battle Cat. Like one was the multiverse, and I think one was like concept for the Thundercats crossover. But yeah, it's cool.
It does look very cool.
I mean,
and I like that the armor is modular.
Damn badass.
I love that they made for a $25 figure. It's modular armor, so like you can use pieces from everybody else's to kind of like. I like that it's kind of going back to something I've heard Brick say it, and I've heard Oz say it. I've heard several people say it within the community that they like that they're kind of going back to that idea of that we played with toys for the fact that sometimes you gave the Ninja Turtles the wrong weapons because it was cool. I think that's cool at this line.
Dre, tell me you're not vibing with a little Red Sonja kind of vibe with the.
I totally see people doing a custom of her, especially with the fact that Oz's sister posted that she got the Red Sonja by Vitruvian Hacks, their 1/12 scale version, and she said out of the box it was an absolute shit figure. So
I had no issues with mine. So
I would like to see it because it's not a bad price point for $50. I was like, it's not a bad price point. It looks good. I like Vitruvian.
I love that they have the what would you call this? The stowed away version of her staff.
Yeah, the unawakened version and the awakened version of it. And I do like that they give you the actual arm joints too. Like they really went out of their way on this line.
I think it looks amazing. What more can you really say about it?
It's gonna go good.
Hell, even the Skelra.
Cobb, just so I can interject that if I can definitely sweet talk the person that's over here that has it up in her room because it's literally sitting on a shelf. I think I could finagle her to give it back to me if I just throw a couple of $bucks at her.
Lana?
No, this one took it.
Oh, really?
When we moved, she was in here when I was not home one day. And she was playing with a couple of loose toys that were on the bed. And she took one of the packaged ones and said, that's mine, because she wanted to open it. So I was like, my wife had let her open it, thinking that I was going to let it be. I was okay with it. I was totally not. And she has laid claim to it. But I think I can try to finagle her to pass it on.
Now, is this two figures or is it just one figure?
Azar, no, it's the skeleton. It looks like it's one.
Skelra. Because there's only 35. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, it's only one.
Yeah, but it looks dope though.
Well, not they show it like, or is this just as like a different head, like different stuff you just?
It's different armor swaps. They just swap.
Yeah, you switched it up.
Okay, it was throwing me for a loop for a second, but
the Lionel looks cool. I'm looking forward to this line, especially that I didn't like Super 7, so I'm hoping that this will scratch the itch. I don't really need a new toy line to get into. I actually had to fight myself buying Ganesh. I'm not going to lie. I wanted to buy Ganesh for the Figura Obscura. and I didn't.
I don't mind this. I don't mind the that we have storage basically, and I get that it's canon for MOTU. But his his sheath, what he would usually use as a sheath for, just the sort of moments when it's in its dormant state. I almost wish this was a bit more metallic looking. I mean, I get it's plastic, but I almost wish this was more metallic for some reason. But I love that we have, we got the MOTU belt, but then we have the actual belt here. And I've seen some people comment about, not being crazy about the yellow. I don't mind it. I've seen like some of the Super 7 stuff that they did. Some of the skin tones look a little off. There we go.
Well,
there he is.
hello.
Hello there.
Yeah.
Arrived.
Ladies and gentlemen, AHSOKA Toys.
Oh, look at that. The echo. He gave him a freaking, look at this. I love Dave. Dave is killing it with these entrances, bro. Look at that.
Ooh. Tingles from hearing that.
Yeah, I'm surprised that she's let me even, since she hasn't tried to take my Hot Toys when I'm not home. But thank God they're too high up for her.
Hey. The day you come home and see her playing with one of the Hot Toys,
I'm gonna cry.
I know words will be
Oh
given.
no, I will. The one that like the ones that are hard to replace are right here. Those are the more expensive ones. These over here, the most expensive one is that Captain America, because he was like 400, and I do not want that one to be broken. That's why he's high up avoided.
The newer cap?
No, that's the old one. I have the new one coming when they release them later this year. He'll be on that side of the shelf.
The all blue one. That's what I'm talking about. The newer one.
That's the old. Yeah, the newer one will be over here on this shelf, this side. To kind of bookend them until they make another version with the new outfit. Then I'll have to get that one too.
No, there's going to be a stealth version of it. That's the one he's missing now. He needs a stealth suit.
No, I don't want no Hot Toys. Don't make it. Don't make it. I'll probably buy it because you guys are assholes. But still,
they're already listening to the stream.
No, they're still at Star Wars Celebration dealing with that line for their booth.
I'm even digging this one here.
Yeah, the cartoon collection ones, they did a really good job. Like, they look really nice.
Yep. Yeah, I haven't been collecting the cartoon collection. I've been sticking mostly with just the original Origins stuff. I have deviated for a couple things. Like, I got the Stranger Things 2-packs. Because that is the best looking Skeletor and the best looking He-Man they put out. But like getting this Catcher in the collection, it's kind of like, ooh, yeah, I'm really kind of leaning towards getting this. Because, it was one where the original toy, like, I don't know, it never felt like Catcher from the show. This is Catcher from Filmation. She's perfect. And like you guys were just showing, like, I wasn't crazy about all of the Turtles from Grayskull stuff, but there was several figures I wanted to get. But the more I keep seeing of the Thundercats crossover, like that one's like, oh man, I'm really going to need to get these. And it's like, I've been backing off from collecting Origins for like 2 years now. You guys know me pretty well. I've been pumping a lot of my money into Mythic Legions, and Figure Obscura. But I don't know, man. Every time I think I'm like, I don't have that much left. I don't need to worry about it. Like I already stopped collecting Masterverse as a whole, but then they keep flashing.
I had to go for Revolution.
Hey, man, look, power to you. The only reason I've stopped collecting any parts of Masters of the Universe right now is just because of how difficult it's gotten to collect it. But again, with like HELLADOPE, I go on here and I could just pre-order. So like, it's not like I got to go hunt at 10 different stores and then go home empty-handed. No, I could just pre-order direct from HELLADOPE and I'm going to get it. It once they get it in stock, it's going to ship in 1 business day. And I know I'm going to get a little piece of Ted's DNA because he licks everything before he sends it to you.
Oh, whoa.
That's actually a joke. He doesn't actually do that, but I'm going to keep perpetuating the rumor that he licks everything before he ships it. And you know that it's funny to just say that, and then
Of course.
eventually I will clone an entire army of Ted.
There you go.
That's
Those
right,
look
man.
so- See, those are like that's hitting me right where like a lot of toy tubers have been saying. It hits you in the nostalgia. They are nostalgia traps, especially for the people like us that grew up in that generation. That this was the cartoon we came home to watch. You know, I would love to get them, but because I know where my collection lies, it's very superhero and sci-fi centered. You know, Mythic Legions, as much as I love them, that, like I said, I did not get Ganesh, and I had it in the cart, ready to push it, and then this one here was like, "Hey, Papa, I just did poo-poos on the potty," and I was like, "Oh!" So we had to order her kitchen that we promised her, which that took Ganesh right off the table for me. I was like, you know, and she wins because, like you said, I was like, you know, when it comes to them, they win. So
Right. Every
I,
time.
I know the
Every
reference, Cop. I know the movie you're talking about.
oh,
You
God,
got to lick it before you ship.
that's hilarious.
Look at that.
But
so
honestly,
I know you guys are going through HELLADOPE because of the gift card, but
Mhm.
look at that page right there. Look at that right there. You get Tony the Tiger, and I hear he is great.
Tony the Tiger, Murder She Wrote, Angela Lansbury, and MOTU, and Mythic, and Valaverse all on the same page. Where else are you going to find those?
Not
You
very
could
many
probably go to
places.
some big bad toy store, but look,
Can't
I'm
get
going to
those
tell you
crates?
right now. I was going to say, you can't get those HELLADOPE crates. Your purchase won't be HELLADOPE. And you're not supporting a couple of good guys. Ted, Aaron, and you know, Ed.
I
Like,
mean,
these are our
who,
boys.
who wants to shop at Big Bad Tariff? What?
Right?
Or
Right?
entertainment tariff.
I mean, respectfully, you know, they have a lot of stuff there, but the prices always wind up being a couple bucks above what you would find at retail. So I always look around. And I mean, yeah, these guys, I mean, and anyone who's not familiar with HELLADOPE, check them out. They have amazing stock, they have amazing sales, and they go live just about almost every Sunday night on YouTube. Was
Yeah,
about I
you
think
get
about
to
9 o'clock
the people.
Eastern.
Yep.
Yeah.
You get to know the guys you're buying from. And that's what I like. And to be honest, anytime I've ever had a single issue, which seriously, I haven't had too many, like any. The only issue I had, I pre-ordered a Scarlet Spider last year. He never came in. At this point, about a year later, I finally said, forget about it. And I canceled the pre-order. But what I didn't do was I didn't take my money back. I just put it towards something else that was in stock, picked it up, and then I got it. So, you know, it was the only issue I've had. But they were totally cool about it. Like, I reached out and I said, hey, guys, what can I do with this? Because at this point, I don't think you guys are going to get him in. Like, everybody else has got him in, and he's, like, you know, sold out and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, what can we do? And they were like, yeah, here you go. And we went through everything, and boom, now I'm all good. Look at that. If you need some more of those uncanny X-Force figures, look, you pre-order the Angel, you pre-order the X-23 Warpath. Like, come on.
I guess I could order that and then take that with me, Dre. Oh, he
There you go.
stepped away. Because the actress who plays Laura in Logan, and she's coming to Fan Expo in Toronto.
I heard that. Yeah, you were saying Daphne Keene's going to be there. That would be a good thing to. Well, I mean, it depends if it comes in prior to.
Yeah.
You know, you going up there.
Yeah.
4 Horsemen will be there, by the way, my friend.
Yep. And I'm hoping to, as long as my finances hold up, because I have a bonus, I think, in July, and I'm going to try and set that aside because I'm doing the Chris Lloyd and Michael J. Fox photo op, which is going to be
that's
like
really important to you. So.
Yeah, it's 4 and change American, so that's like I kind of have to do that because it's Michael J. Fox and Doc Brown's on it.
Yeah,
I have the Hot Toys right here, so
yeah. Who knows how many times
I'm obsessed. Yeah.
Who knows how many times you're going to be able to do that? How many more times in this lifetime you'll be able to? It's going to be pretty tough.
There's some good people coming there so far. I mean, they have let me see. Let me actually pull it up here. I mean, we have 24 or 23 hours to kill here, so why not?
Might as well.
Right. We got time, folks. We got time.
Speaking of time, hey y'all, it's out.
No,
It's Allison Troy, the retro Troy princess.
What is up, Allison?
Filming videos and listening so I can be ready for my turn later.
I do want to say I did just make my donation because I'm sorry, this is a wonderful charity. Dave, you've been talking it up nonstop. Honestly, at this point, if you're not donating, I think you just hate kids. But
and adults.
I kid.
They do cancer patients of all ages.
It's true.
It's damn true. What?
But no, I aside. I joke. We understand. Time is tight. You know.
Yeah, I mean, times are tough right now. I mean, price of eggs. Don't get me started. So.
Man,
that's why we have a local farm here on Grand Island that we go to. That's where we get our eggs instead of going to the stores. And sometimes they have like other baked goods and other stuff we'll get from there, you know.
Fortunately, we are very gifted here. Good friend of mine, a family friend for many years. He works a farm. That's his job. That's his family's like livelihood. And we've been getting eggs for free, fortunately, but you never know when the hens are going to stop laying, and you know sometimes they do, and then it's like, okay, well now we got to pay full retail, and look, none of us like paying full retail for these toys, but it's even worse when you got to pay that much for something that is like a necessity, you know, like food. Like I'm okay if I don't buy a luxury item, but I can't stop eating, even though, well, I mean I could, but.
It was easier said than done. Oh, let's be honest.
Yeah, it's easier said than done.
So
food's good. Keep eating.
I have to ask this, Oz. Did you ever get that the Scarlet Spidey?
No, never did, and that's okay. Like, I still need to pick up him and Kane. I'll get him.
Do you care if he's out of the box?
No, I'm gonna open him anyway.
Okay, you're gonna, and I'm gonna, just because you're my boy, I'm gonna give him to you because I got the Mayfex coming, so I'll give you my. I'll give you my Marvel Legend. Yeah, you're gonna get mine.
I'll take it.
I got you. You've been looking out for me and Dave and everybody else in the community. I love you, brother. And you and I. You and I always talk.
That's like asking a kid. That's like asking a fat kid, "You want a slice of cake?"
Now, I have. I'll send you some of the extra. I have like tons of spider webs and stuff, so I'll send you a bunch of cool extras in there for you.
Yeah, no, that'll be great. Yeah, I mean, look, I love I know the Clone Saga gets a lot of heat.
Oh, and although I had the whole saga once.
Oh yeah. I needed to know who was the clone, who was the original, and they kept flip flopping like every month. But you know what? Like at the end of the storyline, I was bummed that Peter Parker wasn't around anymore. But Ben Reilly was kind of cool. I liked that they were keeping him the Scarlet Spider at first. Yeah. The all red suit was kind of like but like once he put on the hoodie, like once he got the hoodie from the Planet of the Symbiotes, I was like, oh no, this is it right here. He's got cooler gadgets. He's got this hoodie. Heck yeah, loved it. Absolutely loved it.
Hey, look, kids, it's just Jeff.
Jeff.
And anyone who's watching this live or on replay, he did the Ghostbusters video game remastered earlier today.
Yep.
That was a fun stream.
I caught a little bit of that. I was still at work, so I couldn't watch too much. I'm glad my boss probably isn't watching this.
I'm looking through for him now because I got time.
Oh, sweet brother.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of time.
A little bit of time. We got some time tonight, guys. We're just chilling.
Yeah. So let me pull this back up. So Tom Welling from Smallville, which is another one on my list. Nice. Him and Michael Rosenbaum are there. You got Daphne Keene. You got John. I should be the star of Star Wars Boyega. I'm not too sure if
Hey,
that
man, I think it
if
would have
this
been
is
cool.
gonna hold out because of some of the controversy he's been stirring up.
Yeah.
You got Tyler Hoechlin, which I think is a great Superman Clark Kent balance. Me and Dre were both that opinion.
Yeah.
Of course, we got
He's been
OG
really good.
OG Lana,
There we go.
Kristen
Kristen
Crook.
Curt.
Yep. So I mean, they got because I wish I had the time and the opportunity to, because that Saturday night they do these Smallville nights where it's him, Rosenberg, and Welling get together and they do like a whole like after party show where they answer questions, they hang out with fans, and they do a whole thing. Michael J. Fox, him and Chris Lloyd are doing that Friday. That's something I'm gonna have to pass on because I work, of course.
And you got Jodie Whittaker's going to be there too.
Yeah, Doctor Who.
Who
Yeah.
again?
The 13th
Doctor Who. First
and
time
her
it was a female.
companion.
Yeah.
Her and her companion. So yeah. So that'll be because see the thing is I'm a big Doctor Who fan. I actually have a book I bought from Amazon a couple years back called How to Be a Time Lord. I have the Eighth Doctor, Paul McGann. I have
Nice.
I have him. I have Capaldi, the 12th Doctor. I also have Capaldi's master, Missy.
Oh
Michelle
wow.
Gomez.
Yeah. Okay.
My wife was actually she took the book when we went to New York City Comic Con a couple years ago, and she got her to take to autograph that. So now we have Eric Roberts coming here to Nickel City Con in Buffalo, and he was the master for Paul McGann. So I'm going to try and get his autograph so I can get. I'll have like the doctors in the front of the book, the masters in the back. There you go.
Right.
But,
you got getting your Time Lords in, which is perfect.
But Jodie Whittaker, I think she did a great job for a lot of people, because anyone who's a Doctor Who fan, there's a lot of controversy during her tenure, but that wasn't her fault. You can only do the job you can with what you're given. There was a lot of writing. The showrunners were just it's a topic I won't get into. But she's a great actress.
We got spoiled, right? Like we really like if you came into Doctor Who, Christopher Eccleston through Tennant and Smith.
Yes.
You got spoiled hardcore on good writing, good stories, great doctors with great companions that did
great speeches,
really well
great
together.
Moments. Yeah.
Right. You got a lot of really good shit in those years. It's really hard to follow after that. Like Peter Capaldi is an outstanding actor, but I got to say, the story arcs that he did as Doctor felt flat. And honestly, it's kind of what got me out of watching Doctor Who so diehard.
Okay.
I got excited when Jodie Whittaker came in, but I only caught a couple episodes here and there. I did not watch most of it, but that's not anything against her.
Yeah.
It was just that I got so put off after Peter Capaldi. I was like, I'm not as into it as I was.
I mean, now my wife, actually, Capaldi's her favorite, believe it or not. but that's because
everybody's got a favorite.
Well, when she started watching Doctor Who, that was the current Doctor at that time. So that's why,
there you go.
When you start, that Doctor kind of becomes your Doctor for the most part. Right?
Yep.
And we went to Fan Expo a couple years ago. He was there. And this is like around the time that he was doing the Suicide Squad movie, because his head was shaved. At the time, we thought, is he not well? Is he going through some health issues? Because obviously he's an older gentleman. But it turns out that was right before he he was doing Suicide Squad. We do a photo op. I'm dressed as the 11th Doctor. I got Matt Smith when he was working in the shop. I had a little name tag that says the Doctor on it and everything. My wife was dressed up as Clara. So we do the photo op. He actually takes the sonic screwdriver out of my hand. He's like, "Are you ready to save the universe?" Like he's a fanboy himself of Doctor Who. So it was a great experience.
He grew up with it,
And well, I had told him, I was as the people there are kind of like rushing you away after the photo. I was like, I just want to thank you, Mr. Capaldi. He said, "Call me Peter." And then I said, "Well, Peter, you're my wife's favorite Doctor. Well, he's like, well, then she's got to come back over here and get a hug. So I'm like, I could call. I'm like,
That's
Roxanne,
right.
and she was like, what? And I was like, he come over. He wants to give you a hug. And she's like blown away because it's also our anniversary weekend. So she got the hug from her favorite doctor. So she was just blown away. Hours later, we're in line to get autographs, and he remembered us from the photo op, which is you got to figure hundreds of people are going through doing the photos with him. He signs in my book, laugh, was a laugh hard, run fast, be kind, his kind of like his trademark line. And then on my wife's autograph, he writes this friggin' like it's almost like a paragraph. And because we had mentioned to him that was our anniversary, he remembered. He says, "Yeah, it's your anniversary weekend, right?" So he writes this whole thing. Those are the interactions you live for, Jodie Whittaker, I know she's a great actress because Broadchurch, she was in there with Tennant. That is the UK version, the original version. But she was also in a movie with John Boyega,
Right,
called Attack on the Block.
Mm-hmm.
So that, she's definitely, I would definitely still want to get an autograph. Just depends on pricing because I'm already going to be dropping a ton on the Michael J. Fox, Chris Lloyd photo if it does still happen. There's speculation that there's going to be more Back to the Future actors there coming, so I'll see what happens. If Leah Thompson's there, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble.
Yeah, I bet you're gonna be in trouble. There he is.
Well, not Leah Thompson was my my crush when I was growing up. I always had a thing for Leah Thompson.
No, I don't blame you.
Oh no, Daphne Keane. I'm looking forward to it when Dave goes and meets her. Like I already said, that's some birthday money coming your way to get me that autograph. and Dave, remember I told you I bought. So a lot of people don't know I bought the old Han Solo Black Series, which is from not the Force Awakens. Yeah, from the Force Awakens or
Yes.
the Last Jedi. Sorry, the Last Jedi. Because where you get to see like they had a Han Solo. So I've been wanting to do a Thunderbolt Ross. So I took the head sculpt. And I have it on the old indie body that was made by Hasbro with the special from the Club Obi-Wan.
Temple of Doom.
So I gotta get some paint. Take my black paint and paint this jacket black, and I can put him.
Are you going to cut off the rows, the corsage?
Yeah, I'm gonna. But look at that though. So now I can actually have them on the shelf together like that. President Ross with the Red Hulk. I had to do that. That was. So look, I needed to do this, Oz. I needed to dig for that Spider-Man for you to get my stuff ready. Oh, do you also have this one?
No, I don't have that one. I wasn't as interested in that one though.
Got you. Yeah, Superior Spider-Man is. I happen to like the newer one. Dave got me the newer Superior one.
Right.
With the claw. I love with the way they
actually got the claws and stuff.
Because for those of you that don't know, he's Dr. Octopus inside of the mind of Doc Ock inside of Peter Parker, and it was called Superior Spider-Man. They did a recent rerun of the comic book, which actually was really good.
And there's a very badass looking hot toy of them too.
Yes, which I am currently waiting for my comic book shop to get in because I had ordered it through them. So hopefully I'll be getting that in the next couple of months whenever that arrives. So.
Yeah. The newer one is definitely the better version of that. The next one I need to get after that Scarlet Spider is I need to get the cane. The cane that I've been waiting for that Clone Saga cane forever. The last time they did a version of him was just regular Toy Biz. Mm-hmm. So, like Marrow, it's been a while. And I want that freaking figure. That
there he is.
He is badass.
And when you said Marrow.
Yep. There you go. Two
badass figures.
Yeah. Well, because see, that Kane to me, man, I loved Kane. The idea of a degenerated clone who is a bad guy, but like when it comes down to it, he wasn't really a bad guy. He was just trying to protect Peter. It's like everything he did was to protect Peter. He went about it in a very twisted sense because of his degeneration. But the idea that his spider sense gives him future sight, his touch to be his ability to stick to walls gives it's like amped up so high that it twists to the mark of Cain. And again, that idea of brothers like Cain and Abel and everything like that. It was like he was a very well written character for that story.
Yeah.
And I kind of like his hero redemption arc, but I never liked him taking over the mantle of the Scarlet Spider. I don't know. I always needed my Ben Reilly Scarlet Spider. So to finally have those guys together again, like in a collection, would be.
Yeah, for me,
now I just need my Build-A-Figure Spider side. Give them to me. Give them to me.
I want Spider Hulk, like because that was that Toy Biz figure that they made. I would love to see that one, especially now that we're getting that Maximum Hulk. I would love for them to be like, hey, give us some of these odd Spider-Man figures. Like, I would love that red black suit Kane with the tentacles, like the Omega Red. That's one I'm missing. I'm missing the Cosmic Spidey that they did. I need that one as well. So yeah.
I mean, some reissues of some of these Spider-Men that have been out for a while would be fantastic.
Yeah,
I mean, my little Spider-Man
is looking
obsession.
It makes me happy to see that.
Right?
I mean, I even have the Cyborg Spider-Man there.
I got him too.
Yeah,
he's not my favorite, but
I know. You feel kind of rough about him.
No, I don't like the hot toy.
I would love to get the Ben Reilly Spider-Man again, or at least get the one that came out with the Spider Carnage parts. Because that was really cool. Yeah. Man, honestly, that Spider Carnage story was sick. No, not that one. There was the old one that came out. God, how many years ago was that now? 2016, I want to say.
So
2016 or 2017, maybe, where it was Ben Reilly Spider-Man from his original run after doing Scarlet Spider and became the Amazing Spider-Man. And then we would get, like he came with a Spider Carnage head and then the Spider Carnage hands.
Yes,
that
where he had the claws
like 10 years ago, maybe?
Yeah, that was 2016.
Yeah.
2016. Yeah.
Right.
I know the
like I said, it was a couple of years back now that it came out. At the time, I wasn't actively collecting, and I was like, "Oh man, that's really cool." And when I got my Diamond Selects Venom figure, I started looking for that one again. I was looking at his price, and I was like, "I don't think so."
He's still expensive. He's like him and Cosmic Spider-Man for whatever. Him, Cosmic Spider-Man, and
there's some fan favorites. That's why
they spiked in price. Like I remember back when they did the Rock-Con. Yeah, that's the one.
$50.
Yep.
I mean, that's
honestly,
terrible.
that's actually pretty cheap. That's not bad. Because last time I was looking at it was like 85, and I'm like, I'm not into collecting this that much,
Cool.
But I mean, yeah. And all it is, it's a Carnage head with like Carnage hands. Just the paint deco on the hands is a little bit different. That's it. That's literally all they needed to do for this. But that was I didn't like it when Ben Reilly switched over into that spider suit. I was like, I liked his identity as I could get him open for $37.79.
Free shipping.
I might be doing that.
That's actually not a bad deal.
Yeah, that's not a bad deal at all. I might be doing that.
Especially that he was $85 to $100.
Right. Yeah, not too long ago. He was not that cheap. Yeah. I mean, I get it's been a couple years, and every once in a while you got to go back and look at these things because they do fluctuate. I might actually go ahead and just pull the trigger on that tonight.
I would even pull the trigger on that.
I wasn't trying to spend that much money on toys this weekend. I wasn't. I say that every week. Heck, like last weekend, just dropped $90 on the Ganesha All-In, which finally shipped today. I've been waiting all week for that email.
I was tempted because, like, when Ed and I had talked about it last week on the show, it was one of those things that I'm glad that they touched on it for the culture, and it's something we'll probably we'll never see. And
only guys.
I would love to get it.
Hey, guess what? They're gonna do a second drop next month, so you got time.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it again, and that'll be closer to Father's Day, so I can always
I
convince
appreciate you, Dave.
Yep.
Be like, hey babe, can you get
Can
me
we
this?
find it cheaper? Let's look. Do I
Yeah,
hear?
why not? While
I
we're
actually
on
have
the
that.
subject, let's go.
I actually
Well,
have
this-
But yeah,
This is just it without the Carnage head, but no.
but that's the whole reason I want it. I want the Spider Carnage head. Like, you
Yeah.
know, that's the version that I want. Like I said, I've already got the Diamond Select Venom, which to me will always be the best Venom figure I think they've ever released.
Huh. That's an interesting pick.
But yeah, next month, you know, what, the Diamond Select Venom?
I think Diamond Select Venom is a great figure. I don't know if I think he's better than the, and I'm trying to pull him to find him here because I have them in my Spider-Man box. There he goes. I think this is that reissue of the Build-A-Figure. I think this is one of my favorite Venoms that they've made, because of the fact that he maintains articulation that the Build-A-Figure didn't have.
Right.
Like I like his joints better on this one. I'm not saying the Diamond Select one isn't bad. I just think there's a lot less POA on that one versus this one.
I don't know. I think he's got, again, he's got as good of articulation as I feel he truly needs. My other part about it is his build, right? Like, I am a fan of that very beginning Venom through the first several years through the 90s. He was big, he was monstrous, but he wasn't. The only time he was ever drawn really huge or bulky was when they did the Madness, which I always felt was kind of weird, and I never liked that art style from that particular artist. So like that didn't bother me as much as a one-off, but I always preferred Venom as being bigger than Spider-Man, but not bulky, right? Like, and I just feel a lot of what they put out over the years with Legends, it's either been really big and bulky, the head sculpt doesn't necessarily look right. One of the more recent ones they put out, the King in Black one, is really good too. And if you do the alternate head, not the one that's got the kind of movie eyes, I don't like the movie eyes.
That one I can agree with.
I like the comic book eyes. I like, to me, I like my Venom to look like either McFarlane's Venom or Tom Lyle's Venom. Like, that's not bad. That's not bad.
That's the King in Black version.
Yeah, that one's not too bad, and I can deal with that one. But again, that kind of build for him is what I like. I don't like the over bulky one.
With the movie one, I think
the only thing that I don't like about the movie one is that I do like the spider. I've always liked the spider on him. I thought it was weird in Ultimates when he didn't have it.
Yes.
Like, they made him big and bulky. He had individualized toes, and he didn't even have the spider. And I'm like, is there even Venom there then?
And then they did I like how they did the Mangaverse one, because the Mangaverse still kept him with the spider, and he was just a freaking evil Shogun. You know, like it was armor on top of the symbiote with like symbiote like parts. I was like, that would be a dope action figure. Again, they're missing out. Like, give me Aranya. Like, I'd love to get Aranya because we never got her. They never gave us a Mangaverse Peter Parker, which I thought would be awesome because we get it. We're getting, what was it? We got Ultimate Iron Man now. We've been given an Ultimate Cap.
Right.
We've got an Ultimate Thor. I mean, you know, I know Jeff, you know, I know you don't like Spider-Man, but and we're going way off on the tangent for Spider-Man, but they're missing so many that they need to do.
Well, Jeff mentioned maybe not do a Spider-Man.
They should.
Sorry, Dave.
No, Dre, just wait until they do maximum versions for all of them, because you know that's going to happen now.
I honestly, I don't.
Which I'm dreading.
Which I don't. I only pre-ordered. I didn't even pre-order Maximum Spider-Man. As much as a Spider-Man fan as I am, I'm literally waiting. Everybody's raving about it.
I'm waiting for the price to go down. MEGAJAY was talking about that today. He's waiting for it to go down. I'm waiting for it to go down. I'm a long game person.
Yeah, I want if you know, I want for me, I need to have a like the Hulk. That Hulk Maximum version where it's like they took the Marvel Rivals, they took all the versions of Hulk prior, and they're like, yeah, we get that. Like that's what I'm looking. No one's putting words in your mouth. I've watched your videos. You have said that you are not happy with them putting more and more and more Spider-Man. Yeah, I know you like Spider-Man. Do not take it personally. No one's saying it's bad. I'm saying it as a person who has like 19 Marvel Legends sitting at his feet right now of Spider-Man. That there's some that I would love them to do, but I could agree that it like the feces of McFarlane. They did with Batman. They're doing with Spider-Man.
I'm looking forward to the
But they've
Uncanny
always done it with
Spider-Man.
That's true.
What was that?
I'm looking forward to the Uncanny Spider-Man.
Yes.
Yeah,
that'll be cool.
Definitely, because it's one we haven't really gotten touched yet.
Did you see it with the new wave that's coming out this year? What they with the all the Spider-Man suits that they took from the video game, from Spider-Man 2 with Miles
Oh
Morales.
yeah, I did.
The Boricua suit from the first one, I love that suit. Obviously, being Boricua, I get my flag on my favorite superhero, so double win for me. But I love the Black Cat because the Black Cats we've gotten have not been good. And I told Dave I'll give him the one good one that they made, which was the retro card one that came with the little black cat.
I need Felicia.
That one.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him that Felicia. But I was like, I'll take the new one when it comes in.
Oh.
I'll give him my old one.
So Dre's gonna say bye, Felicia, and send it
bye, Felicia, and send it your way.
So, talking about that Maximum Hulk, right? You know which Hulk I'm still waiting for them to do? And again, this is mostly because I was a big comic nerd in the 90s. I want the Smart Hulk with like the high insight where he kind of had like the long hair coming back, but the sides were kind of shaved. Black tank top, blue jeans Hulk. Mm-hmm. Right? And this head sculpt is close. So I have hope that we will get a better one that is just closer. Because that head sculpt that they have on it, it's pretty close. But again, give him the black tank top. Give him the blue jeans. And for that matter, one of my favorite storylines in the 90s was when Doc Samson got all like supercharged with Gamma and became more Hulk-like. Like he was like a super rage beast and Spider-Man had to go fight him and take him down. I want that version of Doc Samson, like a Build-A-Figure Doc Samson.
Please, folks, we literally
the green mullet and
exactly. I wouldn't mind having him with the ripped
for obscurity.
Shirt. Exactly. It's like bring me characters that are. If you could bring me Dakin, because Wolverine's popular and Helverine is Dakin, so I get that there's that relevance of bringing him back. Give me weirder, obscure characters.
Just the fact that it took this long.
True. What New Avengers was
Dakin
2000
was a hot commodity, especially during. Right, New Avengers, Dark Avengers, like, come on now. It's been how many years? And, like, now we're just getting a good Dakin like that.
Yeah,
why did it take this long for us to get that figure?
I'd love to know what the year was on this, the book, because I remember when New Avengers came out was like 2000. And
by the way,
8.
Why don't they give us that whole wave? Give us a Mac Gargan freaking black costume Spider-Man. But it comes with like the attachable symbiote scorpion tail for the back. Just do that.
Give us an Ares rebuilt. Give us the Ares with a new Ares sculpt.
Jeff,
that would be fire. Yes, smart.
Now I will say, I'm stupid excited that we're going to get Amadeus Chow.
Yes,
the totally awesome Hulk. About damn time for that. Like,
they need to build a figure, which I have. It's not great.
It's not great. Like they've come a long way with how they could do that, and I'm ready for it. Like in that case, we're going to need a lot more new Hulks too, because that A-bomb wasn't all that either. It'd be about time we got some A-bomb again.
Well, then Maestro was fire. Like
yes,
I have Maestro on the shelf. I love Maestro. That Maestro. Like I saw somebody do. They took the feet off of the Toy Biz. put them on the Marvel Legend, and then they put him on a throne with a fur-collared coat to imitate the comic book where he had all the heroes that he defeated at his feet.
Yeah.
And I was like, that needs to be on my shelf. Like, I want that. Because it just looked awesome with the Iron Man helmet, the broken cap shield, like the Wakandan arm, like the helmet of Black Panther crushed. I was like, this is fire. Like, Marvel, you're missing the freaking opportunities to bring these, like you said, obscure characters to the forefront. I would love to see that.
I mean, I get it though, right? Like, they've got to go a certain route. They weren't necessarily pushing the comics. They were pushing the MCU for a lot of that, you know, the different storylines, the different characters that were going along with the MCU at the time. That new Bernthal Punisher, man, that figure looks great. I'm going to need to get that. If y'all don't know, Johnny Bernthal's from Maryland, and I mean, him being the Punisher just takes it up to a whole nother level for me. It's probably one of the best ones I've seen yet. I am totally excited for that one.
Yeah, they've had a couple of Dark Avengers. They did the Iron Patriot. They did Iron Patriot with the Osborn in that 3-pack.
I mean,
they've given us
it looks
Ares.
like him. It seriously freaking looks like him.
And they gave him the tomahawk too, which I didn't get when I first saw the pictures, but then I watched the episode last weekend and I was like, oh yeah, okay, that's awesome.
Now, I told Dre I'm thinking of putting some red on there to make it look like it's blood soaked.
Yeah. And can I also just say, as far as that goes, I mean, at this week, if you guys have not watched the last episode of Daredevil yet, that's on you. So I don't care about spoilers right now. That shot that they did with the Punisher Task Force as a way to get every single version of the Punisher skull on screen at once.
It's fire.
Yes. Oh, man.
And if you don't know what we're talking about, go back to it right now.
It's a good segue for his solo special that they're going to be doing too. Like, they mentioned Matt, they were like, the Daredevil will return, but they didn't say anything about Punisher till, like, you know, obviously if you guys watched the last episode, there is an after credit scene. Watch the after credit scene, because that definitely is going to probably be how his special will begin. Because I 100% know that he is, and I've been trying to stay away from the Doomsday like information that's been leaking, because people have been taking set photos and posting pictures.
I've been ignoring the hell out of it.
I can't, because sometimes it's like I'll see the pictures, like they've already said like, oh, Shang-Chi's on the set. And they're like, "Oh, like, okay, cool story." I'm like, he's already a chair. I knew he was going to be in it. But then they're like, "Hey, wait a second! Like, people that have not had a chair are showing up."
But
so
Drake,
that's what's bothering me.
Flip side of that, Seth Rollins was in Captain America. Oh wait, he was left on the cutting room floor because they reshot a bunch of stuff. So I mean, who knows?
Well, that was the whole Serpent Society angle that they ruined, and like that's another thing too. People were like, "Oh, are we gonna ever see Serpent Society?" I was like, "Well, I mean, we're supposed to see Agents of Atlas in Shang-Chi in the Wreckage of Time. That's another big thing, a big angle we all care about. And I want to see. That's what we're gonna see Amadeus Cho in the MCU. We've already, if you saw Brave New World, Dave knows this guy sent him the picture. Because I am that kind of crazy, folks, when I watch a movie. If you look inside of Brave New World, when you go into the leader's office in that lab that he has, on the wall, there is a picture. I had to zoom in, and Oz knows because he's in the group. I sent it to the group chat. You see, I didn't circle it, but you see a picture, and if you can break up the text, it says, Cho Amadeus.
Yep.
So we now know the totally awesome Hulk is in the MCU. It is not canon yet till we get him, but we know that he's been run tests on with Gamma, and we're going to see how he shows up in the... I can't wait. Agents of Atlas, if he's a sleeper agent in South Korea, which could be a total thing, because we know that the doctor that worked on the nanites for what we now know as Ultron and Vision, she was from South Korea, and she was part of Stark Enterprises' office there.
You know what's really cool about that, too, is we might even start seeing, like, a more traditional Big Hero 6
I've heard thoughts about that too. And I
So,
would love
like,
that.
you know, again, the Big Hero
Bring it.
6 that came out, the movie, it's, if you didn't know, it's a comic book movie, but it was not, that wasn't the Big Hero 6 that was the comic. Like, that was
No, it was adapted.
far from the comic. Mind you, it's an outstanding movie. Definitely go see it if you haven't. If you hadn't seen it, what's wrong with you? Go see that movie now. It's been out for ages. But it is not the comic book version of that team at all. And again, nobody ever like got mad about that, which was crazy. But I think that's because a lot of people never knew about that team. But that's like Sunfire's on that team, and oh man, Silver Samurai's on that team. Like, let's see that happen.
I mean, we could get them because in theory, the MCU we've had a Silver Samurai, we've had Sunfire. They've mentioned him in the cartoon. We saw him in Genosha in X-Men 97. And a lot of the thing that they're starting to do that DC never did was integrate their cartoon universe into, and we know that from Into the Spider-Verse that the MCU characters have made appearances there. So it's very plausible that Sunfire would be on that team and we'd see him on Agents of Atlas. Also, don't forget, if you play, again, I know I plugged this, Marvel Rivals. Iron Fist is the Swordmaster. Arrow,
Marvel what?
You know, Luna Snow. Half the characters that are on that list that you can play in the game are in this comic series. So it'd be great to see.
Yeah. This was a really, really awesome team that never really gets the spotlight ever. But it's freaking awesome.
It really is. It's one of those things I think that a lot of people, unless they're like us that are in the know or really have that interest in doing the due diligence of research and like, I want to learn about this. And I think that with the access that we have, like I tell my teen daughter this all the time. I'm like, you realize when I was a kid, if something was cool, it was like there was no internet for me. Like I had to go through finding magazines, and then if I was lucky to find a comic book store, the LCS back then was cool. And maybe one of the people that worked the counter was that kind of into that level of stuff that he might know through a zine that he read from another place, you know, that sort of thing. But we don't get that anymore. Like now
we had to network in a whole different way to get half the information that we could. You know, like right now you go to Fan Wiki or whatever like that, and you could look up the entire story of some of these characters in like 5 seconds. As a matter of fact, I didn't even know Ben Reilly came back as the Jackal until like 6 years ago or something like that.
Wow.
Like I didn't realize that happened as a storyline somewhere in there that I had completely missed out on. Crazy, by the way, absolutely crazy. But yeah, like, you know, like we didn't have the internet to access all this stuff. If you picked up like Wizard Magazine, you bought the Topps cards. If they came out with an encyclopedia, which a lot of times they did, you picked up the encyclopedia because there was a lot of characters and stuff like that that might make an appearance in one freaking issue. And like, you never heard of them, but they'll be referenced, you know, and it's like, well, who is that? And we couldn't just go Google it. There was no Google.
Our Google was an encyclopedia that Marvel put out.
I was like 13 or 14 before I could even ask Jeeves. So, you know, like you really needed to like, we had to dig this information up in different ways. And I used to deep dive even back then, man. I'd be going to the library looking at the Marvel's encyclopedias, grabbing. I was a big collector of Wizard, which is where I got a lot of my cross, you know, because like you're flipping through the price guide. Hey, that's a really cool comic book cover. What comic is that? All right, now I need to go find that because that looks cool as shit. You know, like stuff like that. That's kind of how like I got so eclectic and got into so many different things.
Now, I got a question. Would you guys be interested if they did a couple of the police task force in different Punisher logos? Would you be interested if they did like generics that you could army build?
I mean,
I collect Mythic Legions. I love army building. Let's do
No.
it.
He, I was gonna say that's bias. He loves army building. I wouldn't mind for me because if they did it with the Chitauri Warriors, where like you got like you got Thanos
or
no pun intended.
tracksuit. Tracksuit was it
guys.
Tracksuit Mafia?
Mafia.
Yeah.
Yeah, but don't make them a store exclusive. Please don't stop.
No.
Like I don't want a fucking store exclusive. Just make them.
I'm so tired of store exclusives.
Like that. I'm glad Dave just found me Professor X, and I was so glad because none of my targets
Oh,
happened here.
good.
Sold out.
They
Everywhere.
had two, so
Yeah.
I got one for him, one for me. So that's what we did.
But you can't find like how
Good
much
deal.
times are like how many times are you lucky to find like everything now? Like if you guys don't realize this, and I know the guys here, we all do. If you don't pre-order your stuff, you're not going to see it in store. That X-Men wave is it's online exclusive.
And this Punisher, Dre missed out on him.
Yep, I was working and I was in a meeting. Thank God Dave
but-
freaking got me.
I grabbed two because I had a feeling that I knew he would want one. So
Well, I have the old one. I got the old one from a very good friend of mine here in Charlotte. He sent it to me because he knew I wanted to build the Defenders. Because I didn't have a Jessica Jones, but I had Iron Fist and I had Luke Cage, but I needed a Punisher. And he sent me the other one, and the way he was built, I don't like it. The joints were kind of like janky. The head sculpt looked all bad. This one is technology 10 years later.
To me, this one feels like Punisher War Journal Punisher is how this one feels to me. Yeah. I'm a sucker for a good Punisher figure. The last one that came out with Dick Fingers, whatever the hell that dude's name is.
Bushwhacker.
That Punisher, Bushwhacker. That's it. Dick Fingers, that's what I said. That Punisher's really cool, but I don't like the head sculpt with the headband. I mean, it's all right. But, that is definitely one of the better ones that has come out. This one I love a lot, and I wouldn't mind getting I really, really would not mind getting a trench coat to put on this one. Now, I did see you pull up Jeff's comment there about the killing cops thing.
Tracksuit Mafia.
And, so in the comics, like, he came across a couple of cops that idolized him. Yeah, he totally in the comics. He straight up tore his, like, because the writer of the Punisher was mad that he was seeing cops take this symbol. Like, and today you see this. Cops should not be idolizing a vigilante that kills without due process, and just takes the law into his own hands. I get this feeling of, taking the criminals off the street, but the realization is the cops that he is taking out, like he goes and he does his thing to those cops. And the writer in the comics went ahead and even had him like tear down some cops in the comic book to tell them, like, you guys should not idolize me. And yet cops do idolize him, and that's terrible.
But see, I think in the same regard, and I say this very honestly, as somebody who's seen kids that are buying action figures, that this is Marvel and Hasbro are not marketing these figures. They are considered, and you can see it's action figure, but they're sold as collectibles. And I think that the way they view, like, am I saying that I want my, like, Peanut over here to be wanting a Tracksuit Mafia figure? No. Because do I want her to idolize the Mafia? No. But again,
you gotta have guys to beat up.
Exactly. You gotta have. I mean, we have that. We've had so many characters that where, like Captain America, they made the Punisher suit where Punisher wore the Captain America suit because he idolized Captain America, and people were tearing that figure apart because they're like, oh, how could you make a figure of Punisher idolizing the iconic hero? Well, the vigilante Punisher can idolize another vigilante because Cap becomes one.
I'm going to add something.
Go ahead.
Video games, Grand Theft Auto, among many, many others. Video games, there's games where you have to fight cops. You're a bad guy. You're you're stealing cars. That doesn't necessarily mean you're going to do that in real life.
No, but I mean, what Jeff's talking about too, and a comment a little bit further up is talking about when he had to deal with cops that were putting that stuff on their gear. Jeff's saying exactly that point. Like shitty cops, shitty cops are the ones that do that. Like, it is horrible for a cop to think that it is okay to idolize somebody like this. He's saying that exact point. Like, these are the kind of cops we don't need on the street. Anytime like that thin blue line thing pops up and it's got a Punisher symbol with it, first off, you're already breaking the articles of the flag by making the flag black and white to begin with. That's not patriotic. That's actually terrible. Putting something like that, you are defacing the American flag by doing that. But to put the Punisher symbol and say it's to defend cops, like, no, Punisher would disagree. You're supposed to be better than that. You're supposed to be the guys.
No spoilers for those that did not watch that. He says that you're supposed to be better than me.
Well, like I said, this story arc's been done in the comics ages ago. So if you don't know what's going on here, then that's on you for not reading comics too. But yeah, like, like, I was kind of glad that they put something like this in the show. And again, this is not one of those shows they want your kids watching. And that was it. Like, I liked the fact that they had Frank taking out these asshole cops, and I was kind of hoping that's where they were going at the beginning of the season with that, just with the interaction with the White Tiger. And I appreciate that, Jeff, because like, you're exactly right, man. Like, if you're supposed to be supporting the law, don't support the Punisher. Like, that's not it. Punisher's one of my
the character in the comics, the cartoon, the movie, video games. But that's not something that don't make him your mantra. Like, I know soldiers in the military have done that too, and that's a little bit much because you're, again, defending your country. There's a limit to where the realism and the fantasy you have to stay within that line. And I love the figure. I love the character in the show. I mean, Bernthal's the nephew to Kurt Angle, the guy who was an Olympic gold medalist. So if anybody wants to say that his character has not been somebody who's also played a law officer in Walking Dead, Bernthal has, he even says...
It's not a good example. He was an asshole.
I know.
I mean, he was his best friend's wife.
He was morally corrupt. The Punisher would have killed Shane.
Shane was an asshole. You can't beat that.
Shane was a dick. That's actually when I really found out how much I loved Bernthal, was because, like, I'd seen him in some other stuff, but when he's playing Shane, I'm like, this guy is an absolute dick, like a complete fucking asshole. Mind you, Frank is an absolute dick, a complete asshole. But yet,
he's good at being an asshole.
Just so good, you love him. Yeah, he is
lovable.
He's great.
Now, speaking of Bernthal, I'm actually kind of want to see The Accountant too now. I've been hearing good stuff about it with him. And
have you ever seen The Accountant?
Oh, the first one, yeah. I've seen it when it first came out.
I freaking love that movie.
I'm just a little surprised it took so long for them to do a sequel. It's
movie,
So he had so much shit going on.
Finding out they were doing a second one, yes.
Yeah. It's Did you know about that coming out? The Accountant 2?
I didn't pay any attention to it.
I saw that.
But
Thanos, have you seen the first?
I'm not a movie guy. Like, I watch a lot of TV shows, but movies, like, here and there. I miss a lot.
All right. So that poses an interesting question. What about movies doesn't draw you?
I don't know. I think it's almost like a mislead where, like, TV, it's like, it's not as big of a time commitment, but then I will sit and watch like 4 or 5 episodes in a row. But the movie, it's like a 2-hour time commitment. Guaranteed.
Right? You binge it.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just, if I'm gonna watch something, I'll usually choose a show over a movie. And like movies, I'll procrastinate watching like a lot. I don't know why.
Yeah, Bernthal plays
like I just
his
watched
brother.
Prey. Like, sorry, I just watched Prey for the first time like a few weeks ago, and people have been telling me, "Oh, it's great, it's great. You gotta watch it. You gotta watch it." I still have
yet to
watch it. And I like
it.
Predator, but I finally sat down and watched it, and I enjoyed it. It just I don't know.
Prey's a great movie.
Prey for me is right up there with the first Predator movie.
Yes.
Like to me, those
It
two
really
rank like this.
It's such a great idea that it's like the first Predator movie introduced us to the Yuacha race, right? And then we got Predators, which was very good, not great, but very good because it introduced us to more of what they're thinking, their culture. I'm not saying AVP because I think AVP like kind of bastardized a lot of that because the comic book versions did a really good job. I think the movies ruined that whole idea of the Utaja and what they were doing and everything else.
So with Predators, you got to kind of tie it in with the Predator. They give you parts of the culture, but they don't explain that culture, right? So, like when it comes to the Yaucha on the hunting world, the game world, right? The three that are hunting the humans are bad bloods, but they never explain what a bad blood is. They never explain, why they were different from the other Yaucha. Like there was no explanation of that. Now you see there are these super predators, as they kind of called them, and then there's the regular ones. And they kind of talk about that, but super predators or bad bloods, they do genetically modify and test and they do these things to upgrade. They make themselves more elite hunters, but there's no honor in what they're doing. Like, the regular blooded hunters and all like that, like you train and you learn your hunting prowess to become a more elite a more elite hunter, not through experimentation or tech or gear. Like, that is not the way that you do this. You become a better hunter by hunting more vicious prey. Like, you take the honor out of it, and that's what makes you a bad blood. So all the super predators in the Predators were bad bloods. The huge hunter in the Predators, a bad blood. And like they give you all these parts of that culture, but never explain any of it. They kind of explain with AVP what it means to become blooded, or what it becomes to be a hunter with Scar getting the mark and everything like that. Hopefully, with this new Predator movie, we're going to see them explore that a bit more. It's by the same director that did Prey. That same director is going to be doing the new Predator movie, as well as Predator Badlands, and then also the animated Predator, which is going to take us through different time periods.
We're getting our samurai that we wanted.
Samurais, you're going to get some old ones. Now, one thing that I got to say here about this, I first see the look of this, and I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, I was wondering what was wrong with this.
I'm kind of hoping we get some type of explanation to why this Yaucha's hairline is all the way up his head.
Facts.
Typically, the hairline's back and around. Like, okay, like right now, I'm sporting the hairline of a Yaucha. Like, my hairline comes all the way around to the back of my head and the sides. Like, I'm rocking the Yaucha hairline. In this, I don't know. Like, I'm pointing to my screen, like y'all can see what I'm pointing at, but I'm pointing at what Dave's got up here on screen. I don't know what's going on with this hairline. Maybe they're changing how the Yaucha are. Maybe when they are younger, their hairline's all up in their business like this, and then as they get older, their dome expands, the hairline recedes. I don't know.
Or it could be something even cooler. Maybe, like you do say, that they like to mix. They're genetically altered. The bad bloods are like looking to like genetically modify themselves. What if the regular
more human
what
DNA?
What if they look?
That's
for
what I was
thinking
out there.
I'm thinking that that's maybe something that they might be doing with this film. I mean, I don't know. I do know that they did make a Easter egg saying that this director had the alien skull from Independence Day on the wall, as on the trophy room, and that they're
So
saying that that's going to be one of the things that they would ever, if they ever did AVP, it would be an alien of a different race that they'd be hunting.
So here's the thing with that. I'm not necessarily sure that was the one from Independence Day or if it's from War of the Worlds. The aliens in War of the Worlds had that kind of look too, but there was one thing that was more with the War of the Worlds. It comes around like that almost saucer shape, but then as it comes up and around to the back, it kind of curves forward, like up and around like this.
Mhm.
And that skull that they showed had that arch, like as it came around to the back, kind of had that arch over. So it looked a little more War of the Worlds to me than just Independence Day. But either way, it's still cool that, you know, back in Aliens 2, the whole reason we ended up getting AVP was because they put an alien skull on the trophy wall. And then after that, Dark Horse, actually, did Dark Horse come out with the comics before?
Dark
Or
Horse
was
did.
it after? And we lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll come
So
back.
like, you know, it was just that like little nod thing. And I would love, absolutely love to, you know, I enjoy that they're doing that again.
What do you think of that incorporated universe? Because I know Dave and I have mentioned it when we saw Blade Runner 2049. Jared Leto had the, you know, the Wayland Yutani
Yeah.
logo in his office, and you know, we know Wayland Yutani is all over Aliens, all over the Predator universe, and we do know that there is a tie in Blade Runner to that universe, not directly, but because of the synthetics. That's how they think that the synthetics were kind of created and brought into the Aliens universe. I do know that Marvel, when they took the comic books over, we had two storylines that were about the synthetics actually revolting against humanity, and then having to deal with aliens coming to their world that they vindicated, and that the synthetics were trying to fight the aliens on their home world. So, what do you think of that kind of shared universe concept?
Well, that is definitely cool. And then another thing, the Wayland Yutani symbol is in Firefly as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I heard that too, and I saw that on a YouTube video where somebody's like, Wayland Yutani, like the evil like corporation that's all over the universe, and I was like, really? And I had heard that, but again, I don't buy into all that. But
it's in one scene in the very first episode when Mal gets on the gun. The targeting system is a Wayland Yutani targeting system, and it has the Wayland Yutani logo on it.
And now, did Joss Whedon say anything about that? Like, has he, with watching DVD extras or anything about?
Yeah,
Firefly,
he said it. He said it was intentional. It was an intentional little Easter egg,
and it was made by Fox. So
yeah, it was made by Fox. So he had kind of that free use to it. But yeah, there's that was all though. There was never any plans to further that notion, or you know, just to put that little seed in there. But you know, there was never any plans to take that any further. We're never gonna have like Yaucha hopping into Firefly the show, or xenomorphs on a planet that they come across. Like that was.
I mean, I'm not gonna get Moana 2, where I'm gonna get a Kakamora, the coconut monsters, to join up with the heroes.
No,
I'm not gonna get that. Where, come on, man, give me a Utaja. Like, I mean, again, if anybody doesn't know this, like, there was a script. I read this many decades ago when I went to New York City Comic Con. They had a script that was the like precursor idea to what Alien vs Predator was, where like humans were, because if you played the video games, there were two humans that become hunters. You could they wore the suits. Now they did make comments in Badlands that we do see humans wearing the Predator suits, but it's, I think what you said, from the Predator, where they brought the suit out at the end of the movie. I think that might be more of the play, instead of it being a play on that video game where it was humans that were like soldiers that were like, you know, and aliens that like the Space Marines that ended up befriending and earning their spot with the Predators to wear the gear. So I'm hoping that they do something. They tell us a little bit more about that. That's definitely something I would love to And if you like, again, like if you guys are into this stuff in the comments, hit us up, because like this is sci-fi that I absolutely love.
Yeah.
Like,
Now,
you know, we need more of it.
Here now, since I know nothing, because I have to catch up and watch Prey because I'm slow as hell. This alien, this new one we see, it almost made me think: could Wayland be doing genetic testing, or is he a different kind of byproduct of maybe a past visits? You know, his father visited Earth and propagated with a native of
Well,
at some
that's
point
what we're
in time,
saying. That a human and a predator could have possibly had. I mean, we did see the Pralien. That was, I think, the joking name for it was the Pralien that somehow made it into canon.
Because like on obviously on the screen there, you can see the atypical predator on the right hand side, and then we get this wholly other,
Well, like I said, I don't know how his hairline's all the way up on his head like that.
Yeah, unless it was some kind of different genetic offshoot, or are there different predators like from different worlds that evolve differently? I don't know.
AVP2
he looks completely different. I mean, skin tone wise and everything from what we've seen.
And AVP2, I called him the CSI Predator because he was by far the coolest. My man had like Batman gadgets, and he wasn't a killer. He was like I clean up the messes. And he was a slender built predator. He was more like the build but I feel that like I feel like this predator was very similar to that one, because the builds are very like, he was slender, he was smaller. Then you saw the other predator, like you said, the other bigger one that was in AVP2 that was like bigger and larger and meaner. It looks like the blooded one that we see him fight with the sword, the laser sword, in the trailer. So I'm, like I said, there's a lot to this, and I know Marvel's been doing a damn good job giving us the crossovers of like the Predator versus aliens, and then they're doing like the alien storylines. And they gave us like a whole like kind of storyline about like a human that saw the encampment. Her entire village was killed, or like the community was killed, and she went into space and like started hunting and collecting Predator gear to predate herself out. And she was going after them, and she was counting the numbers, and they started hunting her. And I thought that was a great series that they did recently in Marvel. If y'all haven't picked it up, yeah, dude.
I'll be honest, I haven't read much of any of the Marvel stuff. Not that I've been like hating on it or avoiding it. I haven't been actively collecting comics for quite some time. So I'm gonna have to go out and get some omnibuses.
I know that right now I think it's like $15 a book, and it has the collected issues. Because they just released Predator versus Black Panther, which I thought was awesome. Nice. I have the Predator versus Wolverine, which for you, Thanos, that's an X-Men fan, probably some of the best artwork. Oh, you have that?
No, I said I imagine it's a fun read though.
Oh, it's awesome seeing Wolverine, and it's kind of like it takes you through the ages of him, like Wolverine, of like him kind of reminiscing, like, I fought so much shit, like now I'm fighting an alien, like a predator. Like this guy is a badass hunter that's we've seen their gear, and I think every iteration of Predator we've seen, the gear just gets cooler. Like Prey, even if it's an older film, that shield boomerang was badass.
Agreed.
The grenades, the whip, the what was it, the net that like it like constricted and then like started constricting even more the more you you moved in it. I think there were so many cool things. I'm like, Predator confirmed. I mean, if he starts going like, you're one ugly mother, I mean, then I'm gonna start laughing, But we need more figures. We need more figures. Haya, could you make me a 1/12? That's all I want. A 1/12 version.
There you go, Oz. You are a predator.
Yeah.
Alien versus Oz.
I was gonna say,
Thanos, thank you so much, brother. We appreciate you.
Take care, bro.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Good luck.
Take it easy.
Thank you,
Yep.
brother.
Probably pop back
Thanks
in
for
during
coming
your
on.
24 hours. So
Hey, you're more than welcome to, man. Please do.
later.
Bye. So I would love.
I like
I don't know
the
if you,
next comment under that too.
Alien versus Oz, summer 2027. It'll be under Disney and
I'd be
Universal.
down.
Oz will
I'd
become a
do it.
prince. Will you become
Just
a
got to grow the
princess or a
skullet out
prince?
enough so we can.
Are you saying Oz is a Disney princess?
I'm saying.
I'm a fucking
Confirmed.
bear. I'm
Exactly.
a fucking bear.
It's like I'm her. But I mean, would like Haya made those little 1/18th scale, which a lot of my friends got me into earlier around. I want to say 20. What was it? 2019, 2019, 2020. A bunch of my friends started getting me into those 1/18th scales, and I was like, no, Joy Toy can't do that. They look awesome. And then I was like, I don't want NECA's 7-inch scale, even though we know Colin of EC Collecting, he is all about that life. Give me a 1/12 scale Predator figure by Haya. You gave me Universal Soldier. You gave me Rambo. You gave me Judge Dredd. Come on, folks. The IP's there for you. Y'all have it. Just shrink the scale right to 1/12 and you get me.
Hey, I just want to say hello to Vagon. We're doing a 24-hour stream to help benefit Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Institute. So that's what's going on with life. We are doing a 24-hour live stream. We're only in, just under 2 hours.
Yeah.
Or hour and 41 minutes we've been streaming. So another 22 hours to go. And here where I live in Buffalo, New York, there's a cancer center called Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Institute. Every year they do an event called the Ride for Roswell, which all the money raised goes to, well, cancer research and treatment. And we're actually doing tons of prize wheels that are going to be given away over the next 22 hours. If you want to enter, it's a $10 donation. The link is actually in the video description below. All you got to do is make a $10 donation to the actual Ride for Roswell website, which do I still have it up?
Close some of your windows.
No, I will never close my windows. So all you got to do is click the link. It takes you right to the Ride for Roswell. Donate a $10 donation. That $10 donation gets you in on all the wheels, including a Star Wars hot toy we're giving away. So one $10 donation gets you in on all the wheels. We are doing 6 prizes, 6 prize wheels, and you could be the next winner.
On The Price is Right.
No, the price is wrong.
That's right.
Price is wrong, bitch. Oh my goodness. I did say I'd be a little punchy. But I do like this Predator Aliens. I would love to see Badlands is one of those that definitely was, when I saw the trailer, I thought it was a bootleg trailer. I was like, nah, this ain't a real thing. And then I watched it, I was like, oh shit.
Right, this ain't real. They just announced that animated thing. This ain't real. And then it was like, oh no, this is
when
coming.
I saw this Predator, I thought, what is this? Is this like when they tried to, bring back Nightmare on Elm Street with that very poorly looking Freddy Krueger?
Right, the remake.
Jackie Earl Harrell,
the guy who played
Rorschach, and then but he's been in a lot of different stuff actually over the years.
Yeah, he has.
He's actually been very active in the community, like for acting and stuff. Like he's one of those that like
he was in Dark Shadows with Tim Burton, but he did like a lot of stuff from the 80s because he was like more of a teenage actor, and then he's just coming back now.
Jeff, you are 100% right. We talked briefly about this, but Samurai versus Predators, Prince, it'll market the living crap out of toys,
especially with their honor codes, right?
Facts, like, come on.
There's a viral video where these two guys are talking, or coming up with like random ideas, and they brought up this kind of idea where you have what's the dude from
Hiroyuki Sanada.
Yeah, you know who I'm talking about. So
I already knew.
we're like he's like an elder samurai, and he's supposed to train like a nobleman's son or something like that. And
Shogun.
the
If you
whole,
watch the show,
the whole
Shogun.
thing, like the two of them are battling predators. I mean, hell, that would be a badass concept right there.
Well, yeah, because it was supposed to be like I know
I'll watch
exactly
anything with
the
samurai.
storyline you were talking about, where it's going to be like a elder predator and a younger predator teaching the younger predator the hunt, and then also at the same time Shogun teaching, you know, beneath him, and
Yeah.
kind of doing like this very parallel between the two and the honor codes and all like that. And yeah, that would be a sick. I don't even know if I'd want that as a movie or a series. Like,
That's
how
both.
much time can we dedicate to that story that we think will be feasible and make it work, right?
The movie is like the first wave of an invasion, and then you got more predators coming, and that's the TV series. There you go.
I'm 100% down for if they made toys. Like I even thought about like because they lowered the price on it finally, which was the Ghost of Tsushima action figure from the Samurai Jin, I think is his name. You put him on like you have that figure, and then you get a Predator like NECA figure. Like you can do so much great photography with that. But if they did make a suit of armor, like I said, this cartoon, if everything goes well, which I mean it's going to, again, like Jeff said, it's going to print money. This cartoon, with giving us that, if they don't make action figures off of that, I will be surprised. You know, it didn't
like
take
what
long
kind
for
of
us to get
action
a play
figures
figure.
are we going to get? Right? Like what kind of action figures are we going to get? How much advance notice does, well, because like, okay, look at it. Prey came out, NECA had a figure ready to roll, right?
Yes, it did.
So how much advance notice do they have of what's coming before they're going to put it out? Because NECA right now, of course, still has that license. But what are the different scales? What are we going to see? Like, who could possibly win, you know, more, right? Like, and that's kind of like, I don't know. I'd love to see, and not that, I don't want to say that, you know, like even what's the word I'm looking for here? That, you know, NECA in the grand scheme of things, since I started buying Four Horsemen products, NECA seems a lot more moderately priced. But like, you know, that lower price tag on some things, just like who could make a decent figure at a decent price? Those Leonard ones that came out a couple years back, I know I wasn't the biggest fan of them, but like when they were doing the smaller scale ones, they kind of scaled all right with the original Kenner stuff. So that'd be beast.
I mean, Tony's got
I think
a
Tony's
point
toy
here.
box is a bit behind in the conversation, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I mean,
but go ahead, Dave.
well, no, I was going to say like when he mentions about the Predator 2, when Danny Glover goes in the ship, you can see like all the different types of skulls, and obviously you're going to have DNA with that. So I mean, yeah, I mean let's see here, and notice his display. Yeah, I mean it's definitely going to be interesting to see what they unfold. Like I said, I have to catch up. Now, if I understand correctly, someone had said that there's going to be like a Wayland android.
Yeah, so the Ellie Fanning character that's on the that's hung up in the vines on the tree.
Yeah.
Her eyes flash like she's uploading something, and it says the Wayland Yutani logos in her eyes.
Okay.
So like, well, the next scene that they show
Right
after
here?
that, yeah, they show like it's got Wayland Yutani, and that was like a huge Easter egg. Everybody was like, "Oh my God, we're gonna have them!" Like, but we all kind of already knew, and they were trying to figure out why is it a Wayland? The biggest question people are saying, and I've seen this all over TikTok, was why is a Wayland Yutani robot on the planet tied up in vines, assisting this predator? And at some other point, there's humans on this planet. There's a scene where they show a bunch of colonial Marines running out to fight another predator. So I don't know if it's the same one. There's a lot of the trailer did enough to be a great teaser to not let you know the story, but leave enough breadcrumbs for you to kind of theorize where this, like, because obviously the main character is this Predator and his training. But what does Wayland Yutani have to do with that? What do the Colonial Marines have to do? Is this tied to Predators, to the Predator, to AVP? You know, what time frame is this in? Because if this is the synthetics that are like this, I don't know what time frame that is. It fit into Alien Romulus? You know, because where some of those synthetics were starting to malfunction, and you know, who knows? I'm actually extremely interested. And was it my merch company has a year? That's true. They usually get a year because I know Hot Toys already had the Prey figure before NECA had released theirs.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, Hot Toys are like Sideshow already knew. Like they had the Prey figure, and he was already up for pre-order. Like I think a month after the movie came out, they were like, "Boom, here you go." And then NECA a month after them, they put out their figure for pre-order, and then they made the bloodied version that was a Target Haulathon last year or Collecticon last year, which I finally saw one on the shelf. Finally,
a year later,
a year later, I finally.
Well, that's the way it works, right? Like they put them all out, then the shelves empty. They find out, oh crap, we still had a couple of these sitting in the back, and they bring them out a year later. I've seen that with every Haulathon exclusive or whatever over the last several years. They put all the stuff out, and then it gets snatched up real quick, which is why I'm glad I don't collect a lot of NECA. And then it's like a year later, you know, 8 months down the road, like bam, all of a sudden all this Haulathon exclusive stuff makes it back out to the shelf after everybody's already, you know, spent a crap ton of money at a scalper to get it.
Which kills me because like the Target down the road from my house, because I live a lot closer to one now. It's like 7 minutes down the road. That Target is undergoing a refurbishment of the whole store. They're like modernizing it, cleaning it up. So like I went there and they actually had the Haulathon. So I got to see the Sesame Street NECA stuff, which I was tempted to buy. My wife and I were very tempted till we saw the prices. And then we said no. We were like, no. Then we saw like I saw other like Marvel Legends that were like super old. Like we're talking Thor Love and Thunder old. Valkyrie was on the shelf. I was like, who the hell was hiding that figure in the back? And they put that up. Like that was crazy.
Oh, part of it's also just down to distribution. I know the Targets around me, and I've heard it from several other people. So like Masters of the Universe, they haven't put out like one of their standard carded deluxe figures in like 2 years. And all of a sudden, Target out of nowhere got the very last deluxe wave they put out, which was Dragon Blaster Skeletor and Snakeface. And every Target I've been to has these two characters like 2 years later. Yeah.
Are they clearance yet, or are they regular?
Nope, not clearance, regular price. You know, and it's funny though because I thought I'd picked up a Dragon Blaster, but apparently I didn't. So I might actually just go pick one up since I don't have it. But I'm also realizing where the heck am I putting too many more of these Origins? Now I want to buy all those freaking Thundercats. You know, and I'm like, great. K-Roll, favorite brother. I'm your only brother.
Oh. I love it.
So I mean, I guess that makes me favorite by default. I guess I got to be favorite by default. Wasn't like there was a big choice there.
Dino picked up the Sesame Street count.
You know, I'm gonna say this. I want one for her, my littlest one, because she loves Sesame Street still. And I was very tempted because they had the Bert, the Ernie, and the Count. I just could not justify getting my 5-year-old $100+ worth of three figures. I just. You know, could not do that.
Geek Strong has a very heavy retro collection.
Yes.
Dino, aka Dino the Machino, he is a massive fitness nut, and he's got so much retro Ghostbusters, you would pass out. Oz, you would pass out at it. I mean, he collects everything. Star Wars, he's all over the place. His toy room is just like one big hell. It could be a museum. He's got tons of retro stuff.
I've still got to figure out who I gotta who I got to blow that's going to SDCC that can give me them ecto glows.
You and
We
me
might
both.
know. We might know somebody. We know so
know
many
we
people
got-
in the community.
We
enough
got people that are going. We got people that are going. How cool would it be if I can get the 4 horsemen that are going to be there to go pick it up for me and be like, hey guys,
Hey, I'm buying your
Hey.
dragon. Could you just throw that in my
Yeah.
dragon box? Just throw
Be
that
like,
in the
be like,
box.
hey guys, I know you're the 4 horsemen. Can you go? But can you go to this other vendor and get me this?
Jeremy, listen. Look, I'm not trying to ask for much, but could you just go walk over to Hasbro and get me that 4-pack of Ghostbusters, please? I need them ecto glows. Never got them as a kid. Need them ecto glows.
I'm glad that in a way, I'm glad that SDCC has never had a Spider-Man figure recently over the last 10 years that I've actively been collecting, because I think I would lose my mind, because I've seen how much aftermarket. What was it? We had who was the SDCC release? Serpentor. And
yeah, Serpentor, Dr. Mindbender, like last couple of years.
I missed both of those. Crystal Ball had him till they did the little big screw up at Walmart, and then I canceled my pre-order. After I was like, hey, they're shipping it. And it's like, I got Dave knows. I was so excited because it combines 2 of my loves, toys and horror. And I wanted to use the pieces to play with Doctor Strange. And what did they do? They're like, we don't know when we're getting it.
Did you get Moon Spider, Dre?
Moon Spider. What is this? Dave, Google that, please. I've never heard of this.
Sounds like a Moon Knight and Spider-Man.
Oh, that was okay. That spider, the Arachnite, that is actually you could get that through the Marvel Collector Corps exclusive. It was like a Marvel exclusive figure you get if you're part of their like distribution service. They send a figure out every month or every 2 months, I think it is. Arachnite was one of those I never picked up. He's on my list. Yeah, it's this one right there, Dave. It's on the second row furthest to the right. There you go.
Here?
Right there. Look at the retro card. No. Go to the one with the retro card.
Hold up.
No.
This?
Below that one. There you go. That's the figure. Yep, the Arachnite. That one is dope. I would like to. Yeah, you could only get him if you were in their figure distribution collector thing, which they send a box out every, like I said, I think it's every 2 months. That shit's expensive though to get into, but the figures they put out of that thing are amazing. They've given us some really exclusive cool Wolverine figures, some of the weird obscure X-Men characters. I've never seen anybody sell him though. Yep. You mean this guy right here? This guy right here? This guy right here?
That guy.
He is fire. I love him.
I'm just saying that is the kind of obscure
he looks like he's metal.
He does. That's why I love when I got this in hand. Like that Adam Warlock. I remember going to GameStop. I told Dave this. I texted him. I was at a GameStop, which he knows I hate going to, and I went inside and they had that Adam Warlock, and I was like, "Oh, let me take a look at this." And up close, the figure just looks terrible. It does not look good at all. Like, I don't like the way the face was painted. I didn't like anything. The gauntlet looks cheap. Like, the gauntlet's supposed to be larger than life. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not supposed to just look so tiny. And the way it's built on him, I just don't like it. It doesn't remind me of the Infinity War, the Infinity Watch that I got from the comics as a kid. So I passed on him. And the Marvel Legends the Miles, I passed on too. The Ultimate Miles. I didn't like that one either.
Yeah.
Big surprise for me.
Rom for me, it's crazy. Like, he was one of those niche comics that going around different yard sales, you know, throughout the summer as a kid. Like, he's the one that, you know, like I could always find a couple issues for like a couple issues for like a nickel. You know, and this isn't some like back in my day speech. It's just that no, these were like, these comics weren't worth like anything. Nobody was actively collecting. So like you could get a bunch, and I would find like the first one I ever picked up, it was a ROM crossover with the X-Men. You know, and we're talking like Kitty Pryde, Pietro, like, you know, that 80s era kind of like X-Men thing. And like I just went back and I started like looking up more ROM comics because I could find them dirt cheap from people that are just getting rid of comic book collections. So like I fell in love with this Space Knight character and his battle against the Dire Wraiths across the Marvel universe. But like by the time I'm like looking at like modern storylines, nobody's talking about Rom. Rom doesn't like even exist anymore. He was like his own little hero and his own little comic line back then, and that was it. Like he never appeared in anything else, but other characters crossed over into his comic line. So like for years, I just, you know, Hasbro's had Marvel Legends. Hasbro is the one that made the original ROM toy way back in the day because they used to get ads for him in the comic books. It was like you paid your money kind of thing. He was this huge clunky figure. He wasn't really that great. He came with his gun. I can't even remember the name of his gun anymore now. It has a special name.
Let me see if it says it on the pack.
Displacer Ray or something like that, because it reveals, you know, the Dire Wraiths in there.
Let me see. It says all it says here is that it shows the first issue. And it says, in ROM #1, the Space Knight ROM tracks the vile Dire Wraiths across the cosmos, arriving on Earth to continue his pledge to the people. And then it shows you the first issue, what it looks like. You get a copy of it with the figure right there.
The little mini version, yeah.
Yeah, Ultimate Iron Man's my favorite out of these besides ROM. Those are the only 3 I picked up.
Oh, so apparently Punisher is still available for pre-order on Amazon.
All right.
Yeah, but they pushed it though to December. Yeah, but look, you got pushed to December instead of July.
Yeah, and sometimes you got to worry about when they have that gap, whether they're actually going to get it or not.
And I'm still debating on Electro.
I've seen it in hand. I do want it because I like the fact that it's a Jamie Foxx head sculpt that we never got. And again, it's
part of a Jamie Foxx head sculpt.
Well, and you know me, I need my villains and heroes of color. You know, I'd like to have more of that. We didn't get one.
I wish he had that arc reactor part. He doesn't have that on him.
Somebody 3D printed a mini version, and there's a couple of people that have altered it and have done that for their own figures. So
yeah, I wonder why they didn't include that on there. It should have been on there.
It should have been, but I wonder if it was because it was a Fox property before. That when it got put over and it's still a Fox property.
Well, not Fox, but Sony. You know
what?
You're right.
Sony. That maybe Sony kind of said you can't put that on there because that's your property and it's our license. You know, so that's why people are 3D printing it. You know, I wonder if that's the thing.
It was just them being lazy.
It could be that too. But like,
or they're just going to sell us a maximum version later, and that's the only change.
Yeah, they'll raise this price.
And they're going to upcharge us $20.
Look at Banshee though. Like that's the most comic book accurate Banshee I've seen, next to the one that they put in that 3-pack.
Yeah,
gotta love that cowlick. Look at that cowlick, right there, folks. Yo, why does his eyes look like he got a lazy eye? A lazy eye, bro.
That's just a paint sculpt. That's like this. It's like this Prince Adam cartoon that I got here, man. Like he is straight up cross-eyed on this.
Damn, bro.
I'm digging that price on that Fang figure. Yeah. Look, a lot of people are probably going to bash me about talking about Fang. The only reason I want that figure is so I can pop his head off, and then I can go buy one of those classic Wolverine figures and pop that Wolverine's head on. Because, yeah. After they fought the Brood, Wolverine's costume was trashed. Then he killed this Joker of the, Shire Empire. And he took his garb and he was wearing his costume. And it's funny because the whole reason that he made him do that in the comics was because it was going to be a pain in the ass for the next artist to draw. Literally, that's it.
I do need this guy though.
Who?
The movie Wolverine.
Yeah,
I got the SH Figs coming
because I took the Marvel Legends Wolverine that came out a while back, And I took when they did the re-release of Logan in his civilian clothes, I just took the extra head and put it on there.
That's what I did.
Nice, nice.
Can we get a Daphne Keene updated version of X-23, please? I
Give
need
it
this
time.
in my life. Yeah,
Well,
I want it in
wearing
this
that
outfit.
wearing that outfit, she's not X-23, she's Wolverine.
Well, yeah, but that's from. But you know what though? With Battle World and Secret Wars coming up, this Wolverine costume of Laura could be a very cool. Like they reissue it because I did pre-order the the Warpath and X-23 X-Force figures because I have X-Force Deadpool, I have X-Force Wolverine Mafex. So, and I have I have Nightcrawler, X-Force. So I would like to have that whole team. They just need to make a Scott Summers, and I'd be happy with that. Like an X-Force Scott Summers with the monocle, not the full.
Can we get a Wolverine with just the middle finger hand?
I mean, I'm surprised they probably fan made that, not to be very funny. Like they probably did. That build a figure is dope. It's right here. See, I like that bit. And whoa, hello, dang! It's the same damn head sculpt. Look at that.
I was just about to say, you know what? I'm realizing here very, very easily that all they did was they just did a different paint job on this Banshee. Well, no, because the outfit itself is slightly different in tooling, right?
Yeah,
he's not wearing that big X buckle on the.
There's no X buckle. There's no buckle at all. It's just
the comic.
painted. Yeah, like if you go to the.
Yeah, so it's slightly different, but man, is it really close to being the same freaking thing all over.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is not bad.
That's Hasbro, Latin for repaint.
Hey, who says that?
Well, you know what, though? Look, that's how these companies make their money.
Repaint or reissue.
I look at Nightcrawler. The animated Nightcrawler is the same body that the X-Force Nightcrawler is.
And look, we got Ghost Rider finally stabilized at $49.
Thank you, Dave. He's on
which is cool because now I can finally buy mine.
Because for a good minute, people were trying to sell them for a lot more.
Oh yeah, he was going for, because you couldn't find them anywhere for retail. Now it's calmed down a little bit, and the market's evening out on it. But guys, I do want to say I have been streaming since 9 o'clock tonight. I was doing the Let's Go Off-World, hopped off of that, took a short break, and then I jumped over here to hang out with you guys for a couple hours tonight. Look, guys, I think what you're doing is amazing. I put in my donation.
Yes, sir. Thank you
I
for that.
encourage everybody, drop a donation. And you know what? Like, you don't have to drop it all at once if you don't want to. You can put 10 in now, and then later drop another 10, and then later drop another 10. And that's pretty cool because then, like, maybe you might encourage somebody else to drop some money in, you know, if they were like sitting on the fence. But, you know, hey, if you got $10, drop it in, make that donation because it's going to go a very long way to cancer research. You know, it may not seem like much, but it all adds up and it all helps. Plus, there's some pretty cool prizes on the line, folks.
Yep, including a Hot Toys Star Wars figure. So if anyone who's a Star Wars collector,
look, that alone, you put in $10. That's one entry for this hot toy. You put in $40. That's four entries for this hot toy. And where else could you possibly get a hot toy for $40?
Still sealed in the shipper.
Yeah, brand new.
Where are you going to get that? Here tonight. That's where you're going to get it. Throughout the next 24 hours. That's where you're going to get it. You got to make that donation, and that is a chance to get a hot toy. That is a chance to get some Mythic Legions, which they kind of cost around that much. But you know what? Hey, this is for a good cause.
That's why there's that $25 HELLADOPE gift card.
$25 HELLADOPE gift card. Yeah, you donate $10, you can get a $25 HELLADOPE gift card to go over and spend with our boys here, which, as you can see, they got all the latest lines up for pre-order. Heck, you can even get you some HELLADOPE merch.
There you go.
Look at that. Look at that. You know you need a hella dope Christmas ornament from last year.
How about this badass?
The
That coffee
Black
was
Knight
dope.
mug. That's
There you go.
Aaron's mug. Aaron's mug.
Oh, I like it.
Look, man. Honestly, I encourage everybody to support Hella Dope as much as you can. These are great guys in and around the community. You're not spending your money with some faceless entity. These guys are out there. You know, they put themselves out every Sunday night. You can see them live on their channel. You know,
Or
they're great guys.
collectors.
That's right. And you know, again, by supporting their store, you're helping our guys out, and that's great. And you're getting the same toys for basically the same price you get them anywhere else. Matter of fact, you can actually get them cheaper through HELLADOPE Toys. You become a channel member, they give out codes for free shipping. You use code APWT, a punk with toys, at checkout, saves you 10% on everything you buy at HELLADOPE Toys. Not only will it save you 10%, but Lawrence has to pay that 10% differential at the end of the month. So if you don't like a punk with toys, use his code a lot at HELLADOPE Toys. So he's got to pay that difference back. The code APWT saves you 10% at HELLADOPE Toys. Oh man, I'm realizing here. Yeah, you probably shouldn't, but the Undead Builder and Belulith are sold out. Easily two of the hottest figures in this line. However, I will say, Necronominus, you can't go wrong with anybody in this wave. This is probably the most amazing wave I've ever seen. That Sir Elijah figure, incredible. Incredible. One of the best figures ever.
Those look good.
Yes. Yeah. He's just like, I'm not into Templars, but I picked him up because everybody was talking about how good he was. And I was like, all right, I got to check this out. So I picked him up and I liked him. Now I definitely want to pick up a couple more. Just because, again, I kind of army build it. Maxilius the Harvester. What can I say about this figure? If you are a fan of the Grim Reaper, here you go.
The bone
you
armor
can have them
dope.
decked, right? Like you can have them decked out like Maxilius, or you could pop the Maxilius head off, put a regular skeleton head on him, and now he's your Grim Reaper. You pop out the bone armor, you just have the regular bones, or you strip him down completely, and you just have their Skeleton Legion Builder 2, which was one of the top sellers last year. Oh, I mean, as a matter of fact, I see my boys over at Latin Legions. Latin Legions, woo, those guys know how to party. We had a lot of fun doing the 24-hour Baethier stream a couple weeks back. Yeah, the Undead Builder Pack is seriously one of the best options. You're literally just missing like a hip piece from having two complete figures. Unfortunately, it's sold out at HELLADOPE Toys. But yeah, like you're literally just hip pieces away from having two complete figures with this guy.
I mean, all these accessories.
Not bad.
Yeah.
But the Legion builders are always their builder packs, like the Orc builder was amazing. And I love that you get the female or the male bodies in that one.
Well, yeah, those were the Aether Deluxe Legion builders, and yeah, pretty much the same thing. You were a hip joint away from having two complete figures with those, and it's the same thing here. You're literally hip joints away from having two complete figures, and yeah, this right here, hands down, one of my favorites of all time, just because of how much stuff you get from it. I actually got mine sitting in my pile of loot. I already have one that I ordered from the store Horseman. I got my other one sitting in my pile of loot from that Big Bad Toy Store because at the time I was pre-ordering from them when this wave was up for pre-order. So I got to get that shipped out soon. But yeah, guys, I said I was going to go, and I've been here a couple minutes longer than I should. I got to get to bed.
Rest.
We love you,
I
brother.
will get some rest.
And we will see you
guys
tomorrow.
too. Do that in about another 22, 23 hours.
Right? Well, I will probably jump back on with you guys at some
Yep.
point in time over the next several hours. But yeah, I'm going to catch some rest right now.
Awesome, brother. I look forward to you, man. Thank you.
And we have
Take care,
Man,
everybody.
else in the chat.
I will see you guys later.
Peace out, brother.
Take care. Thanks for stopping through, Oz.
What's
Hello.
up? ¿Qué lo
Hey, how's
que?
it going?
You doing good, brother?
Yes. And we were just I was just commenting on that undead builder, and this little something I put together today.
That was fire.
That's
That
it.
is a
Make it
very
big.
cool.
There
Yeah,
you go.
that is very freaking cool.
That looks awesome.
I don't think the retro goblin is hitting. Isn't hitting either, Jeff. That's just my
Right.
personal opinion. Man, I don't think you have enough mythics. I do love your Nightcrawler though. You look at his background. Look at the Nightcrawler
Yep.
just chilling
I
on
can
his
see
shelf.
him just sitting on the shelf.
Yeah, I was like, you need another Nightcrawler though. You need to get this one. I think this one is. I love this one with the angry head sculpt.
I do want to get that one.
This is by far out of that whole wave. I think this figure and Marrow are the two best figures from that wave, hands down. Main reason I got this. So Oz said he hopped up at the wrong time. I know, a fellow Legionnaire, man, a guy that loves the Cabal. You know.
Well, see, one Legionnaire taps out, another one takes his place.
I swear, is it like the What was it? The Hydra? You chop off one head, two take place. So I have a question for you, because I am not. I feel like I'm Cabal adjacent. I love the figures. I have a few. I had a lot at one point, then I had to get rid of them. Then I got back into it, and I've kind of kept myself at bay because Marvel hits me. Like, as I look at my desk, there's just a ton of figures. What got you into Mythic Legions?
So I think I'm on a bit of a delay. Am I on a delay?
It seems like a
You
delay.
shouldn't be,
You shouldn't be.
unless you're watching YouTube. If you're watching YouTube, then you're on a
Oh,
delay.
did I not turn that part off?
No, you didn't. I've done that too a few times. It's all right.
I've never done it this way before, so
Oh, well, welcome.
now we're on the same page. I've been, it's midnight Friday night here, so let's just say
It's 3 in the morning, my
I
friend.
may not, I may
For
not.
us.
I thought it might have been me just seeing double, but instead of seeing double, I was hearing double. But so yeah, I got into Mythic Legions really via Cosmic Legions. I'm a Star Wars guy.
Ooh,
So
very nice.
so that's kind of I saw those, and it was kind of they're raising their prices. I'm like, well, let me check out I think it was book 2, and it was like I like a good deal, so I did the all in, and then I ended up some of my toy photography buddies were going to Legions Con, and it was near where my sister-in-law lived, and so I convinced my wife to go. So then I was like, well, I should get some of these Legions figures if I'm going to go check it out. So like it was when like the Headless Horseman came out, and I got a Sura Wayne, and I'm like, oh, these are pretty cool. But I went to like the Legions Con just to like meet up with some toy photography buddies I'd known forever, like Blitz Figs. I hung out with Realm of Toys there. You might know them. So like just some of those people, and I wasn't really that into the Cabal community. And then I went there, and it was just like you get swept up in it. You're hooked from there.
The Cabal definitely is extremely welcoming. Like, I've known Ryan. I know the Purple Gang guys. I know Ish is a very good friend of mine as well. I think that like parts of the Cabal that like I love was just like meeting these people, and like Ryan instantly just took me in. Like, he was just like, I felt like I've known Ryan for like 25 years. And I love that with you and Tony and the other crew. Like, you guys, like, I felt like I've known y'all for so long that we just sat there talking.
Yeah.
It was just like, I think the Cabal does such a great job, and it's one of the few things. There's toxicity like with everything in every toy community, but it's a lot less in the Cabal than I've seen anywhere else.
Yeah. Well, before coming in here, I was in the Legions chat in the Cabal. So I was, talking in there with like some people like, Brian from Carver Customs is in there every week. David Williams, some other people, Joe Martinez, and we, we're in there. Like I go probably 3 out of 4. Fridays I'm in there. Colin's in there. We had Walter was in there today.
Nice.
Chatting with us.
He lives like 30 minutes from my house.
Oh damn. Yeah, so you just get some people going there, and we chat about Big G, Greg is in there, like, and we just we chat about not just Legion stuff, we just chat about whatever stuff, like what's going on, and so those guys are super cool. Yeah, so like this is usually Fridays I'm in there chatting with them after the wife goes to bed.
Yeah, it's funny. So my wife ended up taking a nap around the same time I took a nap to be up for the stream, but our toddler took a nap with her.
Naps.
So now my toddler is wide awake with me, and my wife is knocked out. So, and our teen is at a sleepover. So it's like, I've been trying to, I was like, you'll fall asleep eventually. And she's like, no, Papa, I'm good. And I'm like, shit. She's wide awake. But that she's on her laptop chilling, watching her little show.
She's wired and ready.
Yeah, she loves it. She said, oh, Dave, I gotta tell you, when I stepped off camera, she said to me, is that Uncle Dave? I love him. She just wants you to know she loves you. That's her uncle, man. She loves him. I love that. That's another thing that I think Toys has been, I've met you guys, like I said, Matt, when I saw you guys on stream and I started being in your chats and I started watching your videos, I loved it because I felt like it's this distinct brotherhood that we, has been lacking in a community where there is a lot of, like we said, there's a lot, but we don't want to focus on bad. And I'm glad that when I found you guys, it's just, I was welcome. And like I said, I've talked with you, I've talked with Tony, and I talk a lot. I talk to him every day. So it's like I've been blessed to meet people through the Cabal that are now like lifelong friends. And it's a great feeling. And I think that that's something that I like that for Horsemen, they themselves like nurture that love and they support that. I wish that Hasbro, and maybe it's because it's a grassroots company, that they nurture their community better than I think Hasbro or NECA, or where we're a $1 billion company or we're a multi-million-dollar company. You guys will buy our shit regardless, instead of like actually giving a damn about like what we're doing and how we're doing well with the figures and supplying you with the templates. Because like I said, I have several. They're on this shelf here. I have to take them out of their box. They need to breathe. But I felt bad about missing out. Did you get Ganesh?
Yeah, I got that ordered. Yep.
Nice. I did not yet. I will have to get on the next wave because I did want to get the whole.
I was with such certainty.
I say that with certainty because
I meant
they're gonna release it again. I think in a couple months.
Yeah, they said that and I think that when they release it again, I will get this. I'm hoping they release it with the pin, like they do with like all the other ones. They give you that whole specialty pack for like I think like $90. I'm gonna go all in on that one because I want that figure for my like. I'm taking a Mythic Legions and I'm kind of doing like a D&D shelf. Okay. So I have different characters. I've grabbed like a Dark Elf. I have my Orc, and I have like the Scar figure, which I absolutely love because he fits in with the Mythic Legions. Like amazing figure. I'm like, there's a lot, and then of course, just seeing that Maxilius, I'm just like, damn it, man! Why do we have to look at that? Because I'm like, that figure looks dope, and I put him on the shelf too. But I didn't know you were into. I didn't know you were into Marvel Legends as well. I do see the look at the Professor X up there too. So, are you with superheroes? Where are you more of a X-Men fan? And I'm
look at your shelf. Look at that high. Who's all up on that highest shelf over there?
I see Wolverine. I see Omega Red, which is amazing.
That's like basically my Wolverine shelf with, Wolverine based, Omega Red, some Deadpool. Nice. But yeah, Wolverine. Well, Star Wars is probably my number one, but I think Wolverine's my number one character.
Wow, that's awesome. So, did you pick up the newest that Dakin? Did you pick up the Helverine?
No, I haven't got any of. I don't really like. I haven't been buying Marvel Legends like I really, even Star Wars, like unless I see it at Ross, I don't buy it. It's just it's kind of a space issue. And like I don't need to spend, like I don't need more, I guess. You know what I mean? So like unless I see it at Ross for $5.99, like I'm not really getting it. Like I don't get the FOMO. I only get FOMOs for, I was talking about, I get FOMOs for good deals. I don't get FOMOs for figures, but like, if there's something on sale and I miss it, then I get FOMO.
Oh no, and I think that's 100%. It's funny, Dave and I've talked about this too. I think the closest two figures recently I almost had FOMO and Dave got for me was the Professor X, that the Genosha Professor X, which I've been wanting, and then the Target exclusive, which Dave got me, and then the Punisher, the MCU Punisher, which that was Dave also found that one for me as well. He got it from me. So those two figures were like the ones I was like, damn it, I missed out the pre-order. Like, damn it, I missed out like this. And I'm getting them. So it makes me feel comfortable. But I know that a lot of people are waiting for Ross. And I think, and I'm gonna ask you this, since as a collector that will go to Ross to get to see the deals there, are you thinking that's part of why we're seeing a little bit of a trending away from the bigger companies, a little bit more of a rise in third party stuff like lately, where people are like more caring about like what's Haya doing, what's Jada Toys is freaking killing it right now. Like, do you think that's what we're seeing a trend more towards now?
It's because like that, all of those figures you mentioned are all really awesome looking figures. That I would have 2 years ago, I probably would have totally pre-ordered. But I think it's more of a space. Like I have enough Professor X's, or you know what I mean? Like I have because I'm at a point where I look more stuff at in my toy photography, quote unquote, my toy photography, where like I'm not going to shoot it all, and I don't have space to display it all. So it's kind of like, if I'm not going to display it and I'm not going to shoot it, then what am I getting it for? And the thing with Mythic Legions is, and even some stuff like Savage Crucible or AWOC, is it's more project based. I look at it more as like, I'm not buying a figure, I'm buying like something to create something else with.
Of course.
And mess around with it. And I buy 3D printed parts. I dabble in painting again. My painting's probably worse than my toy photography. But and I like to make dios.
Do you do any 3D printing yourself?
So I have a 3D printer that I've had for about 2 years that I have yet to put together.
Is it an Ender? Be honest.
Yes. But I got it like cheap one day. I'll get it and I'll screw around with it and see if I like it, and then if I do it and I'll upgrade. But
I started with an Ender, Ender 3 Max. I hated it because leveling was the bane of my existence.
That's what I heard.
Because you have your four dials underneath it. You have to perfectly balance it, and I can never do that to save my life. So ultimately, I wound up selling that, sold it for less than what I got, honestly, because anything you buy is going to immediately depreciate. But my wife's job, there's a guy that she works with he 3D prints all the time, Bamboo Labs. So I said, okay, I'm going to get I got the bare basic P1P. Eventually, I wound up buying the casing separately to modify to what's called the P1S, so it's enclosed. And I also have what's called the AMS, which allows me to do multicolor printing.
Oh, yeah.
So, and I don't know if you can tell Ghostbuster Proton Packs behind me. So I'm a charity cosplayer myself. And Dre, I've been sending him 3D printed stuff. I'm actually printing a new Proton Pack for a new project that I'm doing. With the exception of this cap, this is all one piece.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, there's a lot of amazing stuff. Like, you could print figure stands. You can print I would show you, but I already packed them up for Dre. I printed out some diorama pieces. They basically look like part of the Fortress of Solitude.
Yeah, I'll get
basically.
it so I can show it.
He has one. I'm sending him 3 more. But he's gonna custom paint them so that they have that white kind of frost look to them. But like there's tons of files that you can get for free, but then there's also files you can buy.
Yeah.
Because Dre, he's a limited G.I. Joe fan himself. So he had this one person boat called a Devilfish. So that's one of the things I printed up for him. So he was a big fan of the G.I. Joe Devilfish. So what I did was I found the files. They were upscaled and classified. So I printed him the boat. That was a learning process because sometimes the stuff doesn't fit all on one bed. So you have to kind of slice it in the program. And then, bond the 2 pieces here. He's grabbing it right now.
Oh, damn.
And that's actually in half when I print it. I had to bond it and glue it together.
Like top piece, bottom piece kind of thing, or half, or down the middle?
Slice down the middle.
Oh, damn.
But you really can't tell unless you're really, really up close to it. I also printed the motor for the back, torpedoes, rockets, and everything else. So yeah,
that's cool.
There's a lot of stuff you can do, which is just, it's just mind-boggling.
There's just not enough time. There's just not enough time in the day, though.
The thing is, they what I love about Bamboo, and I'm not trying to push it on you, but what I love is I have an app on my phone. So I can monitor it. There's a built-in camera in the app or in the printer, so you can watch it. It's Wi-Fi based, so you don't have to load the files onto a memory card and then load it into it. I can just send it right from my computer to the printer's like right behind me, actually, right here. And I just let it run. Like some prints might be 2 hours. I actually have some prints that are going to be. I have to print a bumper for the Proton Pack. That's going to be about a 10-hour print right there. But I can set it and forget it, and it levels itself. Unlike some printers where like the extruder is like moving around, this thing, the bed itself moves up and down, and it does auto leveling anytime you start something.
So you don't have to hassle with that.
Yeah, so it's very user friendly. There is still a curve, especially if you're learning stuff at first. But like I tell a lot of people, YouTube. You find YouTube videos, you find the answers for it. There's like Facebook groups. But like, I'm printing out like transistor parts for the Proton Pack. Stuff like this. It looks like it could be a legitimate transistor, but just plastic. So it can be addicting. I've done a Dr. Doom mask before. I've dabbling with a bunch of other stuff, but right now I'm working on building a Back to the Future themed Proton Pack.
Back to the Future themed Proton Pack?
Let me show you.
Like powered by a flux capacitor or what? Like how does that work?
Dre, now, Matt, you can see the logo on the screen that says Ride for Roswell, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's going to go away for a second.
Oh.
Several years ago, I built that out of an 80% scale Spirit Halloween Proton Pack, painted it silver. That flux capacitor is a Yahtzee flux capacitor, so when you move around, it lights up automatically. So that was perfect for like walking around. It's going to be lighting itself up. I got a bunch of what they call L wire, like the blue lights that you see wrapped around the hoses. I had little battery packs for that. I took a flat version of it, put it on the bumper. I put a little screen mesh over it with a little oxygen hose that I glued onto it, painted it silver so it looks like the front bumper of the DeLorean when it lights up. And I had a car lighter adapter, Mr. Fusion, that I put right on the front of it. And because it was so small and I was really heavy, I was close to 500 pounds at the time. Right now I'm around 380 myself. I had lost some weight, but what I did was to add a little bit of size to it, I put this tube on the side on the one side of it where you see the lights.
Yeah.
That's a clear tube with PVC elbows connected to it. I painted them, and then I put LED lights inside and filled it up with hair gel.
Yeah.
That was the temporal slime filter. So it was
like like a neon light. That's cool.
because it was the 35th anniversary of Ghostbusters, so it was 6 years ago. And I was going to a Comic-Con that Christopher Lloyd was going to be at with a DeLorean for taking photos. So I was going to do the photo op with him. So I figured, hey, I love Ghostbusters. I love Back to the Future. Well, and I remember reading a fan fiction back in the 90s of, in the movie Ghostbusters, you hear Ray quickly mention, "Oh, you've never worked in the private sector." So I was like, "Hey, well, I remember reading a story that Doc Brown worked with Ray Stans once." And so I'm like, "Okay, what would happen if they built a proton pack together?" And that was the concept.
That's cool.
So I sold that to fund the first HasLab proton pack that they did. So I don't have that anymore. But I'm like, okay, I have my 3D printer. What if I just 3D print the entire thing? So that's kind of what I'm doing right now is I'm printing parts.
So, but you sold a proton pack to buy a proton pack.
Yeah, because the thing was, one, it was an 80% scale, and I have 1-to-1 scale proton packs here now.
Okay.
So, and I really wasn't doing a lot with it. And I'll be honest, after I sold it, like maybe 6 or 7 months later, I started kind of like kicking myself a little bit. Because it was before I started doing charity cosplay, and a lot of people were kind of like, "Hey, you were that," because like when I joined the group that I'm a part of, one of the guys was like, "Hey, yeah, you're Dave Farrell." I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "You're the one that built the Back to the Future pack." I was like, "Yeah," and the other guys were like, "Yeah." So it's like the guy knew me without knowing me, so. It was kind of a cool thing. Now, some people knew me because I built this thing, and then eventually I started YouTube. I joined the Buffalo Ghostbusters here in Buffalo, New York, and we do events year round. We even do an annual event now at the Firehouse every year in New York City.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so it's a bit crazy. It's insane, but it's just I like 3D printing because I like being able to kind of like build with your hands, But like, here, let me pull this up.
You manufacture your own stuff. Basically.
I mean, these are the parts I've been printing. So I'm almost done building basically the physical parts of the proton pack, and then I just have to print like the little greebles, like the elbow parts, and then get the wiring. I do have to do some sanding on here, so I can paint it. Because
are you good with all the painting and stuff? Are you good at that part too?
Well,
are you like that? You like doing the painting too?
I like the painting. It's just sometimes it doesn't come out as well.
Yeah.
Because I don't have a house. We live in a second floor apartment in an apartment building. So when I do painting, I'm usually doing it on the balcony, or I might take the parts, take them over to my brother's house. He has a big yard, so I can just kind of like paint the stuff outside there.
Yeah.
I do want to get a little airbrush kit for doing the finer stuff. But like,
yeah, like I could see you doing this with an airbrush.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really that great with airbrushing, but I mean, like, this part is all one solid piece, so I could do something that big in the printer. And I figured I'm using this as a silver base, and then once I glue everything together, because the type of glue you use for 3D printing, it is something you have to be precise, because it's a two-part. You have a spray. Seriously, my camera does this thing when I do certain gestures, zooms in, zooms out. So one part is a spray, the other part is a liquid. As soon as they contact, it automatically bonds instantly. There's no holding for 30 seconds. There's no holding for 5 seconds. It's there. So you have to make sure everything lines up perfectly. I have to buy some spot putty so I can blend the lines away, sand it down so that there's no seams, and then paint it with the silver chrome paint. Millennium Workshop, who does a lot of prop making, he's been helping me with that stuff. Giving me references to what I can use, what I can't use. But yeah, this is the basis for the thing I'm building right now. Let me see if I can pull up some of the other stuff here.
That's gonna be crazy. And then you have like
Because
your jumpsuit you wear, or
oh yeah, I have a couple. I have a couple suits. Because like
do
if you're
you
going,
have a Doc Brown combo suit?
no, the first year, the first time I did this, because I was a big guy. I had a custom flight suit made because I couldn't just buy it off the rack, unfortunately. So I paid like $220 for a suit, but the thing was the fabric was not a breathable fabric. It's like it's actually meant to be like a paramedic's flight suit. So you can't have like the wind and like it's got to keep you nice and warm. I wore that thing in June. It was like 90 some odd degrees, and then you're at a Comic Con and you're wearing that. Now imagine you're almost 500 pounds asthmatic. It was
Feels
a
like you're wearing
terrible
trash bags, probably.
it was a terrible experience to say the least. And that also prompted me to finally make the decision to go ahead, and I went through gastric bypass as per my doctor to help my diabetes. I got much healthier. Um, but yeah, that was hell. So this time around, I'm doing jeans and a t-shirt. I already told Dre the concept I have for my original Ghostbusters Back to the Future logo. I'm gonna do. I'm talking to a friend who's gonna try and make that for me. As soon as I can make it, I'll upload it to TeePublic or was it the Redbubble or one of those sites so I can make the shirt. Uh, this I actually made a light box.
That's cool.
So yeah, with 3D printing, there's a lot of crazy stuff you can do. I mean, that's why you see people with their own Etsy shops. I made a Ghostbusters Engineer Core light box. There's just tons of stuff you can do. The Hot Toys. I was playing around with an app. I've done a dice, like for people who play D&D. You can just drop the dice right in the Green Lantern, and it comes out. So it's a little dice tower.
Oh, that's fun.
Oh yeah, these Philadelphia Eagles Thor hammer. I also did a Buffalo Bills one.
Yeah, he is a little interested in the 3D printing, just a little.
Yeah. Yeah, and how many things did I 3D print for you? I made you your little custom sign for your layer.
Oh wait! You mean this one that's over here that I'm going to put up tomorrow? So I'm actually going to try to take a second to actually do this, but it is. Ba-ba!
Geek Day layer.
That's because that when we moved into the new house, my wife knew I was taking one of the rooms, and boom, Geek Day layer.
You got to have your army of mini puffs.
Which he sent his niece over here, a bunch of them, and my wife wanted to try to take one, and she said, "No, those are mine."
I have to print some more for this June, so I'll print some to send to you.
Meredith will dig it because she's a Ghostbuster low key fan. So
yeah. So this is the app I use where literally it shows you the status. You can pause it, you can stop it. Does everything. Like I could literally, if I'm not home and I know my printer is turned on and I have the right filament plugged in, I could just send a file and I'll start printing it.
Yeah, that's
just
cool.
Jurassic Park stuff. It's addicting, but it's a fun hobby though. And I mean, some people turn them into a business. Yeah, there you go. There's Dre's boat when I completed it.
Yep, I had to put he actually got me the labels to put on it too because, like, you heard him say the story. My mom bought this. My mom bought me the devilfish when I was a little kid, and I used to play with it in the bathtub, and it was that god awful, ugly orange gray color. But I had wetsuit, and I used to play with it and put it in there. And him 3D printing that for me was awesome. I know he's actually going to be working on it for us as well. What's it was called? Slaughter's Marauders tank. The one that
I have the files
came
for
with that came with the Sergeant Slaughter figure. I'll be hopefully getting one of those as well, and I'll be putting that up here. I love it.
That's cool.
Heavily
modifying. There's just so much stuff you can do. You can customize, dios, 3D print. It's all fun stuff.
It's addicting. Let's see here. I'm trying to see if I can find some other
but
stuff.
But that's kind of like I said, like nowadays I buy less, more like what's going to go on the shelf and more like what's going to give me like something to do, you know, like. So like my Mythic Legions, and I keep most of them. Probably do half and half, like keep them as they come, and the other half I just break into parts. And
there's some Ghostbuster gear right there. Suit, belt, gloves.
That's awesome.
Spear Halloween PKE. Of course, now I have 2 in the box.
You ready to go? We be fast and they be slow.
Slow,
Got
exactly.
my cat. She's all suited up.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, I think that's one thing I was saying with that Thundercats MOTU wave that's coming. I think it's cool that they're getting us back to that. The love of us having a figure that you can it's modular, that I can mix the pieces up, and they did that on a lot of those MOTU Origin figures have that pop and swap kind of vibe to it. Not so much I feel the Masterverse, but again, I don't collect Masterverse anymore, so I feel like it's you see it a lot more with.
I feel judgment.
Well, no, there's no judgment. I don't collect them anymore. I did when I can't. There's just no when it comes to who had to catch the axe. They were a quick one to catch the axe.
Now this is the difference between 80% on the left and 1-to-1 scale on the right.
Oh yeah.
So you can see.
You can see the size difference.
Oh yes. And by the way, the one on the right is much, much heavier because it is not 3D print. That is all resin.
The one on the left's all resin?
Yes. Oh, I mean, there's about maybe 15% of it is 3D print, but the rest of it is resin.
No, I get it. Damn.
Yeah.
So
it's got some heft to it. Just a wee bit of heft. I'm trying to find some better pictures of the Flux pack. Gotta go back so many years. Hey, Instagram, just make a filter so we can scan through our
They should. I'm surprised they don't.
Because that would make sense.
That would.
Yep. Yeah, I got to blast my wife.
I was looking down when you said that, and I was like,
I know, Dave, that sounded really bad after the word left your mouth.
Didn't it say earlier to keep it clean here? Like
I know, Dave.
Hey, I didn't say finger blast. Jesus.
So you can cuss. Like, cussing is not a bad thing. We were saying that there's some people that were interested that I was interested in reaching out to, but I know their content is a little bit more risque. And I like giving you guys a platform, Dave, and I love that about what we do. We give a platform to other YouTubers to talk about themselves. But
here's a better picture of the first version of it. The bar on the side kind of fell off, so I replaced it and put the light one I put you in there. I told you about. But this was just everything was just kind of patched together.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he don't play, man. That's his. You take his 2 favorite things, Ghostbusters and Back to the Future, and you put it together. I mean, that's like putting Spider-Man and like Batman together. Like you get like when Dave was talking about earlier, the Arrak Knight.
Spider-Man. What?
Oh god, that'd be creepy as hell. But I bet you that shit lives in Australia. A Spider-Man, something that's just evil like that.
That sounds like something from the Outback.
Exactly, something that the Aborigine people are like. Yeah, crikey, I heard about that.
But
Mike, it's over there.
Here's the resin. I had to. It didn't come assembled, so I had to assemble it, paint it. I put actual real clipper valves on it.
Mr. B, the donation link is actually is clipped. It is actually in our description of the video. So if you go there, you can find the link there, and you can do a direct link.
If you go right here, you'll see the link right there, Mr. B.
Hey, no Diddy. I like that. I love that that's become the new vernacular. My brother says it all the time, man. He's like, no Diddy, Gary, no Diddy.
Yes, this is a 24-hour stream. We are almost 3 hours in.
Hey, my Latin Legion's brother here, Alberto.
I love it.
What's up, Alberto?
I love it. I do have a little bit.
No, no Diddy, no baby lotion here. I'm sorry.
I do have a little bit of her on the chest. I don't hide it. You know, I have puberty. But yeah, if you want to donate, Mr. B, we have the link there. It goes right to.
You just click it takes you right here.
Right there. And whatever you want to put in, you gift whatever you want.
Yep.
$10 gets you on the actual wheels, which
gets you on every wheel.
In about 30 minutes, we'll be doing the first wheel.
And Mr. B, the grand prize later tonight, the final wheel will be a Star Wars Hot Toy, 1/6 scale figure.
Brand new, in the shipper, never been taken out. So you'll be.
So do you guys have to be present for these, or what are the? If I may ask, the
what? Oh, the prizes.
Do you have to be present for the prizes, or how's that?
No, you don't. No. Is what we're asking is that first you donate $10. You take a screenshot of that $10 if you're not communicating with us directly, and you message it to either Dave's_Dimension on Instagram or Dre the Geek Dad on Instagram. Send us the screenshot of your donation and send us your screen name and your real first and last name. So if you win, we'll contact you. So you don't have to be present.
And yeah, shipping's on us.
Yep.
Do not. Shipping is on Dave and myself. It's coming out of our pockets.
As long as it's within the United States, yes.
Yeah, as long as it's within the CONUS, the U.S. folks. I'm sorry to any of our international people that we do have. If you happen to win something,
I mean, like, say if it's someone who's right. Let's say there's someone in Toronto that wins. Well, I can meet up with them because I'm right here in Buffalo, New York. Well, Grand Island is like Niagara Falls is just 10 minutes from me. We go over there. We can meet up. Now, as far as you getting it back over the border, that's on you.
Exactly. Yeah, but whoever, if you donate the $10, we have you on the wheel. Like Dave said, you reach out to one of us. I will state this. I will put you in contact with Andrew of TOYCO. So if you do happen to win the SH FIGUARTS Demon Slayer figure, that's something that you will have to. I will give you his contact information. If you can't reach out to him through Facebook or IG, you will have to give me your information and I will pass it on to him. That way he will be able to ship you out your figure if you will.
The prizes we are giving away, we have a couple mystery boxes. One of them is a G.I. Joe Classifieds. You get 2 figures in that. That's sponsored by me. We are giving away a $25 gift card to HELLADOPE Toys, courtesy of Ed, aka Action Figs. We have a MOTU Turtles box that we're giving away. That's 2 figures, sponsored by Dre. We have another G.I. Joe Classified 2-figure mystery box that I'm giving away. We have an SH FIGUARTS courtesy of Andrew of TOYCO, and we have all of his links in the video description below. And we do suggest you reach out to that amazing website, find some awesome buys, because currently he is eating tariffs. So he's selling figs, and he's still making sure that you don't have to worry about those tariffs.
So those of you that don't know, this figure is like $125 on Big Bad Toys. Andrew is eating the tariff cost and selling this for $85. Shipped. Folks, you're not losing out. Very awesome.
This is the sealed Hot Toy box. It's still sealed, never opened.
And I just want to say $10 gets you into all the prize wheels.
Yes.
So if you're really looking at it, $10, that's not really a donation. That's more of a raffle. So I would encourage you to, in the interest of good karma, that that's for the prizes. But then if you're in it for the, you can donate more than $10.
Well, we've had a few people who've donated 50. We've had a few people donate 100.
Nice.
So I mean, you'll see on the wheel that we have a lot of names that are repeated.
Oh, so if you donate in $10 increments, you can get more spots. Is that?
Yes, sir.
So
yes, sir.
we had a couple people donate $10 or $100 a piece. So that's 10 entries right there.
And
that's very valuable information to give out to the public.
Yes, sir.
And I did tell my coworkers about this. So I know several of you are watching. I appreciate you. If you do choose to go through Dave's link, and you guys do follow me on Instagram,
Mr. B, follow me, I do have it. Thank you very much.
So reach out to me if you do donate. It will get you on the wheel. If I don't get it, make sure to reach out to Dave. Again, the link goes right to them. Like I told everybody expressively at work, it does. No money comes through our hands. It goes right
Goes
to the
directly
Ride
to
for
Ride for
Roswell.
Roswell.
So
Because Ride for Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Institute, they're the oldest cancer facility here in the United States. They started in 1898, actually,
and
by a doctor by the name of Roswell Park.
And I did tell Dave this. This is how serious I take this, especially like I mentioned it last week, Matt. My family's going through a bit of an issue with cancer right now. We're at a bit. We're kind of we've lost many family members, but this one is a person that still is now dealing possibly with this. So we're trying to like this means more to me this year than ever. And I will say that I went so far as my job does. I work. Everybody knows I work for Progressive Insurance. They have where we can opt to put a donation, like for the company to donate to. And Roswell's Institute, actually for Oncology, which is what their official name is, they are listed under the groups that we can nominate. So I know several of my coworkers did the same thing I did. So we were able to nominate it. So hopefully if it gets selected, it can be one of the many groups that benefit from getting a nice sizable donation from our company. So I felt like they needed to get that press and out there. So it's important. So even if you don't do it, and like I said, and I said this before, I'm gonna say this again. I'll keep saying it. I'm not digging in your pockets. Dave's not digging in your pockets. The fact that Matt is spending his time with us means more to me than your money.
Mr. B, you are all set.
So if you guys know that you want to donate, you're free to do that. We appreciate you.
Thanks, Alberto.
Yeah,
Alberto, gracias, man. I love it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Cancer is a cause that Mr. B is close to his heart. Won't go into it, but we've all had someone that we've lost or known someone who's been affected by cancer in one shape or another. Dre knows this. My father, when he passed away, we found out he was hiding cancer from us. He was a Vietnam vet. That's most likely where he got it from Agent Orange. My mother, she did not die from cancer, but she was a lifelong skin cancer patient. And it affected her in such a way physically that she never wanted photos taken of her face because every couple of years, she would have blending of skin from her cheek to her nose. It wasn't anything life threatening, but she would go for laser treatments through Roswell. But it affected her psychologically in such a way she never wanted photos. So when she passed away, we had to struggle to find photos. I mean, that's something kind of sad. Most people have tons of photos of their parents. Some not so much. My wife has a lot of people in her family lost to cancer. So it's something that, is near and dear. My wife's been doing, I think this is her 9th or 10th year riding in the Ride for Roswell. I started as like her bike mechanic and then I joined her. This is my 5th year now. The past 2 years I've done the international route because you ride from downtown Buffalo across the border, the Peace Bridge into Canada. And then we ride along Canada, come back across the Rainbow Bridge by Niagara Falls, and then back to the University of Buffalo campus. So that's been a 44-mile bike ride. This year I'm doing a 35-mile, which is more of a rural country route. But yeah, it's a great thing. And one of the big powerful things that I take away is right in the beginning, right before you begin your ride, they announce how much money they've raised, but then they also ask for anyone who is a cancer survivor to put your hand up. You might think maybe you might see 5 or 10 people. It's been like 20 or 30 people all around you, which is mind blowing because then you get to see this is what you've been working towards. These people, one, it blows you away to see that this many people have fought and won, and then 2, they're giving back to that cause. So that's part of what keeps me going is that. And I kind of wish that my father would have found the strength, but I get that he was in his 70s. He had a lot of health issues as it was, and he, it takes a not just a physical toll, but it takes a psychological toll.
I mean, I uprooted my entire life. A lot of people don't know this story. Dave does. My mom moved from New York to North Carolina. We lost my uncle to cancer, liver cancer, years ago, well over a decade ago. My
Thank you,
mom moved
Alberto.
here, and when she moved here, she ended up getting diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia, and I uprooted my entire life to come here to take care of her. I then moved back home for about 3 months. She didn't return my phone calls. Got worried. Flew down here with three of her sisters, my aunts. Found out that she was out of remission a year after she had just survived, and changed my whole life perspective. And then this will be her 11th year anniversary of her passing in June, the day after Father's Day, June 18th. So it always carries a very big part of my heart. My littlest one is named after my mom, Lorelai Evelyn. Evelyn was my mom's name. She looks like my mom. I lost my uncle. I lost my father-in-law. This disease does not know name. It does not know race. It does not know anything except that it will take, and it does put a toll. I mean, like I said, I
Cancer
uprooted my
doesn't
life,
care, so we have to,
and we do. And like I said, I don't put my personal life out like that, but I do with YouTube. I sometimes do. This is something that means a lot to Dave and myself. And when we say that we don't want you guys, if you guys don't have it, share this to friends of yours, family. If they want to donate, they're free to. If they want to participate in this, they're free to. If they just want to donate because they're good people, do it. Every penny means somebody else gets a chance to live another day.
Alberto, what I would like you to do is either to message Dre at Dre the Geek Dad on Instagram, or message me at Dave's _dimension on Instagram. Our links are in the video description below. Because if you're drawn to win one of the prizes, we want to be able to reach you.
Yeah, Alberto, just reach out to me. I think I follow you on Instagram, Alberto, so just hit me up, and that way I can just we'll make sure you're on the wheel. Our first wheel, folks, does go up in 15 minutes. So right at the top of the hour at 4 a.m., we're going to be going and put you guys in. So again, Matt said it beautifully. It's you want to do more, do more. If you can't, you have opportunities. This thing the link doesn't go dead. It stays open all year round. So
it closes. I think technically it closes around maybe August or September, possibly.
Their donation link on their website. I reached out to their people. I actually had to reach out to their HR for my job. So they're open. They have a link
for Roswell Park Center itself. That'll stay open. The Ride for Roswell, they sometimes will shut down the link like in the fall. I have had that happen once or twice before, but that's probably because it's a separate link for that site directly. But yep. Ow. Boy.
Hey, Alberto, my heart goes out to you, brother.
Yeah, man, Alberto. I didn't even.
I'm sad that you're going through that. And if you do need to talk to somebody that lost a parent, or not, I don't want to say that you're losing your dad. Please don't. I don't think that at all. But if you need to talk what it's like to go through something with a parent, hit me up, because my wife and I have gone through it, and I will be a sounding board. You can talk to me. I'll give you my number if you want to text me. Again, people know I don't bullshit. When it comes to this, it is serious and a connectivity that you need, because I didn't have that. When my mom was sick, I was by myself down here. I didn't have everybody around me. So it is a lot to deal with. So I bless you and your dad. My prayers and everything go into that positive energy for you. So please feel free, hit me up.
And you can always hit me up, Alberto, but Alberto will hit me up more for like a barbarian figure or something instead.
Well, I mean, hey, we got to do that sometimes.
Well, I can admit I've never bought a Mythic Legion, but I have been gifted one. Technically two.
You got gifted two?
Yeah. Dre gifted this one to me, and I forgot what the name of the other one was, but it's kind of like a She-Ra one.
Oriana.
Vitus is dope, though. He's a good one.
Yeah, I got that was my very first Mythic Legions I bought. But then Dave had told me, we've been friends for a while now, and I knew he had this interest in Roman guards. And he was like, I was like, oh, I got the perfect gift to send you. So I sent it to him. And then he was looking, because he's into MOTU, a lot bigger than I am. I sent him the She-Ra tribute figure. So he has her too. And I ended up getting her through a trade with all these awesome like extras that the original figure didn't come with. So Dave got that, and I said I had to gift that to him, because it's when somebody you know is into that stuff, I gotta give. you got to give back every now and then. You know, so
I have tomorrow. Well, actually, today at this point, we're having my wife has some nieces and nephews coming over, and 4 of them they're all siblings, and my wife's sister, she passed away to cancer about 2 years ago, and all 4 of them have kids that are all under the age of 2, and then her other niece is coming, and her mom's currently about to start radiation, and it's just like, and the kids, like it's just, I don't know, it was just so weird that this all happened at the same time, because I mean, it's not something that I think about, but for some reason lately, it's been very, very prevalent, in my life. I have my cousin, his wife, she's having surgery. It just seems more. You can't not be affected by it. You can't not. You can't not be affected.
I have a family member who's the same age as me. She's going through this right now. She has stage 4, but they have her to the point on the medication that they have her on, the treatment they have her on. She's back at work. She's back to having a life. She's on a regiment, but they're holding it at bay the last time I spoke with her. So I mean, that's the thing. For some people they hear that dreaded C word, and they think that it's not a one-way ticket. I mean, there are situations that, obviously the treatments can take a toll on a person's body. They can, the thoughts of it, the stress of it can really rack your mind. And let's be honest, some of us have had jobs or situations in our lives where the stress alone can weigh us down. Stress alone can just break us down. And you don't have the faith, or you don't have the, the mental stability, or, you just think that it's hopeless. It's not necessarily hopeless. You can fight back. And that's why I love Roswell, because I mean, since 1898, which is kind of mind-boggling that people have been fighting cancer since then. Since the end of the 1800s, 1898, people have been fighting it, and it blows away that one of the oldest cancer centers is here in Buffalo, and they've helped so many people. Just people in my own life. I mean, that it's I have known people who they get cancer, they fight it, but then it lingers around. That's why like all of us here. I don't know how old you are, Matt, but me and Dre are 47. You get to a certain age, you got to get.
No. I'm
You got to get that old.
I'm holding that till July 18th, my birthday. Don't call me 47 yet. I ain't getting back close to 50 yet.
Okay.
So we're all 78s here then.
Okay.
Yes, baby.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm December.
Okay, October right here.
July.
So, but the thing is we're at a certain age where we gotta go for that prostate check. I gotta make my.
So
I'm not a fan of it, but
wait,
kind of.
So can I make y'all laugh right now? Let's lighten this up a little bit. So
as long as you don't make me cough.
Oh, no, I've made. So my mother-in-law I made her laugh, and my wife the other day. I said, "Hey Ma," I call my mother-in-law Ma. I said, "Hey Ma, guess what? I'm going on June 6th to go get the doctor to see, so they can finally check my own and see if I'm full of shit." And she busted out laughing. My wife thought it was hilarious, and because we as men, we don't want them to go take the dipstick, but I'm getting my colonoscopy because they need to find out and check my oil. So, I'd rather, hey, it's before Father's Day, it's before Rory's birthday, which is perfect. So give me the good news, bad, give me whatever I need to know, good, whatever. And I want to be positive mindset. So I'm not looking forward to it, but yeah. It's not fun. So do what you got to do, folks. For women, you got to get your mammograms. My wife just had, I think, hers earlier this year. And if you're a man, get what you got to get done.
Yeah,
they got to take the prostate. They got to do your colonoscopy. Yeah, they got to grab the quinoles, the huevos, as we say in Spanish. Rather,
Mamos?
hey, find out what you got because You'd rather have the time knowing you got time going down the road than not knowing that that expiration date's a lot closer than you think.
And that, I mean, that just goes not just with cancer, but with everything. Today at my job, it was the deadline for the annual sign up for like medical insurance and stuff. I have insurance through my wife through her job, but what I did was I actually upped my life insurance. Because you get like the basic life insurance, of course, but you got to think like, well, what if something happens? So you put in for a
My
little,
wife
little
has
bit
all of
extra.
this. My wife has all of this if something happens.
Oh yeah, I told the wife.
I
I
mean,
said, go to Dave. God forbid something happens to me. I said, you go to Dave, box all this stuff up. Dave will tell you how to sell it, or where he'll sell it for you and give you all the money for the kids and you.
Alberto's my
Sure.
proxy. Alberto gets the Razor Crest, and he'll make sure everything else gets you some money.
well, I mean,
I don't know what Dave would want.
I
Dave, what would
have
you want for
all this. Well, you
Look at
can't
that.
see some of it because my monitor, but yeah.
Yeah, you got his NECA turtle shelf. Look at that.
I got some of my Joe vehicles right there.
How is steel flying past Joe vehicles? I love that. I've never known that. That is freaking awesome. Just steel, just like this, just like I'm
Got my
Superman
Legos.
in.
Yeah,
Alberto's
because I
happy
mean,
to know.
I mean, come
Alberto's
on.
happy to know he gets my Razor Crest.
Didn't you know John Henry Irons? He developed weapons, right? So he's protecting GI Joe. Come on,
Yeah.
think about it.
Damn, Dave, you were reaching. I love that you got to do that. You got to go deep into the lore is to find a reason, but I love it.
He's one of my favorite figures. What can I say?
Yeah, that Mafex is fire. I love that one. When I got him for dirt cheap off Amazon, and that's the long game I play. If a Mafex comes out I'm pissed at myself that I did not get my Daredevil Mafex when he came out, because that MFR is you got listen
What you mean? You mean this one over
don't
here?
don't man this.
You mean this guy? This handsome hunk right here? With his fine self, like doing a pose for whatever reason. I don't know why I had him on the shelf this way.
I just love that
He's
just
a
doing it. Like,
poser.
Straight up gangster, like just like, yo, I'm Daredevil. What's up?
He's about to start a break dance or something.
I'm
I don't know.
Oh,
I mean,
God.
I got the Back to the Future remote.
I agree
Got
with
my-
you, Alberto. Look at that, Matt. Just so you know, look at the love. Look at the love.
Alrighty. But I know you'd still like that Razor Crest.
Yeah, and he's gonna blow it up, right?
Oh God, that would be the worst thing to ever do. Like, what'd you do? I blew up my Razor Crest. What?
What if he wants to be cremated with the Razor Crest?
Yeah.
Do it like Star Wars, man. Just like look at the ship and just have it Grogu.
What would I be buried with? I don't know. It would
I
probably
think
be
maybe for my
it
girl.
would probably be my Toy Biz Weapon X that I still have, and my Magic Johnson starting lineup.
I think
Oh,
I
geez.
think I think my kids would keep. I think Rory would want to keep my. She loves the Spider-Man hot toys over here. I give her all. She'd have them all.
My wife already has instructions. I want the Viking funeral. I want to be, either put me on a boat and set it on fire.
Over
just
Niagara
do
Falls?
the arrow. Either do
With
that
all your
or,
stuff, though, you'll sink before they even like get you on
Or-
fire with your whole collection. You'll just like
The boat would
Or-
it's
or put me on a pyre. Do it the Time Lord a la Jedi style. Just something like that, because I don't like the idea of me rotting. Me personally, I don't like the idea of one, my family having to spend thousands and thousands of dollars just to put me in a box and then bury me in the ground. I'm just not a fan of that. Both my parents were actually cremated.
Really your ass? Like you come back as a zombie, like dude.
Hey.
start doing it.
You never know. I mean, but no, I just don't like the idea of like, because you got to think about your family spends thousands of dollars to put you in a box in the ground. So it's just not something that's like my parents though. My father, when my mom was cremated, we kept her urn, and then when he passed away, her urn was buried with his, because he had a plot in the military cemetery out here, Forest Lawn in Buffalo. So they got to be buried together.
All right, we got approximately 3 minutes to the first
Get a
wheel.
wood coffin.
3 minutes to the first wheel. I'm excited because I just, like we obviously, my wife and I donated. We donated 50 right now. I know we're going to be doing more later. We didn't put ourselves obviously because my wife, one, she gives two diddly squats about the toys. Two, I'm not putting myself on something that we donated for and worked with Dave and other people to start. So these are all for you all that have done your due diligence and helped out the community.
Plus, knowing your luck, you'd wind up winning your prize.
No, I would. My luck. If I won that prize, I would die laughing. I would just be like, "Who wants it? I'll just give it to you. Would send it away anyway."
No, we would just do the runner up.
Exactly. So I'm excited for this wheel. So Dave, let's get the wheel up and running.
Yeah, this is gonna be a while because we don't do one and done. We do elimination style.
What? Oh no, that's fine.
I thought you were doing one and done. I didn't know. I should have asked questions about this. I didn't ask questions.
When have you ever seen me do one and done?
So are we allowed to, like, how many people are on the wheel?
Yeah. So I think we have like 12 or 16, right? Maybe more now because we had more people donate. So we definitely have a lot more.
Because we do have extras. We have repeat names because of people that donated more than once. So right now we have 52.
Oh.
We have 52 names or 52 chances. Let me just check this real quick.
So I have enough time to run out and come back. That's what I was trying to get to.
Okay, 10 seconds to spin. Do it to 5.
So 10 seconds to spin, 52 people.
He reduced it to 5 seconds now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we got to do the spin 51 times, so.
That's true.
Okay.
I can't do that math. It's too tiring.
I know. I don't do math. I don't math. That's my wife's job.
You can't math the math?
I failed math too many times. That's why I taught social studies. Just remember, I'm that one teacher that when they ever said watch a math class, I would always tell them I'm not, because the kids ain't gonna learn nothing from me, except pull out a calculator or go to the internet, watch a YouTube video.
Here we go. I'm just gonna do one more thing before we start. I'm gonna copy and paste all this just to be safe.
I'll be back in 4 spins.
Go ahead, brother. We will be here.
Come on. There we go. Just want to back
Dave,
up.
my wife was still awake about an hour ago. I was like, honey, you need to go to sleep.
Ooh, Oz is out.
Oh, Oz, I know if you're in the chat, buddy.
Alberto says his father-in-law worked in a graveyard. Trust me, get a wood coffin. Then
wiggle your big toe.
So I can tell you while we do some spinning.
Damn.
Yeah, go ahead, man. What's up?
So I met Alberto at Legions Con 2022.
Oh, nice.
I was in line, and he asked me. He basically cut the line and asked me to buy him a Arether horse 2-pack. And I thought to myself, well, I wasn't going to buy that anyway, so I guess I'll buy it for this scalper. But then it turned out he's just inbox Al. He just likes to buy them and just keep them in their boxes and never let them breathe.
Hold on.
See,
that one did not remove.
I used to be an inbox collector till a very long time ago. I filmed some videos with a friend of mine.
I fixed that.
And when I did this video, he remembers I used to live with roommates before I got married, and I had all my stuff. The only things unboxed were my statues. Like I used to collect a lot of Kotobukiya and DC, the DC essential statues. Those were my big thing. And he's like, Dre, you have all these freaking action figures. Let them fucking breathe. And when he said that to me, he says, "Oh, you just suffocating them." And I got mad. I got like offended when I got off the stream. It just kept playing in my head. I was like, "No, I don't do that. My figures will breathe. Damn it!" And lo and behold, man, now I get to play with them, and it's just fun because now that when I met Lana, my wife's daughter,
Wow.
you know,
That's 3 in a row. Archers gotten removed.
I keep seeing that same name over and over again.
And if you notice on the list, we really don't have the names doubled here.
Yeah,
they are scattered.
crazy.
So we're gonna shuffle up and deal.
I think having a toddler has made me enjoy this even more, open boxing my stuff, because she wants to like look at it and see it, and she just likes to want to learn about it. So I think that that's what makes it even more fun being out of box. But hey, in-box collecting, I respect you too, because you know it retains its value. I mean, eventually, if you ever did want to take it out, you have a brand new figure to take out. The only thing that sucks is some of these toys I've been hearing people get burned where they crack them out the box, and sometimes they break because they were in a box for so long. So gotta be careful.
Al had a moment where we were egging him on. Oh, I'm out on one. We were egging him on, to open something, and then like he'd open it up, and then he'd like the fucking arm broke. And we're like, our joke was like, well, because you don't know how to open your toys. But I made him like you said, it's because he had them. You know, they were closed for too long. I don't know.
Yeah, I've seen that happen though, where people were like, I had a Marvel Legend that was in the box so long that the paint actually was damaged on the back of the figure because it was in that little plastic shell, and I guess the heat had warped it a little bit, and it's like I felt I had to go throw it out and buy a new one. And I love that it was still relatively new-ish, so I could still get it, but you know, because it was like I waited like 2 years to open it, and then it was like, you know, I was like, oh shit,
Mr. B.
And I'll tell Al, I'll be like, oh, I've got pink skulls. I'm like, how do you know they're pink? You haven't opened them. maybe they're blue skulls. You don't know. You gotta crack that box open, pull them out.
You know what? I'm glad I did that with the Jessica. Oh God, what was her name? The Jessica Cruz.
Mr. B.
The Jessica Cruz Green Lantern DC bombshell figure that they made, the statue.
Oh, I remember those.
That was the most beautiful one. It was a Latina. We needed representation. I had Vixen. I had them all. And when the Jessica Cruz opened out of box, for some reason, the company that produced them, all the hands were brittle. So when you pull, I used to freaking wear gloves to take these statues out. I pulled her out.
Your museum gloves on?
Dude, facts. I did, and her arm broke off right out of the box, and then the lantern fell on my floor and shattered. I was so upset. $180. I was like, so I went to Entertainment Earth. I was like, look, I took pictures. They were like, oh, DC's aware of it. We'll give you a full refund. Send it back to us. And I was like, here are the pieces. I literally put them in a plastic bag, sent everything back. They gave me my full refund. And people were like, damn, I want to keep it in the box because now you can never find it. And I was like, because they never reissued it. So there are some people that are probably lucky as hell that they have that figure still in the box and it'll never come out. If you take it out, you break it, it's done. But if there are wild ones out there, I'd love to know. Kenzo!
Yeah, that's kind of funny where it's like, yeah, it's not worth opening because it may be broken.
It'll be broken. So, like, to me, you know, and I sold before she was born. She's a pandemic baby.
Archers
like,
out.
My wife said to me, "We got to get rid of something like to make room." And I sold all my statues. Yes, sir.
So Kenzo, who's the real Insomniac now?
I mean, if you're an Insomniac and you're not on here, then why aren't you here? You can come on here if you want. Mr.
Yeah,
Kenzo.
there's a link pinned at the top of the chat.
I do have a notebook that has people coming on. I know Kenzo is supposed to be on later today, but you are welcome to come in now, join us in Matt, and just hang out and chill.
If you need me to leave, let me know.
No, we have room. No, we have room. We
can
have
do up to
room.
10 people, so yeah.
I was at least going to wait to see how this played out. I wasn't going to leave before the
You can't
prize
leave. You're staying here, sir. I told you. I like you. You will stay here.
It's only 1 a.m. where I'm at, so
exactly. But for me, I can't believe that I'm like my little one. She is getting ready. She's that nap she took. 3 hours. Oh damn!
See, Matt, I don't know if you're aware of this. The wheel, she can be a cruel mistress. If you talk about it, if you talk about yourself, that can make her step up and just yank you out.
It's like saying 7 when you're rolling craps. I understand.
So
exactly.
I mean, you can't mention, if you mention the wheel at all, it will take you out.
Tis a harsh mistress indeed, David.
The wheel is a cruel mistress. She's evil. She's dark.
I like it.
I love you ever and ever.
Rolando Flores, the multiversal moderator, is out.
You got eliminated, Al. So yeah, you got eliminated, Alberto.
Yes.
We were here for it.
Okay, we're gonna shuffle up and deal.
You forgot. I don't know where that notebook is now.
Ginger Cat Dad is out.
Papa doesn't find it.
Yeah, Mr. B, because you got so many entries.
So, Dave, while you're spinning, what's your favorite toy line? Because I mean, obviously, you love your Ghostbusters and your 3D printing, but in terms of like toy lines,
I mean, I love
bread
Marvel,
and butter, as they say.
I love Marvel because I'm a big Spider-Man fan. Love Spider-Man, love Captain America, love Wolverine, love the X-Men. So Marvel, G.I. Joe classified series I love. I do have quite a bit of McFarlane, but that is currently bagged away right now.
Like McFarlane DC, McFarlane Spawns.
DC Multiverse. So
I got a little multiverse shelf.
I do love the NECA movie turtles. I have quite a bit of those.
Okay.
Dave, you gotta add Alberto to the wheel. We forgot to.
No, he got eliminated.
No, he was on there.
Oh, he did? Yeah, you were on the wheel, bro. You get
Alberto,
on
you got eliminated. I was there. I saw it. I can vouch.
Oh, shit. Yo, Matt, I love Matt. He's like, no, man, you got eliminated. It was donezo.
Yeah, we have Alberto.
No, I called it out when it happened though, because I was like, Alberto.
Oh, my bad. I stepped away. That's my bad.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, we do have your name here. Let's go.
Alberto, you know, he's Mexican. He's just always trying to get that, you know.
Now, as far as Ghostbusters, I do have the reissue Kenner, the Kenner reissue Ghostbusters. I do have the Plasma Series figures. I have the HasLab Proton Pack, the HasLab Tuna Box. So I am heavy into Ghostbusters.
Do you have a Firehouse?
I have a Firehouse diorama. So that was made by Duffman's Dioramas. So I do have a facade of the Firehouse.
But you don't have a proper, like, real Ghostbusters Firehouse?
No. I keep hoping that since they keep doing the reissue Kenner, that they'll reissue the Firehouse. Because that would just make sense. They did the Ecto.
I think it was, do you know Green Geek 88? Is Green Geek 88? Zach?
No, not familiar with him.
Oh, I think he used to take some cool pictures with the Firehouse back in the day. I haven't noticed it lately, but he used to do. He does some fun stuff with those little, like, he does a lot of, like, he'll get a lot of good Power Ranger shots with that Bat Cave dio from McFarlane.
That was another line that I was collecting, was Lightning Collection, Power Rangers.
So that went down the shitter.
Mm-hmm.
Kendo, I did send you on IG a link so you can easily come on now if you'd like to.
See if I can zoom in. Let me move this out the way. See if we can zoom in there.
Alberto, what are you still doing awake? It's like 3 a.m. over there, man.
Wait, he's on the East Coast like me?
So yes, I do have a Firehouse.
Nice.
If you can see that right there.
Appreciate you popping in, though, brother.
Oh yeah, bro. I'm appreciating you that you sitting. If you're on our time, holy heck.
Well, he's an hour behind, but he's still 2 hours ahead of me.
Oh, so he's Mountain Time or Central Time. Dang.
Like, yeah.
Oh. Listen, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Mr. B, that's the same time me and Dave are in. So, Megan, I'm sorry. Lo siento. And this is the first wheel, Dave. I forgot, what was the price for this one?
Two G.I. Joe classified figures.
All right, so this is the mystery box for the G.I. Joes.
Sorry, no Star Wars figures except for the Hot Toy.
Yeah, there was supposed to be a Legion.
Do we know what the Hot Toy Star Wars figure is, or are we not telling?
Oh, we can tell. We said it.
I mean, I could say I was keeping it a secret. Ahsoka Tano from Clone Wars.
Yeah.
It's what? Sorry.
The Ahsoka Tano from Clone Wars.
I mean, you can just say it now and then don't say it again for 4 more hours or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I know. No, I think Dave kind of like let the cat out the bag. I think it was about a week or two ago. We had said it. I saw one of the videos.
I said it once. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's Ahsoka Tano. So if you are a fan of hers, she is going to be at a couple of conventions coming up, and
Rosario. Yeah.
Yeah, Rosario's going, and I think her creator
Tony.
Oh, Tony! Another Legions. Tony, you're out.
Virgen, I'm sorry. Lo siento, Tony.
Our host is out. Our guiding light. Our guy that keeps us on track, that cracks the whip.
I've been trying. It's hard to wrangle Dave sometimes, man. He's
hey,
stubborn.
I'm a big Bronco. What can I say? Rolando.
Hey,
Tony's easy to agree with, so it's like, yeah, you're right. That's a good idea. I'd go along with that. I didn't have to think of it. Sure.
Now, just as a word of warning to anyone who's watching, just because what's going to happen is whoever wins, if they just wanted to just have the donation in there, or if it's something that they don't wish to have and they want to pass it on to someone, we are permitting that. Or if you want to make trades with them. So if like someone wins the G.I. Joes and then someone wins a Star Wars Hot Toy, but they're not into Star Wars, but they like G.I. Joes, they can swap.
That's good.
And there is a time frame for you to get back to us. Dave and I are, we do have lives outside of this, so we would like for you to get back to us in a timely manner. So if we don't hear from you within at least like 7 days, we are gonna then go
7 days.
We're gonna treat it like the freaking Ring. You didn't watch the video. 7 days later, we're gonna send it on over to someone else.
So, question, not to blow up your guys' spot or put you on the spot, but Mr. B here, he wants that Ahsoka Hot Toy, right?
Yeah.
So let's say he wins this. Is he still eligible for the Ahsoka Hot
Toy?
Yeah.
You're entered. When you're entered in all the wheels.
Okay.
Yes. So one $10 donation gets you in on all the wheels, which, if you think about it, is kind of insane.
I mean, the purpose of a telethon is to just point out these
money,
point out these details to the people that
I'm sorry, that's not possible.
One, you can win
Alberto,
more.
I'm sorry, that's not possible.
Yeah,
I'm not swapping. No.
I'm not swapping my wife either, but she is stubborn as hell. If you could tolerate her and she drives you nuts, but that's my crazy. I love her. She knows that.
I swear, Alberto, the way you get sometimes, I think your wife doesn't have access to the internet.
Maybe she's not watching the stream. That's why we're
like my wife would never. I could say whatever. My wife would never hear about it.
Oh, my wife would laugh. She'd be like, "Yeah, can I husband swap?" That's what she would say. Let me talk to the other wife.
Okay, we are down to the final 4.
My wife would just never hear it because she doesn't care that much.
Oh, we're down.
Oh, Megan.
Megan's
committed though. Oh, I see. Yeah, Megan's.
Well, I know for a fact she didn't want to win anything. So if she was the last person standing, the runner-up will get the chance.
Oh.
Yeah,
so really, we're on 2 people here.
Yeah. So basically, if Megan wins, we're gonna, run her up. All right.
Millennium is out, so it's gonna wind up being Ginger Cat Dad here, even though he's eliminated.
You still win, Ginger Cat Dad. Congratulations.
Because Megan is actually a family member. So
So
she
big
just
shout
wanted
out
to
to
donate to
Megan.
the cause. So
Big shout out to you, Megan. Thank you so much for being so for blessing somebody else with that may want this. Now, Ginger Cat Dad, please get to Dave. Let him know your information so we can
well,
get those boxes.
I have him on IG. So
All right, perfect. So, friend, you have him on IG. Let him know. Big shout out. Now, like I said, every 4 hours, folks.
I don't want to make fun of this name, but I just feel like Ginger Cat Dad.
I picture the cat that's playing
Ginger
the
Cat
key.
Dad.
Contrary to the name, I'm sure he's a cat dad with soul.
Ginger Cat Dad. Okay, so he's Ginger Cat Dad. Ginger Cat Dad.
I like that.
With jazz hands.
Jazz hands.
I love the name. It's catchy. I will sing it to myself all day long.
Oh, I love it. I picture the cat playing the keyboard.
I'm Ginger Cat Dad.
So awesome job. First wheel is done, folks. That is the G.I. Joe box that we will Ginger Cat Dad, like we said, we will be sending that
G.I.
out
Joe
to
box 1
of 2. We have 2. So we have 5 wheels left.
Oh,
So at
man.
8 a.m., folks, we will be doing the next wheel. So tune in at 8. If you're not in and out.
In another 1 hour and 11 minutes, we will have an invasion from the toy princess herself.
Yes, Allison's going to be coming on, and we're going to be coloring, folks. I'm actually excited. Haven't colored in a minute.
She does a very chill channel where she does coloring streams, and we're going to be doing Back to the Future.
You know, I have a coloring book right nearby me.
You can
if you want to join in
with us, man.
You guys want to see it?
Yeah, which one?
Is it appropriate for family
It's the Mythic
entertainment?
Legions one, isn't it?
Well, no, because I'm a Cosmic Legions person.
Oh, you got the Cosmic Legions coloring book. Nice.
I think she's talked about that on her streams too.
Thank you, Alberto. Listen, like
thank you, Alberto.
Hey, good night, Al. Thanks for stopping in, man.
And if you win on any of the other wheels, we will reach out.
Yeah, I already got you on IG. If you do win, I will let you know. If I happen
Ray
to,
will stalk you. Don't worry.
I'm not that bad, am I?
Well,
am I?
See you Sunday. See you Sunday for the show, Al. Hopefully. But yes, I got the Cosmic Legions.
And if I finish that page, I have other coloring books.
Nice.
So I'm prepared. I'm prepared.
You're prepared,
I'm prepared.
I will be right back.
Yeah, go right ahead, brother. So,
Hold
Dave
on.
made an interesting joke.
Okay, there you are. Okay, good. I'm resetting the wheel for the next one.
Okay. That pause.
I couldn't find it for a second.
That's okay. We got till 8:15, 8:30 is the next one. So
8:30 we reset to the next stream.
Exactly. So it's kind of perfect. We get on the next stream, we start the next wheel, and then we keep on trucking till lunch. So
keep it trucking.
So Dave made an interesting comment to me the other day about saying, well, I was like, Dave, what are we going to do for content? I was like, it's 24 hours, man. I don't know if we're going to be able to talk that much, man. At some point, we're going to be like, I'm done talking to you. And he said, well, we got a butt ton of toys. I was like, don't tell me that. So I literally, folks, had to count the amount of unopened figures I've collected since we moved it. Well, before we moved to this house, we were in a smaller house for 2 years. So a lot of my stuff was in storage bins. When we moved to the new house, this became the office for the Geek Dad. It's our guest bedroom / office. And because I have rheumatoid arthritis, sometimes I can't make it up the stairs because my joints hurt too bad. So I stay down here. Rory is now Captain Peanut over here. She's knocked out. I knew it was going to happen. So that's one of the advantages of having the bed down here. Now, also, like when we have family coming, they'll stay here and whatnot. So I now have 130 figures
to open up
at some point. And I will probably crack open a few tomorrow or later this morning, going into the Saturday afternoon, because I have wrestling figures I haven't opened up. I have crap. I have these right here, which I'm going to be cracking open. The new Marvel Legends that came out, the Ultimate, Iron Man, Dakin, and Rom. I also
Isn't that
have
special?
I have Plunderlings. I have Lord Jesus. I have a lot. I haven't even opened the wrestling stage. That big shout out again to Andrew from TOYCO for sending me that with the. I bought the Kaneko Man and he sent me that as a gift. So really big shout out. Like I said, he is eating the tariffs for you guys. A lot of the stuff that he had pre-ordered, he, and now he's telling you what the tariff prices are and some what the not, and he's telling you what he can eat it on and what he can't. And he's very honest. He's not doing like the big bad. If you pre-ordered, oh well, now we're gonna raise it. A lot of these smaller mom and pop companies are going out of business, and some of them are saying, "Well, screw it, we'll eat the tariff." And I'm excited to see that he is awesome, dude. Like I said, the Cyberpunk figures from Jada pre-ordered through him. My Kanekuman or Ultimate Muscle Wrestler figure done through him. I got a bunch of Hot Toys pre-ordered through him. A few I'll be hopefully seeing, and then I'm hoping that they don't delay our Spider-Man from Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man that Hono did, because I've been trying to convince Dave. I don't know if Dave's gonna ever get that one, but that was one I had to get my hands on.
Well, right now I'm, for the time being, unless I have other things popping up, I'm going to be very careful with my monetaries.
Yeah, because folks, like Dave said, he's going to be going to a lot of. He has 2 big conventions he's going to be going to, and New York. So I know I will already be putting in an order for that Daphne Keene. I will be sending you some money for that because I absolutely love her. I pre-ordered her hot toy, and I love the character of X-23. So super excited.
One of the reasons why I pulled down the Hot Toys, like for coloring Doc's belt, I wanted to make sure I had all the right colors for everything. Because I got to be that guy,
You got to sometimes.
I'm just moving stuff around because I'm going to have to put a fan over here because it's getting hot in here.
Oh.
Because I'm here. What the hell? Oh.
What? Hello there.
What the hell? What the hell?
Come on, gents.
What, brother? The fellow Insomniac. I love that you're here, brother. I know I was supposed to get you on. I think you're also scheduled for later, like in the afternoon tomorrow. But if you want, you could come back anytime you want. Once you have the link, we will. If you need an updated link, because you know how YouTube does their shit. So you're more than welcome to come through. So, my goodness, I love the creativity that see Dave. Look, Kenzo is another one I love. He gets to look at his background. He's got all his creative little stuff to be doing.
This is my workbench. I'm down in my workbench tonight.
What did you call me? Oh, workbench. Okay.
Yeah, he calls you a workbench. No, I'm kidding.
No.
Oh my goodness. Kenzo,
I'm not your bitch. You are my bitch.
Do you 3D print any head sculpts, by the way?
Can I?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I might need to talk to you about doing a couple for me.
Oh yeah. Yep, and they're all good too.
No, I don't doubt that. I'm just saying.
No, I mean
the
printers print so good. They're so clean. I mean,
I'm gonna have to play around with my settings.
I'm
trying to print a crank knob. I don't like how the lines came out.
Well, that's why you have another fellow 3D printer. It's so funny. Oh wow, that Hellboy looks.
That looks awesome.
They're clean, man.
Yeah, I definitely need to talk to you.
Clean.
You know what would be awesome? And I know that they have it because I have the body. So a long time ago, a former toy collector friend of mine sent me this black costume Spidey, right? The head sculpt, I guess because he had found it at a swap meet in California, somebody had sold it for $4, loose black costume Spidey. But the head sculpt has a huge, looks like somebody took their thumb and it's melted into the top of the head, so the head's all caved in. So he knew how much I love Spider-Man, so he's like, dude, I got it for you. It was only $4 and sent it to me, but I popped the head sculpt off. But I love the fact that it's a Spider-Man that's got the double jointed knees. It's got the butterfly joints. I never got another head sculpt, but I've seen people print the McFarlane eyes black costume Spidey.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
like, if I can
it's
find
out there, yeah, if it's out there, I could do it for sure.
that, I'm gonna look and see, and I'll message you because I'd love to get that. Oh, that looks dope.
Really, really now.
That
It's
looks
like
fire.
his head, his mask is halfway off. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a dope one.
Yeah. Yeah, that was just one I found online. I just, whatever I find, I can just let me know, brother.
Oh, most
Yeah, I
definitely.
think my camera's a little smudge there. There we go.
Because he needs a head sculpt. Look at him. Like, it's such a cool ass figure. And I hate that Secret Wars made another black costume Spider-Man. Like, I have this one. I have, I think, I forgot which one. This was the Build-A-Figure black costume. I forgot what this one was. I have this one. I have the Dark Avengers black costume symbiote Spider-Man. That was Venom. You know, I have that one. It's like, I have too many.
Yeah, and you don't want to keep buying them just for decent head sculpt. So yeah, that's where 3D printing is always like at its peak of value is his head sculpts for sure.
Especially with this one having the updated ab crunch. Like, this one actually has the upper torso that you can, like the ball joint torso, where this one's actually the ratchet torso. But I love the double jointed knees and the butterfly. It's like, it's fire. And I never knew any of this shit till like a few years ago when I actually started caring about that, because I realized for posability, and when I started doing a little bit of dabbling my into figure photography, which I've played with, but then I didn't have the space. But now that I have the space in the backyard, I'll be doing more.
Hell yeah.
Especially probably this summer.
So let me get your guys' opinions on something.
Sure.
Now, Dre knows I'm building a Back to the Future themed proton pack for a crossover cosplay I'm doing. Okay. Now I'm shrinking down the Mr. Fusion, because on a proton pack you usually have a tube that goes right up on the back of the proton pack. So this is like the size of the tube. Should I shrink this down a little bit more? Or do you think that looks fine?
I mean, it looks fine to me.
Because I mean, there's a little bit of oversized overlap, but not much.
No, it looks. I'm looking over at my TV so I could see it a little bit better. Yeah, it looks good. I mean, there's.
Okay.
I don't.
Because I'm going to have the Mr. Fusion sitting on top. Because on the proton pack, you usually have a tube that goes straight up. I'm just going to have it that this is coming right out of it.
It's awesome, dude. That is like such a cool freaking mashup right there.
Well, I did it once upon a time. There's Cobb.
Quit following me around, Cobb. Jeez.
Stalker.
Gosh.
I was coming here to call you a liar. You said you're going to bed.
No, I said I was gonna go watch Amazing Stories and eat cereal. I didn't say I was going to bed.
So, Kenzo, take a look at the top of the screen. That was my first one. That was an 80% scale. Has a Spirit Halloween proton pack.
Hold on, where
Do
am
you
I
see
looking?
that? On the screen, you should see the icon at the top, the logo. Do you see it?
I'm lost.
If you're facing the screen, you see a logo on the upper right hand side.
Oh, it's on the other. Okay, yeah. Gotcha. Ooh.
So that was my first attempt. So
the flux capacitor. Love it.
6 years later, I'm building a 1-to-1 scale via my Bamboo Labs.
What's up, Cobb?
Dude,
Not much.
Back to the Future is my favorite movie of all time. All time.
Wow.
All time.
Dre, should I show him what I have on the desk right now?
I mean, show him. I mean, he's his favorite movie. That's like freaking. You got to show it off.
Time.
Nice.
Barney McFly hot toy.
Nice.
And I also have the Doc Brown.
1.21 gigawatts.
The only thing he's missing is a freaking DeLorean. Blitzway, you guys suck that you had to put that in right now.
Well, the Hot Toys one too was on sale on Pop Culture.
Yeah. But I mean, the fact that it's still an awesome hot toy. I mean, it's a vehicle hot toy at that too. Like they do. I saw the tumbler. I cannot imagine the people that bought the Bat Tumbler that spent the $1,300.
Oh, and
Bless your
Kenzo,
heart.
the con I'm going to in August, both Michael J. Fox and Chris Lloyd are going to be there.
Nice. That's cool.
So
man.
I am going for the double photo op with them,
Daphne King.
and I plan to have the cosplay done by that time so I can wear that at the con.
Dude,
Dave,
they're gonna flip out when they see it too, man. It's gonna be
I
so
hope
cool.
so.
Dave, click on Daphne Keene so I can find out how much her thing is. Her photo op, not her photo op, but
Oh, her photo op. Okay.
yeah, I need her autograph 95. Okay, so I need
but watch. It's autograph is 120. That's
no, it's 95. It's if I want the premium.
Oh, 95. Okay. Now, mind you, I think that's Canadian.
So just I'll send you $100. You just tell me what it is. If it's
plus
a little
shipping
bit more,
River.
whatever you need, bro. I just want to get. She's gorgeous. Like I love her. She did awesome.
Plus a finder's fee and all that.
She had to bust the door open to get in here.
Where my little one is.
Yes, they're talking about you.
Peanut would have loved to see a kitty cat. She finally the nap kicked out. That she tapped out. So I am having fun because I actually did something pretty cool today. I know that people are like talking about pop and swaps and all that crap, but for those of you that don't know, Red Hulk, love the Red Hulk. So I took the Black Series Last Jedi, or I think it was the Force Awakens. It was the Force Awakens Black Series Han Solo, and then I took the Target exclusive Club Obi-Wan body, and I put that head sculpt on there so I can get a Ross as president. I'm gonna figure out what to do with this. Probably try to take a little knife to it and cut it off the little lapel heart or flower. Paint the top black, and then put him with the Red Hulk.
Well played.
So I feel like they have like that, because Marvel Rivals, which I've talked a whole bunch about. I love that game. They always do like a picture of like the Hulk, but then they have Banner standing next to it. So it gave me an idea to for shelf presence to do a version of Banner with the Hulk, for each one that I have, except for Amadeus Cho. They haven't made one yet. But when they do, I do have that the Build-A-Figure for him, which like Oz said, it's not the best one, but I did either you, Kenzo, or Cobb, did you guys get Ganesh?
God bless you.
Did what?
You didn't get the Figura Obscura Ganesh, the large.
Oh no.
Mm-mm.
The rotund.
No, I haven't been much for the figure obscuras outside of my fantasy swords and sorcery type stuff.
Nice. I think it looks. I personally would like to get it. Like I said, I missed out on this one, so I'm gonna wait for. I think they said they're gonna do it before the summer, and I'll try to cop one then.
Well, a lot of times with those figure obscuras, they end up putting them up again and again and again. So they'll probably have more later, even if you miss out that. Because even the ones lately, when they came out with the Christmas Pass, they had all the other ones available. So it's kind of
that's true. And you're right, Matt. The parts are always a good thing too, because again, like look who we got. Like Kenzo's doing his little. He's doing his being his creative. Cobb does it too. I've seen you do that with that He-Man looks.
Ooh,
which
one is
Barbarian Builder?
The Barbarian Builder.
Is that a mythic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I went ahead and He-Manned him up with the He-Man armor, bracers, and stuff.
That's cool, man.
Dave, I may have to get you that one if I find it.
Yeah, right now he's just at the cons, but I think after like a year of them being out and about at some of the cons,
use the axe from here, right? Maybe use the axe from here.
No, actually, his weapons are in his hands are the ones that came with them. He's a barbarian figure, and he came with that barbarian sword and axe.
And the
I just got a second of that one that you got because I used his parts for other people.
and the like the crest that he wears. Where'd you get that from? Is that from
It's from
Mastercards?
it's from the Viking He-Man, the one that has this head. But I
okay.
Swap this
I'll
around.
have to keep an eye out for him then, maybe.
Yeah.
I like Matt just showed you with a base figure, Dave. What the base one looks like.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, yeah. Yep.
Is that
What's that one called?
It's a barbarian builder.
Legendary barbarian.
Yeah, it comes with 3 different hair pieces, like a brown one, more of a Conan, and then blonde, like He-Man kind of, and then a reddish one.
That's beautiful. You touching up the paint on that?
No, I printed it. I'm doing this for. I'm gonna put it on Fisto.
That was great, dude.
Yeah, since it makes some crazy good stuff.
And is this one that's already out, or is it going to be coming out?
No, it's 3D.
That barbarian.
The barbarian.
Right now he's just a con exclusive. Like when the 4 Horsemen are going around to different.
Okay, so
cons.
if I see him, because they're coming, according to Oz, they're coming up to Toronto Fan Expo in August, so I can play.
Yeah, actually, I had Terrence, a friend of ours, Terrence, picked me up one because I don't get out to cons that much.
Jesus, you get a lot of stuff in there, though. Jeez.
I knew Oh, yeah, he has that head he comes with, too, that bearded one.
Yeah, but yeah, they're being pretty hard to get now with them. Like, I got them from the first show. A buddy was able to get in line and get multiples to get them out to people. But now they're being pretty strict on like one per person.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, it says here 2025 touring event figure plus online sale drop planned for the end of the year. Okay.
And I'm driving up to Sacramento next week. It's like a 7-hour drive, but like I'm worried, like, because it starts at 9, and I don't think I'm going to get there by 9. I'm worried by the time I get there by 10, they're going to be all out of these. But
we have that West Brick something, right?
Yeah. Huh?
You know Brick something?
I do know Brick something.
Yeah, Brick was telling me about it. He's going to be there. You might, always
the West Coast meetup.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to like. So Brick and I found out we went to the same high school, and he was like a senior when I was a freshman.
That's cool.
My cat is sitting on the bottom. My cat is sitting on one of the display shelves that's empty right now. You are not a display.
Matt, you here in California?
Yeah. I'm in SoCal. Yeah. Where you?
No, Riverside.
Oh, okay. I'm I'm in Bellflower. Near Long Beach.
Okay, I'm on the Inland Empire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love how the Cali guys. Yeah, it's like almost a different language. I love hearing it though, because like as a native New Yorker living down south, it is a lot. The language is very different. I'm used to it now. Like I understand it better. Like my ears more tuned to it. But hearing y'all, it's like I have so many friends that are in Cali that when I hear y'all, there's certain like colloquial slang and just like terms how you can refer to yourselves. It's just so cool to hear.
Trey likes to use big words.
Oh my goodness. It's using the, would you like
colloquial?
I love that the fact you guys use local terms to describe yourselves, Dave. I'm sorry that my vocabulary is an SAT vocabulary. My mom drilled me for years on that, like to learn those words. Hate that shit. Glad I know.
My mom made me do a lot of stuff. I don't do them now, though. No, I'm joking.
I know. Like, be a good person. Like, damn it, I don't do that. Ah, crap.
I do. I don't do it now because out of spite. No, I'm just joking.
It's no. I think my youngest, she's starting to go through this contrary phase now, where everything we tell her to do, she just is like, nah, I'll do it later. We're like, you're 5. No, kid, you do it now.
Do it now.
Like be 16 and tell me that you want to tell me that, because then I'll be mad at you a different way. But
do it now.
Just do what I say. I love that. I love that. And I think that one thing when you look at this He-Man, I shouldn't say He-Man. When you look at this legendary barbarian,
yeah.
Yeah, it's a He-Man-esque. I think it looks cool. I almost like it better than the Frazetta one that they made. That's not Mythic Legions, obviously.
I'm not a Frazetta person. This is one of my favorite things. Like I'm going to get 3 of these at minimum, and they're all going to rock. They're going to be the triplets. They're going to all have the heads. They're all going to be in shots together, and then I'll probably get 2 or 3 more just to poach for popping and swapping parts because this thing comes with some.
I'm not picking up a second one at least.
I love again. It's interesting to hear that. Like, I never think anymore, and maybe because that's like I understand the community for Mythics. I just never think about it like in the I want to get 3 of this because I could do this, this, and this with it. It's so interesting to hear a lot, and it's cool to see what you guys come up with.
I bought another one of these because I wanted to use this one for this. So I was like, well, I saw, Articulated Empire had the Ilgar on sale, so it was $40. And I was like, that Ilgar would look good with the zombie bodies. So I bought the Ilgar and then took the one I had on my shelf and made it into the zombie body.
Nice.
And then I got the other one coming for $40. Like, come on.
I still have to do that custom. Go ahead, Cobb. What were you saying?
Oh, I said I'm still just kind of relatively new with Mythics. I started just like the He-Man tributes and started with those, but man, I've got myself quite a few little extra ones here and there now.
And it's funny.
I'm not good. I like the painting. The painting's fun. I have my own custom crew behind me. These are all painted.
Different those all Mythics?
Well, these shelves down below are all Mythics. This is just my own little custom crew that I put together.
Okay.
That I painted. My Swig and my Rhino and my Knight. But yeah, no,
they're really cool. They're fun toys, man.
Yeah, no, I got a ton of Mythics. I mean, I have them separated by faction. And
yeah, I have people that I know that collect Mythics, and they were like, I only do vampires and the undead. They'll do undead army buildings, and I've seen their like shelves, and I'm just like, holy heck! Like it's amazing to see it. But then I think of the people that do the same with the Marvel, though, the guys that bought like 20 multiple men just so they can have it look like he did on the comic book cover. I'm like, I cannot do that. That looks freaking dope. That looks like Aquaman.
This is just a pop and swap. Like, this is like a twist tie that I painted green to put on the edge of his spear.
That looks badass.
I painted the shield green and just kind of made that random little design on there. Like, yeah, this is. And this was I did paint the armor, but I just kind of washed it. I just kind of washed it in the green.
Oh, let's see. That's from that Gladiator, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just picked him up. So I was like, wait a minute, he looks really familiar because I just got him.
But this is the head from the Legions Con exclusive. And yeah, I mean, I just like messing around with this shit. Like that. This is like, I love Wolverine. I love Luke Skywalker, but like, I don't need all of them. Like, I more so look at the stuff that's like gives me something else to do.
Also, I was happy about getting this Barbarian too because I do the MOTU tributes, but then like the first 2 that came out, that He-Man Skeletor, there's no way I'm gonna get those. They're like $300 each now.
Yeah.
And actually, I like this better than the Adamon, the He-Man one.
I do think it's more. Yeah,
more He-Man-ish.
Well, it's cool they do. They do that though, and that we have that like. We see that they've been doing that with a lot of figures lately. Like you get better bodies because the technology changes. When you can get a better build for better joint manipulation and articulation. So the original version, FIGUARTS does it. Mayfix, I don't know. I've never had an older Mayfix. Like I don't have like the older versions of those Metacom figures, so I can't really tell what the newer ones would be. But when you look at price points and you look at what you're wanting to do, I think like Cobb, one of the things I love that you do on your channel, like look at that. Yeah, Frank, he's still in his box. I've not even removed him yet. Such a dope. Yeah, that's a
That's
dope
awesome.
figure. Yeah, I have him. I love his box. Here, let me bring it out. I'll break out the box.
Getting a little
here,
personal now.
Since I'm big, I'll show off a little custom pop and swap paint job there head I did.
Ooh.
So I painted that head, and then I had gotten this body in a fodder sale, and I was like, you know what? And then I'll throw on that.
Is that a custom design on the shield, or is that how it came?
No, that's from the lizard guy from Legions Con this year.
Yeah, I
But yes,
recognize that.
I thought it would
just
work.
got that one too.
So I just made a little I don't know, random guy. So that's kind of what I like about the whole. That's what's fun about it, you know.
So for those of you that Dave, could you move me from the movie down? Can I show the box that it came in? That's the if you got this. This was the original launch.
Still in the plastic.
Still in the plastic, never taking it out. Then I have, which I thought was cool because people love the deities right here. Check it out.
Mm-hmm.
Poseidon.
Oh, I'm waiting on my first one coming soon. Oh wait, no, never mind. Thought that was an AWOC.
Yeah. Then I got. This was one that we just Terrence picked up for me last year. My Thrace.
Ooh, Thrace is a good one.
Yeah, I love the look for Dark Elf. Then I got, like I said, I have a few that are still needing to be liberated from their plastic prison.
But I will say, if you're honestly, if you're not going to play with them or take pictures of them, leave them in the box. Because they will go up in value. No matter even the cheapest ones eventually. Zende, I've gotten at least 3 Zendays. Zende's a solid figure. Those leather goods. Swig, yeah, I got 3 Swigs.
The Swig was sure popular.
Oh, that was last year. That was a lot of that was a lot of everyone's favorite figure of the year.
Yeah, I got that green one.
Yep.
No, I don't know names. I'm like the one that's supposed to be Whiplash.
The cosmic guy, yeah, I have him over there. Yeah. My cosmics are over there, but even now, we're I'll get some older figures. Sometimes I'll find them on I'll scoop them up for cheap or whatever. And I'm not going to open this older figure. I don't need to put it on my shelf. I'm going to keep it closed.
This is my first Maestro Union figure. This is the Yang from the Yin and Yang twin brothers that they made. And I love Maestro Union. I pre-ordered the the Usagi Yojimbo, the rabbit samurai one that they made. I pre-ordered him, and I've seen so many people take great pictures of the Panda brothers. For anybody that's a fan of World of Warcraft, they did these are the Pandaren that you can play, and they look so dope with the top knot and the drunken fist. He comes with the little bottle. Great figure. This is one. The Poseidon. I forgot what was the company that made this figure.
So I have a quick question for you guys. This is a little bit off topic. Now, the Back to the Future pack that I'm doing, the all silver one, right here. Trey, I need the Back to the Future Proton pack. So the bumper that I'm doing, here's the thing. I'm kind of torn, and I'll explain what I mean. Now, right behind me, there's 2 Proton packs. There's one with the newer bumper, which you can see is 1 bar going across and then 1 coming down the bottom. It's affectionately known as the thong in the Ghostbuster community. And then there's the regular bumper that just goes right across. I'm torn as to which one I want to do. I kind of want to do the tri bumper, the thong, but with it being silver, I'm thinking of going with kind of a bronze brass kind of a look to add some contrast. Or should I just go with black? What would you guys think?
This reminds me of Kit. Remember original Kit, his little laser beam was one solid laser beam.
Yeah.
But then after he got like rebooted,
Oh,
then he had like
the Mustang that had the dual,
the little 3 laser beam kind of action. So I think it just kind of goes like what kind of vibe you want to go for. You know, are you going new school, you going old school?
Well, that's the thing. I'm just because what I'm going to build is completely unlike anyone usually has seen before. So it's going to be completely. Because what I was thinking of doing was I was thinking of going with a black bumper originally, just the regular bumper, and then actually printing the DMC DeLorean to go on the front of it. But I'm thinking if I want to kind of go with kind of like I think like a brass, because I have gold, I also have brass, or like more of a copper look. Either like gold or copper. I was thinking of doing for the bumper to add a little something, kind of make it pop a little more. What do you guys think?
I'm with Matt. You can go different. Be different. Don't go yellow. Go somewhere. Go with like a
well no, I'm not going to do yellow, but I'm going to do either. I was thinking gold or the copper color I have.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, well, it's your piece, but like I said, go with the more
like
unexpected
like
as
this.
long as it blends.
It'd be like a color like this.
Yeah.
I was thinking
that would just
copper.
pop more.
Copper. Yeah, I was just gonna say I think it'd pop a little.
Like,
it's gonna reflect the light.
Yeah.
I'd say copper.
Yeah. No, because I what you're getting at is like the black kind of just looks. You could say the black looks generic. You know, whereas the copper where you do like gives a little more of a custom feel.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
All I know is I ain't afraid of no ghosts.
Well, Dre isn't because I converted his youngest into a Ghostbuster.
Kenzo, what was your choice?
No, I was just saying anything with an accent. I mean, to add to it, you gotta have something to offset. I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the extra color for sure.
What do you think?
You're cosplaying. You're walking in the crowd, like you want to, you want to stand out.
Well, the one you put up there looked good. The one you put up
that
there,
was the copper one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with Kenzo. I'm with everybody else. I like that. It stands out.
Because I'm already doing that kind of copper look with a few parts already to add a little bit of contrast. I had the metallic blue, and then the copper on top, kind of add a little something different to it. Already on several parts.
Yeah, I think it would look cool, man. I would go with that.
It's so creative, so fun.
Yeah, because I didn't even like blue too. I like blue with like a brown copper. Yeah.
Because I'm not going to do blue on the bumper because what I did on the original Spirit was I had a blue LED light going across it on the one side, and I'm probably going to do something similar to it this time around. So, thank you guys.
Awesome.
Because I'm about to set up the file right now.
I had to pull out that snake you were just
Let it
talking
rip.
about because I had to get
So the lizard. That's the
that snake.
Were you at Legion's Con? Were you at Legion's Con, Cobb?
No, I haven't been to one. I was thinking about going to that meetup up north, but I'm like, gosh, short notice for me now. I have to take the time off and everything.
Yeah, I wasn't like my mom was fucking my wife was it's like a 6 hour, it's a 6 hour drive, like at best. So she was like iffy on me going, but I was like, I'm gonna go. Because I do this chat with some other people, like so these Arizona guys are going. David Williams, a buddy of mine, he's going to be there. Carver Customs is coming in from Ohio. So I was like, I'll go. But yeah, I'm going to leave at like 3 a.m. to drive up there. And I hope I do okay.
Yeah, I got a few. Well, we're talking about two Brick, and I think Thanos might go too. but they're up north already. They're a lot closer than me.
Yeah, no, yeah. Brick's in the Bay, and he's one of the hosts. Yeah, he's one of the organizers of it.
Thanos was
And
talking about it.
I feel like that RSVP thing, and I told him like, hey, like they want to do stuff down here, like I'd be down to help with something like that. Even like Rob Zamora mentioned something to me once about like, dude, like we should do a street team event down here.
I mean, do it. Ish did it, and like look at North Carolina. Like we have so many things that come for Legions that between here and Big Dubs doing it in Georgia. I mean, there's a lot. It's grown very big, very here. Like Purple Gang's all centered out of here. So there's a lot. I'm actually gonna try to do IshCon in a couple weeks. We have to wait and see. Like we have something. I know it's like the week after Mother's Day, which is fine. I have to see timing wise if I could go up there because Durham is like a 3.5 hour drive from my house, so it's touch and go. Like I don't know if I want to go. I don't want to stay there, but then I don't like doing the drive back because it's like you had to deal with the traffic in the Tri-Cities area, which is just annoying because the college kids and I don't know if I want to deal with it. So I want to go, but if I can't, I'm trying to do Joe Fest. I'd like to do that one. So again, those are like the week before my daughter's birthday. So it's kind of crazy. I used to, before kids, conventions were a lot easier to plan. Now it's like after kids, it's a lot hard. It's not a bad thing. It's just I have to plan with them in mind. If I can go, if it's close enough a drive that I can do it, like Georgia's not that far. So it's like it's the same distance, equidistant to the coast. But it's planning, and I know I just had MEGAJAY fly through here. Ken just flew through here. A lot of the West Coast guys and Canada guys were coming through, and I'm like, damn it, I missed out like getting to see you. So I was like, hopefully I'll see you guys next convention. So it's a definite hope, to try to get there. Because I'd love, like I said, we are planning to go out to Cali, I think in a couple of years. I know like at least 2 for my daughter's graduation because we're going to go to Japan. So my wife did say she wanted to stop at Disneyland and do DCA. So if anybody's in that area that I know, like I would love to see y'all.
I'm 20 minutes from Disney.
See? So Matt, I'm gonna try to link up with you.
See, you can crash with him, see?
We have an extra bedroom, but I don't know how many kids he has. I don't know how big his family is.
I got 2. The little one, the teen, she'll be older. She'll be 8. That one will be 18. And it'll be my wife and I. So we got we come with a lot.
or somewhere close. You come over, I'll make you a meal. I'll smoke up some ribs or something.
Oh, don't tempt me with a good time. I like to cook. I'm also just because I shrunk down in size down to 218, don't mean I still don't like to eat. My inner fat kid needs to be fed. So I love to eat. That's something we never really talk. You notice that about toy collectors? We either are really good at like artsy fartsy craftsy stuff, or we're damn good at cooking. Like I'm great when it comes to food. I can cook up anything. You ask me to do what like Kenzo's doing or Dave, fuck that. I can't touch that shit. Like
if COVID didn't happen, I would have been doing a smoking and cooking Instagram as opposed to a toy photography Instagram. Like,
wow. But
you can't spend like 12 hours a day smoking meats for 2 people.
Yeah, no, but yeah, that's the inner Latino thing. Like my wife last, she's like, "You make so much food," and I'm like, "Babe, I'm one of one, but when I cook, I think of our house. We got 4 people that want to eat leftovers, and then I think, oh, if your mom wants to come over because my mother-in-law lives like 15 minutes away." I'm like, if she comes over, I got to feed mom, and then I want to send her home with leftovers. Oh, my friend and his wife don't live that far. And she's like, you really do think like that? I said, hell yeah. I said, my grandmother was like that. She was one person with my grandfather. She would cook as if she was cooking for 20 people because she lived in the project. So she would always be like, oh, they come by here. Here's a patele for you. Here's some empanadas for you. Here's some rice for you. It's just, you grow up used to it. So I noticed that a lot with our community. It's either you guys we cook really well and do the artsy fartsy stuff, or you're artsy fartsy and you don't know how to cook. But I like that paradigm I see in the toy community.
Smoking meat's an art for sure.
Oh, most definitely. Cooking's an art. I will say that when I learned, and it's like people laugh. Like I used to work for a craft burger joint in New York when I was a chef for them. So I had to learn how to make craft burgers. I learned how to make soups. My wife was like, "You learned how to make soups? It's an art form to make soup." I didn't believe it till I had to
build the layers.
You gotta layer the flavors, man. I learned how to make a French onion soup. I love onions, but I don't like the cheese on top. I'm lactose intolerant, but my wife, she does. I don't like mac and cheese. I know, folks. I'm lactose intolerant. My wife and my daughter love mac and cheese.
I ain't saying a word.
I know you love it, so you go keep around. I made this bomb ass mac and cheese that like all my friends that eat, they're like, Drake, did you taste it? I'm like, hell no, I don't taste it. You want me to be on the toilet all night? Hell no, y'all can eat it and enjoy it. And they were like, this is amazing. All it was a YouTube video. I was like, how do I make a good bechamel?
Yeah.
Make that and then boom. And then like I said, I wish I had Dave and Kenzo's skill and that level of patience. Like, Kenzo, the way I see you with those glasses, my guy, and I see you doing your detailing, bro, like, bless you, bro. I don't have that level of skill. I wish. I totally wish I did.
But I guess also someone that likes to cook, I feel like if you can't take butter, cheese, and pasta and make someone like it, then you're a horrible cook, because those are like some of the easiest ingredients to work with.
A burger. And
cheese, butter, and pasta. Like, that's gonna taste good all the time.
They do it when you go to a restaurant. Like, I'm gonna go with Chinese food. I think for me, the one thing I have always judged a Chinese food restaurant on is 3 dishes: your chicken fried rice, your dumplings, and your wonton soup. If you screw up 3 things that I think are very simple but intricate in their own way, if you cannot do those 3 things, then you're not a good establishment. If you do 2 of those 3 things, I'll consider coming back, because a chef can always have a bad day. But if you do all 3 of those things bad, the first time I go, forget about it. I ain't gonna try it. And same with a pizza joint. If you can't make pasta, garlic knots, and pizza, what are you doing?
No, I agree. Like orange chicken and wonton soup are my 2 things, and chow mein. If I need a third, my third would be chow mein.
Interesting, chow mein.
So orange chicken, chow mein, and wonton soup. But it's really wonton soup and orange chicken are my 2 priorities.
Nice.
That's all.
I think
it sounds good.
I'm saying So when my kids, my littlest one, we Spanish obviously sopa is soup. So I say I'm making sopa, or I want to get sopa. She already knows it's wonton soup. Like, she equates that, right? So I get her that. My teen daughter was like,
"It's not menudo."
No, we don't even. No, for us, we have sancocho. I'm Puerto Rican. We're sancocho. But and even that, I do not touch that. I've never made it. I love the taste of it and the smell of it, but that's like an Italian making sauce. You making gravy, you have to layer your gravy.
Yeah.
I grew up around enough Italians to know that when you make gravy, you make gravy. I don't make like soup like that. I make certain things. But man, I went and I got the worst wonton soup, and she's like, it just tastes like water. And it's hard to find a good restaurant, that can get you those right things. Well,
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the food stream for here.
Hey man, food. Hey, listen, chicken soup for the soul, man.
Okay,
do you guys have Panda Express where you're at, right?
I don't eat that. That's.
But what we have here is we have Panda Inn, which is like basically Panda Express, but like the higher end, like the corporate office, like fancy version of it.
Oh.
And it's not like super expensive, but it's just. Said their wonton soup is awesome. Their orange chicken is just a little bit better. But it really is just the wonton soup.
Now, I'm going to ask a question. Dre, I know, is not going to have a say in this because he's not a cheese person.
Okay, I say
okay. When you, because everyone's of a certain age here. Okay, in your opinion, what is the best cheese to use for anything? Like when you're growing up, what was the best cheese for your mac and cheese or for grilled cheese sandwiches?
I'm a mild cheddar person. I use Tillamook mild cheddar. That's my cheese of choice for my breakfast eggs, my grilled cheese, my quesadillas. Unless I'm making a turkey sandwich with provolone, I am having Tillamook mild cheddar cheese.
I wish I could get this stuff now, but it was hands down government cheese.
Government
cheese.
So, government.
Cut that shit.
That was
yourself.
the best stuff for mac and cheese or grilled cheese sandwiches or anything. Was the hard ass bricks of government cheese, which we would tear those up.
Yeah, see, I never liked cheese growing up. I committed sacrilege. I would take cheese off pizza, and my Italian friends would be like, "You should get the hell out of my house. You can't do that." You know,
I just want to say,
that's
before sounding like a dick for saying that the cheese that I eat is Tillamook, which is the most expensive cheese. My thing is I shouldn't be eating cheese at my age. So if I'm going to eat any cheese, I'm going to get the best cheese.
Oh, no. That's listen. You're not saying anything bad. Listen, I'm
not eating ice cream product anymore. I'm not going out on ice cream product. It's going to be proper milk ice cream that has, all the fat and all of the things in it. Because
see, I'm a coffee addict. I think I've become like my best friend Eric is a coffee snob. Like he is diehard. Like we'll go find the most expensive, weirdest coffees to try. I'm a bit of a coffee snob in that regards too. Like I like if I go like cheap, like Folgers is probably the best cheap coffee I could say you could get. If I'm getting like home to make it home. If I'm gonna buy out in the stores, Dunkin' Donuts is by far the best cheap coffee you can get because it's cheap and it's good. It's not watered down. McDonald's would be a close second.
See, we all have we all get our standards when we get to a certain age. We all have our
Yeah, and for me, I am now. I don't know why. I mean, Cafe Bustelo by far. For anybody that's not Latino that did not grow up on this stuff, or like my Italian friend said, they use this stuff for. I call it jet fuel. My wife laughs and calls it Puerto Rican jet fuel. I think you stick that stuff. That is dope, by the way.
That's cool.
Holy heck, that is awesome. Was that it's an actual figure or like did you print that?
3D print.
Dude, that is
figure.
Awesome as shit, dude.
That's gotta be resin, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, that's all I have.
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, I have another one. I haven't. I just haven't started printing on it yet. So
yeah, they would just buy that RAM, the weapon.
Kenzo, bro, why are you not working for a toy company, bro? Like that's.
I'm not making the shit. I'm just printing it. All the other people are the ones that are the talented ones. I just paint. I could paint good, but
dude, that's still a skill. Hey, comic book artists are artists, but the inkers are they're still getting credit on their books.
Well, Kenny's how you get around the tariffs because he's making them here in country.
Right, baby. Well, I started doing that on Wednesdays on my show now. I'm going to do a blind box of painted stuff now. It's not going to be parts. I was thinking about doing 3D printed parts just for, but knowing that maybe 80 to 90% of my chat doesn't paint or enjoy painting like I do, I'm going to do a blind box of painted items for, the figures. So yeah, so it's cool. So I'll be doing giveaways with it.
What kind of stuff you do? What kind of stuff you doing, Kenny? Like
that's about to just ask him the same question. You read my mind. Talk about what you do, Kenny.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I print anything, but I mean, like the ones that I'm gonna have stuff available to where whoever does get it will chat, and I'll make sure that I lean toward what they collect. So I'm not gonna have a GI Joe guy print him a bunch of He-Man stuff. So I'm able to get all from the different types of. I even have like I was a Patreon for a dude that did Mythic stuff. I've got a lot of DC stuff, a lot of MOTU stuff, and then you get random shit like weapons, armor, stuff like that. And then what I'll do on my lives is I basically what I have my little setup is that for super chats collectively, once the super chat line hits 25, then officially we will give away a blind box. The top 3 on the super chats, whoever is the top 3, what do you say, donos or tippers or whatever on the super chats, they will go on the wheel, and then someone will win a blind box from that. And then every month, my channel members, I'm going to do all my channel members. Like my first one's going to be the first of my first show in May. I'm going to do a wheel and someone to get a blind box from just being a channel member. So I'm going to do that as well. So as soon as I became monetized, I wanted to do something different to where I'm at least giving back and make it unique to my channel. Like I see a lot of different things that people do for super chats and for channel members, but I think this is one unique thing that I can do. And it's kind of more of a, tangible thing where you actually get something. So it's kind of cool because we're mostly everybody tunes into my channel as a collector. So,
and it's cool that you're kind of customizing it to what they are collecting, like you said.
Yeah.
Right. And I've always done, this is one thing I normally don't do, but I will pat myself on the back. I can paint really well. So you're also getting a very good paint job. I'm not just putting bullshit together. So.
No, he's painting the shit before you get it.
So.
And Kenny, where do we find these wares if we wanted to find them?
Well, I mean,
do you just hit you up on Instagram or Facebook?
Well, I mean, I said, the giveaway stuff's all going to be on my YouTube channel on Kenzo's _creations or just Kenzo's creations. It'll be on there. And then, you can find me on Instagram as well. But all of the live, I have a live on Wednesday nights at 7 and from 7 to about 9. So I'll do the super chats up until the end, probably about 10 minutes before the show ends. I'll do the wheel. So the last couple weeks we did it. It was really fun. It was really cool. It got competitive at the end there, and it was cool. It was fun. So
find them on the old Instaface.
You had other people on your live with you, or is it just you?
The Wednesdays I do just myself, but like the Friday, the Insomniacs, anybody comes on. Like Cobb was on with me earlier, and like anybody can come on my Friday night ones. I do a Friday night Insomniac show just for fun.
That's cool.
And I do that at 11:30 till about 1:30 on Mountain Time. So
we were just messing around earlier.
Yeah, just but
there's so many people. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't catch any of that.
Go ahead, Cobb.
Oh no, I was just talking about Kenny's in a different room now. You had that castle behind you that you 3D printed out. The whole She-Ra's castle. That thing's so freaking sick.
Oh yeah,
in another room now though, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in my work area now. Like I have my little miniature one that I did, but
oh wow,
yeah, the one I have upstairs is 3 feet tall.
That's awesome.
Yeah, just printed out.
You say 3 feet?
Yeah, it's 36 inches. Yeah, it's like this. It's just
a child
actual version.
That's cool.
It's a child. Can you report it on your taxes and get a break?
I should, right?
Too late for that.
Hell, I wish we could claim our cats as dependents.
Engagement like a week ago, right?
Oh, that's nice.
Snake.
Little sneaky.
Yeah, so I asked my tax guy, well, what could I do to pay less taxes? And he was like, well, you could have some children. I was like, no, thank you.
I mean, there is pet insurance. So why can't you report?
Oh, that's cool.
Cobra Commander, nice.
Yeah.
Since we'll never get that.
I might need that. Well, no, I have a Cobra Commander, so I was finally able to get one a while back.
I feel bad because when my dragon comes, I'm gonna have to get rid of my GI Joes. There's gonna be no room for them after that dragon shows up.
Yeah, that dragon.
I don't have
That
that problem.
dragon, man. Whew.
I have an Ecto 1 coming in.
I have a cat's lair and an Eternia, so that's that takes up
Those
my
are
house.
huge, man.
Yeah, but hopefully my Ecto
Eternia was
will ship better than that cat's lair.
Actually, and I was surprised mine shipped okay. I didn't have any issues.
it
I
did?
was one of the lucky ones. So
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Even
I
though
know,
they got
Jay
busted,
was having issues.
weren't they still okay inside, or were they messed up inside?
Some of them were really bad.
Oh, I thought
think
it was just the
Hatters was,
boxes
like,
were jacked up.
Broken stuff.
Really best up.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah, that's not really my but I thought it was just the boxes and not the actual product getting all jacked
some of
up.
them were just the boxes, but then of course a lot of the collectors that were in-box collectors were the ones that got the jacked up boxes. So they were a little upset about it, and it's like, I don't know how they're gonna do that. Like, they can't really ship the box. That'd be ridiculous. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Some of that big's kind of crazy, you know.
Yeah. No,
Are they
it's
gonna do- are they gonna-
If they
they're
ship
gonna have-
you the washer and the box is messed up, but the washer still works, they don't give a shit, you know, right?
right. Exactly.
I mean, unless you're gonna pay like a premium, as like, okay, like with Big Bad Toy Store, you have the
Oh,
option of just
yeah.
getting like regular, or you can get the collectors.
Well, yeah.
So I mean,
Yeah.
unless
I think,
unless some of these companies offer like, hey, you know, we're gonna do this, but if you spend like an extra $20 on shipping, we're gonna ensure that it's like with Hasbro, with the HasLabs, they do, you know, they'll do a box and a box and a box. I mean, the Proton pack I got, it was in the regular merchandise packaging, and then a box and another box on top of that. Mondo, I love them because the Gambit I got, they had the hard plastic corners on the merchandise box inside of another box. I mean,
Mhm.
I love it when like someone does that and you're not expecting them to do that.
Yeah.
That just shows that they value you. But yeah, I
Right
saw
on.
all those videos, and I saw like Jay doing his video on Cat's Lair. I was like, geez, I would have been losing my friggin' mind. I can't even
All
imagine.
those pictures of I remember all those pictures of the people that got the shipments, and that like they had like huge chunks of their box just like looked like somebody took a bite out of their box. And I'm just like, how? Like, I get it that and shout out to all the people that have that job that does work for FedEx, USPS. I mean, my uncle did it for years, retired. You know, it's not an easy job. It's a very thankless job, but man, damn, bro, like, come on, man, like that's somebody's like collectibles. You guys know that the market is high for collectibles. These are expensive. Like, come on, man, it ain't much to just make sure that you gently put. I mean, I've seen we have a ring cam. I've seen them toss shit. Like we had, I ordered my wife a bunch of these caffeinated canned waters that she loves. Things are fucking hard to find. And I saw on the camera, like the guy just took the box and just like drops it from like 2 feet up the ground. I'm like, they're fucking cans. If they explode, that's $18. Like, come on, dude. Like, have some common sense. Like, that's if you wouldn't want to do that if you don't want that to happen to yourself, what about someone like me? Like, don't do it to me, you know? And I mean, I've seen the people that are really nice and careful, like they gently put it up, or they put it like we have like our front porch has a small little fence around it, and there's like a large base on the top of it. You can put like a large box on there, and they'll sometimes knock on the door, and I look at the window and I see them leave the box there. That's awesome. Like they're paying attention, they're mindful. Not always, but you know, you need that, man, especially with us that when you spend either $25 or $1,000, you want whatever you got delivered to you safely. We all have horror stories.
Okay, I want to provide you guys with a little bit of update. As of right now, we are at 543.
Yes, let's go. Let's go. That's what I like to hear.
Because I had one person who did a donation on Instagram, but Instagram is poor at reporting stuff. So I already communicated with the Ride for Roswell. I have to send them some screenshots so they can update it, but they told me that I should avoid using Instagram for the donations because you can link it to the charity, but it doesn't show up right, which is weird because I've had people donate through Facebook and it shows up. It's the same company. Meta owns both Instagram and Facebook.
Mhm.
You would think.
Go
it would
figure.
You
Huh?
would think. Said you would think that.
Yep.
Oh, Hulk smash.
Nice.
You got to make. Does that look like the head sculpt Oz was asking about with the shave, with the fade on the side? With the you give him that Hulk head sculpt? That's dope, bro. See, like
Yeah, kind of.
I wish I had the ability to do that and the patience. I don't, which makes me sad.
Did you ever do anything with that Goku or the Gohan head?
The Gohan head. No, I haven't had a chance to. I haven't. The thing is, we keep getting tied up, and when we were moving from the other house to this one, the head sculpt's in a box. I just got to find the box that it's in. It's with my other like loose parts, but oh, that shit looks dope. I have to get the paints, the Citadel paints. You know, people are saying, "Oh, go cheap, go cheap." I might go with the Citadel paints, just because they're for it's the head sculpt. I want it to look good.
I think that's what Dwayne does on his customs. He does.
Well, no, Random was also saying that on Travis and Ed's show, they were saying like, you know, Random was saying like, oh, we could use the Walmart paints for this for like styrofoam, but you could use the Citadel paints for like your head sculpts.
Vallejo,
would you agree? Would you agree?
Yeah, I use Vallejo for my head sculpts and all that stuff. But like if you're doing something like a larger base, or if you're doing something big, typically what I've been doing is using my airbrush anyway. So I kind of stay away from, like, the only time I use the cheap stuff is when I do the color shift or the metallics. Then I'll do like the folk art or something like that. But otherwise, I'm gonna use the Vallejo, the nice stuff that spreads better.
Nice. I wish I knew more about that stuff. Like I'm learning little by little by watching the videos that you guys are putting out and just the talking about it.
Yeah,
so it makes
that's
sense.
what I'll get for like some of the larger props. I'll do. I've used that stuff. The folk art.
Yeah.
I mean, it just winds up. It's not that expensive, so.
Walmart. That's where everybody says you can get a lot of these paints.
That's where I got this from.
That is awesome. So I asked this question to Matt and Kenzo. You know you're going to be coming on our show later on anyway. Again, like formally coming on our show. I'm just curious, what got you into the fantasy stuff? Like, it's like I've always wanted to be curious. Like, what got you hooked on this? Like, not just the nostalgia bait, but what brought you to this love that you have now for this stuff?
I mean, you kind of took away my answer. Like that's it. It is the nostalgia of it. It's like, this is what I grew up with. This is my midlife crisis. I started doing sports. Like I did sports for 10 years and I did custom sports figurines and I did really well. And I got a really good little reputation doing that with actual athletes and people in the media and all that stuff. And that was awesome. But I kind of hit a wall and then I wanted to go back. And then when I realized that the toys I collected when I was a child is coming back, I just said, okay, now I'm going to do these.
That's awesome.
Kind of simple. Yeah. It's not really a deeper.
No, but that is deep though, because that tells me a lot about your character. It tells me a lot about you. You know, like I know we've had Cobb on our show and he talked about his love of MOTU and what brought him to the game for MOTU and why he's now become so prolific and very well known in the community, you know, and it's always interesting to hear people's perspectives. Like I remember like the toy, like we always have that one toy. And I remember, you know, everybody's asked me, what's that toy, Dre, that if you could go back in time and get, what would it be? And to me, it's like, I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. And I know that they've had versions of it. And I will invest one day in the one version I want, the Solo Chokojin Voltron. Lion Voltron. It was the one toy from my nostalgia that I've never gotten my hands on. I've gotten Spider-Mans, I've gotten Batmans, I've gotten Supermans, He-Mans, Ninja Turtles, gotten all those nostalgias, but I've never gotten a Voltron because I don't want like the plastic version. I want the original. I had the metal lions. I need that one, and it holds a lot. Like my wife knows, like she knows the story. When my parents got divorced, all my shit got. I had toys. I don't. What my office is in this house was a toy room as a kid, as like a 10-year-old kid. I had full from top to bottom, board games, action figures, organized by everything. When they got divorced, all of it went away. It was stored in different places or sold off. And for me, that Voltron, the only lion I got to keep was the Black Lion. I didn't get to keep anything else. I had Vehicle Voltron, and that was all gone. But as an adult, if I could get the Solar Chokojin, like $1,000 Voltron that they have, that would be the Voltron to get. It looks the best. It's Solar Chokojin. If you guys do not know, and I say this to the viewers, and it's no way to make you guys feel like you don't know. If you do, awesome. It is probably one of the best mecha companies that puts out some of the best Japanese mecha ever. Like they specialize in doing like Get a Robo, Voltron. Even they did some Gundam stuff, some Evangelion stuff. So they take anything that's mecha and make it like amazing to the nth degree. So that would be for me. And I know that like people would say, "Oh, a G1 Optimus Prime." Yeah, that's cool. I'm not gonna say that. I think that, it's a cool figure, but would I want that? It's not my cup of tea. But that would be definitely one, that Voltron. Next would probably be a Castle Grayskull. Like I've seen you guys all, like Thanos took his out. Cobb, I've seen. I want like a Grayskull like that. I could put like a 1/12 scale figure in. Give me that. Like I want that scale.
I don't have the big one, the classic. So I still want one of those.
They look amazing. Like I grew up with Snake Mountain, where you had the microphone, where you could sit there and talk into the microphone and be like, "Hello, I'm Skeletor," with the busted little speaker and the batteries in it. I remember that in my basement. Like I had that thing, and it was like Ewok Village. I would kill to get a 1/12 scale Ewok Village. You know how cool that would look to have your figures like go through there, like G.I. Joe's, Predators. You can do so much now with just taking that. Because I've seen people do that. They'll take apart those things, reorganize them, size them up, and they make some amazing shit. I'm just like, one, I'm not that savvy to do all that stuff. If I was, that'd be cool. I'm not. But two, holy hell, that would be awesome just to have a larger version that we could have and play with and, relive it. Because my daughter, she's getting that now. Like, she looks at Spider-Man and will ask me questions at 5. Like, "Papa, what's this? Oh, I like that." She's like, and she recognizes it more. And then she'll be like, "I want that figure." So I gave her my Spider-Punk, the one from the Into the Spider-Verse. I had like 2 figures. So I gave her one, and she's like loving it now. And she now knows the character, and it's like, it's cool to see her with it. Because it's like, it's her first like what I call big girl figure. Because it's like a $20 action figure, and she's actually like being gentle with it. Not like the other ones where she's like bashing them around. Like she's actually caring about it. And I feel like that's what my dad did with me and my little brother. Like we ended up having that appreciation for like knowing when it was a nicer thing to not like just break it apart because you ain't getting another one. So I think that's cool. I don't know what's any of you guys have like that figure on this panel like that's or like something that's, if you don't have it now, you would love to have like the best version of it. What would that be?
I don't get like FOMO anymore. I don't get, like I was talking about, there is, I had a Casey Jones that I carried with me everywhere. And he would sleep under my pillow with Bishop, and I would smash them together, and they would fight. And I still have the Bishop, but I lost the Casey Jones along the way. But a couple years ago, my buddy was clearing out his garage, and he gave me a bunch of toys, and one of them was that Casey Jones.
Nice.
That I've resisted and kept in the package. But it's like, aside from that, like there's nothing. Like that was, that was like the one thing that I really like. I had Casey Jones because my parents didn't buy me any of the Turtles. I had Bishop because I didn't get any of the regular X. Like I had Bishop and I had Professor X. Like these were the X-Men I had when I was a kid. Like I didn't get the
Cyclops and all that. Yeah.
I got what was on sale or was available, if I was lucky. But like, I mean, I took that Casey Jones everywhere, and so that was really the only thing. But I have it.
I like that. That lets me know a little bit more about you, though, because again, this is, it lets you. There's a story. One of the big things we say with nostalgia is the story behind why, and it's an interesting idea. We always carry because we all know we always had, like you said, like we call it as now adult collectors the pocket figure. Art G loved the guy. When he went to Disney, he carries a pocket figure with him. So he had, like, I remember he had Miles Morales, and he's taking him around all the Disney attractions, and he's putting them around. And I thought that was cool. As kids, we did the same thing. Micro Machines was a big thing. I remember as a kid. I used to take those and play with them in my desk, in the little pencil well in my desk. So my teacher would be talking. I'm sitting there just like, having like whatever I grabbed. It was a boat or a four-wheeler or whatever. It was cool. Top, did you have a figure like that when you were coming up? Like that one that you would love to have now, or do you have it now?
Yeah, somebody I just picked up. Well, I do want to go back and get what you're just talking about. Is like that classics, Castle Grayskull and Snake Mountain. They're just for the 1/6 or 1/12 scale, like Masterverse and everything. But my last two that I really wanted nostalgia-wise, and I did end up getting them. I don't know why I wanted them so much, but that Quasimodo from Ghostbusters.
Dave, look at that, Dave.
There's something about this figure when I was a kid that I just loved him. He squeezed the legs and the chains break. Well, let's see. I don't know if this one works. The head pops open and he busts out of the chain. But there's just so much character to him with the one beat up eye. He just was so sad looking.
It's a good figure.
Just think about it, I was like, what? I'm going to look on eBay, find me one, and just get him. Now he kind of just stays in my dungeon in Castle.
How hard was he to find? Because how hard was he to find?
Really? No, and fairly cheap too. I was like, I probably could spend a little more. Maybe got a better condition one, but I like that he's kind of beat up too a little bit. But now he just sits in one of my dungeons, just kind of a background character.
Cobb, you have a dungeon?
Well, just like in some of my castles, I think like the Snake Mountain.
Oh, you don't have like a kingpin. You don't have like a kingpin dungeon. You've got like it's for toys.
No, like this Funko castle I got. So, and then Eternia. That's where he was right now. I was trying to remember where I had him. He's in the Eternia dungeon. So,
that's awesome. I love it. I love people that play with their toys. It's awesome.
That's what I'm doing 90% of the time when I'm on the weekends or all night. Just popping and swapping, taking pictures of stuff like that. I don't do any kind of 3D printing or painting or any kind of customizing like that. But popping and swapping, I'm good at.
Yet.
Yeah. My Hordak, I updated my my Mythics Hordak. Put
I was like, that's a Mythic. That looks like it's got some Mythic parts to it. You got a vampire head on there.
Yeah, I mean it's the Hordak tribute figure, but I just kind of updated him, gave him his bone hood thing that goes around him, longer red cape on him, so made him just a little more Hordak for myself.
Yeah, I like giving him my own touch.
Matt said his Cobb Kenzo. I gotta ask, is there the figure for you, sir? That like, if you could go back and have it now as an adult, that you could think of that's yours? What's yours?
I could probably get it now. I think it's running on Evil Bay for about $150.
Yes, I agree. Evil Bay.
It is. It is the green monster, the antagonist from Stretch Armstrong. The flexing green monster that it's the one that I had as a child, and I love that thing. I had him with me all the time. And he's constantly, he sits there and has he's flexing both arms, and he's got a tail, and he's got this goofy looking like merman, the Kraken face from the original class of the Titans. And that was the toy. That was my favorite toy as a kid. And I did get the animal. That was the other one that I wanted, the truck that has the claws that come out. I did find the exact one that I had as a child, so I got that one again.
Yeah.
And but that green, I don't even know what his name is. He's the one I didn't pick up yet. But eventually I'll get him. It's a good one though. It's a good one.
Dave, I know you didn't have a lot of figures.
No.
Like you said. So what was there one that stood out to you that you could get now?
That was paint, by the way.
Well, see, that's a hard one. Because like honestly, like growing up, MOTU, I only ever had 2 MOTU figures. I had Beastman and Cyclone, and I got them from my church because, they helped out families that didn't have much. But my favorite toy I would carry with me, you guys might crack up, is Kit. I had like a kind of like a Matchbox kit, but it had a key that you would plug into the back of it. When you squeeze the key, it would like automatically shoot the card.
I remember that. Those were badass, dude. That's awesome.
And I had that, and I had this is a die cast General Lee. And that
one might get you canceled.
But here's the thing. I would carry that thing with me everywhere, but the paint was all faded out, so it looked more gray because all the orange paint just chipped away. Because I used to carry those 2 cars with me everywhere when I was a little kid. And of course, those were the 2 big car shows back in the 80s. Was Knight Rider and Dukes of Hazzard.
I got a kid around here somewhere in this room.
Yeah. But it was the black Knight Rider, but the key was red. I remember because like it just stood out so much. But do you guys remember those cars where you had the keys? And
yeah,
I
do.
Yep.
It unlocked that little, and they took off right. Yeah, that was
great. It's basically kind of like a wind-up situation, no?
Yeah, kind of.
It like released the tension on it. Yeah.
And do you remember the crash? Was it Matchbox or Hot Wheels that did those? There was like the crash damage. Remember those?
Oh,
they're so great.
I had a bunch of those cars too. I used to love them.
Yeah, those were Hot Wheels because then Mattel used it for He-Man and Skeletor. That same technology.
And the same thing with X-Men toys, where you'd have like the clawed and unclawed, you get sliced or not sliced.
Mm-hmm.
They have the technology.
That's so weird nostalgia. I was just flipping through accessories. I was looking for like a harness, a He-Man harness, and just happened to see this little green creature thing that came with a Swamp Thing toy.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what it is. It's kind of like a bear trap. And I totally had forgotten about it. And I was like, oh man, I used to have that. I remember having that more than I did the Swamp Thing figure. And I almost bought it just to have it, just because I was like, oh my God, I loved that when I was little. But it's so weird that nostalgia just kicks in. Like I would have never thought about that thing again, but just seeing it, I was like, ooh, I want that because I had it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, we were just talking about that with shows too. It's like we forget about it, and then someone brings it up. You're like, "Oh, I remember watching that. It was so much fun."
Yep. Always, dude. I think we always have that.
Oh, yeah. Kenzo.
Go ahead, Ken. Go ahead.
We were talking earlier. My package is in Bloomington. I think it was there when we were talking earlier. I just didn't check. So tomorrow.
Oh, okay. So it's in the same. Okay.
Or today,
gotcha.
I guess.
Yeah. It's funny. Our Hordax are coming.
Oh, nice.
It was made by Kidco. I found the commercial for it.
Nice.
Don't play it. We don't want to get canceled because that's got the wrong flag on it.
The car.
Rebel League.
See, I was about to.
My name is Popo Shijo.
I'm sorry, I was eating some pizza. I didn't want to show my face eating pizza, but
I'm sorry, I was
gonna say,
eating.
sounds
I've been
kinda
eating
mouthful.
on stream. You know, it's gonna happen.
so I was saying you don't want to probably show that because of the fact that it's the rebel flag.
Well,
you know. That
Uh,
was
When
the,
you said
I was
when
talking about
you
the
said
Knight Rider
Rebel
car.
flag, I thought it
Dre.
was going to be like the Jedi, the Andor, like the Rebel flag.
yeah, it's not the rebels of like Star Wars folks.
Yeah.
It's the rebels of obviously the Civil War. So that's why a lot of the Confederate flag is.
I don't feel
I
like
can see
spending
how that could be
$150
problematic
bucks
there.
for it.
No thanks.
Seriously, 150.
And the thing's, damn, it's still in the package. What the heck?
Yep. You tell that's original. Look at all that yellow stick right there.
Yeah, that's the sun damage. That's some
But
sun
I mean, I
damage
could
on
buy the
that.
car by itself with no key.
Hey Dave, when you're done with that, will you check that green monster for me? See what it's running.
Green Monster for, you said
Stretch
Stretch Armstrong,
Armstrong.
right?
Stretch
Yeah,
Armstrong.
I don't remember his name, but he's flexing and he's got the tail. He can actually sit back and lean on his tail.
Yeah, I don't remember his name either. I remember what he looked like.
There you go.
Mr. B, it does
There
not
he is.
offend.
155.
I will say this, Mr. B. It doesn't offend the overly sensitive. It offends me because I know what it means. But again, I'm not overly sensitive. I'm a historian. I spent my life studying history and teaching it. So that flag has got a lot of negative connotations to those that understand the connotation. That's why I say the show is the show. You know, granted, it's the Dukes of Hazzard was an amazing show. As a kid, I loved it, watching it growing up, but it definitely has, so that flag represents something different than what the show was giving off its airs to.
Damn, that was like my favorite toy when I was a kid. That's so cool.
What?
How big was that thing?
Not big. I mean, it was just, it's probably 12-inch tall, I think.
It looks like a dragon.
Kind of has that Kraken face from the original.
Yeah, he does.
Clash of the
Even the
Titans.
crap. Yeah,
It's got kind of like a,
Kind of
almost like a
whiplash a little.
creature from the Black Lagoon, kind of like
Yeah.
miserable kind of
Yes,
face.
yeah.
But
$155. Get the
good Lord, that's a lot of money.
GTFO, man. That's too much.
It's awesome.
Plus
1979. So
$6,000.
it came out a year after I was born. So my mom probably just had it there or found it at a yard sale or something and gave it to me. So
Wow.
but I love that thing, man.
Alrighty, well I'm gonna call it a night. Thank you
Or
guys.
more.
Thank you.
It was awesome meeting you guys too, Kenny, Cobb. You're local. That's cool.
Yeah, you too, man.
Local man.
So I don't go to Frankenstein's. I don't know if you go to Frankenstein's. I never go there. I hate that place.
That's what I keep hearing
I've
from a lot
never
of
been
people.
there still. I'm about 30 minutes away and I've never been there.
I don't like traffic. I don't like crowds.
Yeah, if I still haven't been, no.
I've heard how expensive it is. That's why everybody tells me,
I
like,
go up to the
Yeah,
mall
I'm not gonna,
or
yeah, you don't
warehouse.
get any deals. I have buddies that get deals there, but it's because they go there all the time, and so they have. But I'm like, I'm not here trying to build relationships.
I'm here to buy toys and get out.
but
That
anyway,
sounds so bad, the way I said that.
I know I sound like such a dick, but you know what? It's,
No. I said the way I said it too. Like, I'm just like, it rolled off the tongue. I'm like, oh man, that sounds cool.
it's 3 a.m. I've been drinking the Malignancy, which is the. I got this at Legion's Con. It's the dwarf or the Goblin crew. But yeah, no, this is awesome. I hope you keep raising everyone. Again, $10 gets you a spot on all the wheels, and another $10 gets you another spot. Another $10 gets you just another spot in your heart, feeling good about yourselves.
So get out there. Dre, again, thanks for inviting us to be a part of this. I really appreciate it.
Yes,
and again,
sir.
like I said, the best part of this is just meeting. No, look, I don't even want to leave because I want to meet this new person, but we'll let them have on. And you guys have a good night.
You take care, man.
Matt,
I'll talk to you later.
Are you just on
Sure.
Instagram?
Collectible Fun on Instagram. That's where I do my quote unquote toy photography, and then Latin Legions on Sundays. Check us out. I guess tomorrow, Collectible Fun, and it will be on YouTube tomorrow at 3 p.m. On Sunday, 3 p.m. Pacific time.
Yep. And they're great, guys. Love them.
Thanks, Trey.
Anytime, man. You take it, brother.
Thanks for coming through.
One love.
Yeah.
Allison, how are you, miss?
Might have to use Instagram again later. You guys, I'm cutting out a bunch over here. I might have to take off, but it keeps going.
Okay. No
I'm
worries.
good. Just, I'm about to hit that 24 hours since sleep moment, so caffeination. Well, I kind of slept in the chair, so. But does that really count?
No, it doesn't.
No.
No, so here's a funny story. I think I told Dave before we got on stream, and I told Thanos. So, as you can see, she's sleeping very peacefully right now. My wife let me take a nap because I told her I was doing the 24-hour stream. So she said, "Oh, I'll watch her." So around 8 o'clock, my wife decided, or before 8 o'clock, my wife decided to take a nap too. Rory woke up in the midst of that nap, took all the lotion we used for her, and doused herself from head to toe in this lotion that smells great. But I get up from the nap in the office here. I'm just laying in the bed. I wake up and they're in the shower. I'm like, "What's going on?" She's like, "Papa, I put lotion on."
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, "Oh, Lord, child, what did you do?" I said, "Only with you." So I told my wife, I said, "Only with you that this happens." So yeah, she was partying up until about an hour ago. Then she sacked out.
Only in America.
Yeah, only in America. Only America. Where's my? I gotta get my colored pencils. I came prepared.
Listen, I'm all ready.
You're ready?
What are you talking about?
I am all ready. I have my colored pencil. Let me see if I can readjust the camera.
What are you talking about? Bro, I got look, I got colors of the world, bro. I got skin tones ready. I got skin tones ready.
Look at all this.
I got basic colors ready. I got pastels ready. I'm on deck, bro. I'm on deck.
You are a coloring fool. Just una momento, por favor.
See. I wish I love
got my
Kendo.
Hot Toys over here. I got my inspiration.
Kendo, that's a good. Is your son into this sort of stuff? Like doing like the painting and the stuff like that too?
He likes to paint and draw, but he likes to do his own thing. Yeah, he doesn't.
Gotcha.
He got the talent, and I love that he enjoys drawing and painting and coloring and all that good stuff. So yeah, he does enjoy it.
That's awesome, dude. My teen daughter, the girl's great. Like we have a bunch of her artwork that she did for us. It's not up on the walls yet. I have to figure out where I want to place it. But she drew like Miles Morales for me. She did Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen. She did Stitch and Angel for my wife. Like she is just super talented. And I told her, I said, "You realize I have so many friends that 3D print that if you really wanted it, we have a garage now. If you really wanted the 3D print, I would be willing to help get you the printer so you can design the things." And I said, "You make money hand over fist with the talent you have." And her ADHD doesn't help. So it's like, I was hoping that it would help her focus. So I'm hoping she gets back to it over the summer because she used to draw a lot more, color, just do a lot more artistic stuff. And now she's not doing it anymore. So it's kind of, I don't know if it's a teenage thing or if it's a combination of the ADHD and the teenage thing. So,
well, ADHD thing, I could tell you right now, if you've seen me on my lives at all for more than 5 minutes,
Yes.
And you see me right now, you can see what art does to my ADHD. It's like I am completely able to just focus, relax. I can't read a book for more than a page and a half without completely like losing, oh, squirrel, you know. But this I can do. I could sit for hours and paint and draw and do whatever. That is the only thing that keeps me focused. And it's crazy, but it's how it works, I guess.
You know, my wife's like that though when it comes to reading. Like, see, where your artsy stuff gets you there, my wife can sit and read. I can put any book in my wife's hands, and she will read, and that's her zen.
Yeah.
You know, and like, but if you ask her to do like anything else, it's like squirrel gone.
Yeah.
Lana, it was her artwork. Like you would see Lana with her artwork, and she'd be drawing, dude, and it's like you catch her in the zen moment. You know,
And they're like a different person. Really
dude,
are.
like it really it's I long for the days. I tell her, I said, Lana, I wish she'd go back to just drawing again.
She will. She will.
I think she will. There's boys are now starting to come into the picture, which means I'm gonna have to be staying at people's houses. My friends like y'all could be moving to different states because I don't want to catch case. So and I think that it's eventually it'll come back. We've been trying to help her like nurture it because I'm learning more as a parent to how to better cultivate it, and being with two neurodivergents in the house, it's very different how I can like with how I can relate to my wife and how I relate to my daughter. So it's an interesting way of learning how to deal with people, and it's even helped me with work, learning how to talk to people at work because I was like, we don't know who's neurodivergent at work. You're not really allowed to talk about it, but some people share that. They're like, hey, I have ADHD, or I'm ADD, or I'm OCD, and it's interesting to have those level of conversations, because more and more it's very prevalent that neurodivergence exists. And I like that we're kind of more understanding. Like my Zen, for me, I would 1000% say is video games. I could get into a video game, and if it's like Oblivion, I could have played Oblivion back in the day. I'd get off of work, I'd come in, be eating some food, I'd pop on the old Xbox, play Oblivion at night, and then I'd look up and it was the sun. I didn't sleep. But at that moment, nothing but I was so focused in on it, and my wife's like, oh, well, you have ADHD. I'm like, no, I don't. I said, I actually can, I would, if I did have it as a kid, I might have. Who knows? And again, 78, nobody in the 80s, there was such a different way of how our parents handled those sorts of things.
Practices self-control. I always got a C-.
Really?
He's very smart. He just doesn't sit still. He just can't stop talking. He just won't stop moving around. Well, and Merrick's on the spectrum. It's just one of those things where, like video games, he stems in the middle of video games where he could be in the middle of kicking someone's ass on Smash Brothers, and he will literally put his controller and stem and then get the controller back and continue to kick someone's ass. So he has to do that to help himself calm down. But if you give him a paper and pencil or whatever, he's calm as can be. So it's the same thing with him. So it's crazy.
And this is what I love, folks. And if people don't realize, it's like the community is so embracing of these things, because I've talked to Cobb about it because he knows my eldest, my son is on the spectrum, and it's something that like I heard about, and then I realized in my own family we have people on the spectrum, and it's an interesting conversation that I've had with people that it was always viewed as a stigma. And now it's like I'm just proud as a parent that I understand my child. I'm understanding my children better. And it's like when your wife or your partner is not on the spectrum, but they have neurodivergence. It is people argue and not understanding, but when you realize what it is, it teaches you how to communicate better with everyone.
Yeah.
And I think that that's something as a parent, as a spouse, I've learned a lot better, and I'm still learning because my wife and I, she definitely would agree with that. I'm still at that, even though we're 7 years together, I'm still learning. So awesome stuff, and I love it. So Allison, how was your day?
It was all right. It was not bad, actually.
Good.
We're sort of, I mean, like, you know, I had day job stuff, and we're at the point where, like, obviously I'm still in my temporary space, but we're to the point where we're putting together the shelves and the rugs and stuff so that hopefully this time when I come back on the 16th of May, hopefully I'll be in my actual space with my cases and my collection, and
Nice.
I want to have sort of this this ad hoc situation for when I'm doing live streams. It'll all be set up so that I can just do everything in, you know, the right space. So pretty good. Just, you know, at the end of, you know, home improvement.
Oh, Lord knows. My wife, what was it, Lana, the other day was helping us clean our dining room, and because we still have a bunch of boxes there, and again, neurodivergence. When you have family that's like, "Hey, I'll get to it later," and then I'm busy trying to do 10,000 things myself with work. It's like I don't have the time. So it's like Lana was like, "I want to clean this up," and she like, man, when she is hyper focused on getting shit done, dude, it gets done and done thoroughly. Like she started working on that, and I was like, nice. But then, of course, she's a teenager. She's like, "Oh, I'm going away. I'll be back in 3 days." I'm like, I needed you here. Like, why did you leave? Let me get my coloring page.
Now, what I want to do right now is I just want to acknowledge we have 20 people in the chat right now watching us across all the various channels. And if anyone's wondering what we are doing a 24-hour live stream. We've been live for the past 5 hours, 15 minutes, and 33 seconds. Yes, I had to go there. We're doing this stream to fundraise for Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Institute. Now, this is me, Dave mentioned, based in Buffalo. We have a cancer center by the name of Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Institute. They've been around since 1898. Okay, it was founded by, of course, Dr. Roswell Park, and Cobb is showing off his kitty. Hey, kitty! And Roswell Park, every year for the past 30 years, they've done this annual fundraiser called the Ride for Roswell. People break out their bicycles, they do different routes, and they fundraise for it. Oh, Ride for Roswell is happening later in June, but we're doing the Stream for the Cure to raise money today. May tends to be a little bit busier, and June is just completely hectic. So this is the best time for me to actually host this. Now, for the past 5 years, I think we've been doing the stream. We do usually in 8 or 10 hours. It's the 30th anniversary, so I figured, hey, let's push myself to 24 hours. So that's why we're doing the 24-hour stream. Now, we are going to be doing prize wheels, prize giveaways. We've already given out one prize box already. If you're interested, all it takes is a $10 donation to Ride for Roswell. The link is in the video description below. All you have to do is click on that link for the Ride for Roswell. It takes you directly to Roswell Park's Ride for Roswell website. You make a $10 donation. You take a screenshot. You message that screenshot to either Dre the Geek Dad on Instagram or Dave's _dimension on Instagram. Send us that screenshot. Give us your first and last name, your screen name, and then you're going to be entered in on all the wheels. One $10 donation gets you in on all the wheels. We still have another G.I. Joe classified mystery box to give out. We have MOTU turtles to give out. We have a $25 gift card from HELLADOPE Toys, courtesy of AKXION Figs. And we also have a SH FIGUARTS from Andrew from TOYCO. And the ultimate grand prize, the granddaddy of it all, or the grand person of it all, we have a Star Wars hot toy, which is going to be AHSOKA Tano from Clone Wars.
AHSOKA.
So $10 gets you in on all those wheels right there, guys.
Wheel of morality, turn, turn, turn. What is the lesson we should learn?
Be nice to one another.
But is it they say in a world where you can be anything, be a bitch? I mean, be kind.
What? Don't say that about Dre. What?
I would never say that about Dre. I was
I
talking
know.
about myself.
No, we still we love you. You're not you are like, I swear you are just awesome, dude. Trust me, I love your energy.
I had one of my exes who looks like a gargoyle. Tell me one
Goliath?
time, wow, are you trying to be a bitch? I'm like, no, I'm succeeding. Do or do not. There is no try.
So I'm gonna make you guys laugh. My wife laughs because so the story with how I met my wife. A lot of people don't know is that we met when we were teaching at the same school. So
I know the story.
I was seeing somebody at the time that was a teacher at a different school, and she was my junior, we'll say, in age. She was, I want to say, 13 years younger than me. And
Your wife or the girl you were dating?
no,
at
the girl
time?
I was dating at the time. My wife is 4
Okay.
years younger than me.
Okay.
So we had a very bad breakup, and my wife was my friend during the time that I didn't know she was interested because stupid me couldn't pick up on signals.
Okay.
And you know,
Neurodivergent tracks.
I must have been, because I eventually made the realization, and I was like, man, I'm really into her. Like I and then of course we start dating, and my wife and I eventually, we hit it off really well. I fell in love with her. So we called my then ex and now still ex. We call her. She was trying to get my attention, but didn't know I was seeing somebody.
Oops.
And so, of course, I was very honest. I said, I'm seeing somebody. I'm not interested. So she wears what's my favorite color is blue. She wears this tight blue dress with blue Converses and wears it to a teacher conference that my wife and I are both at for social studies and language arts. And I'm there, and she's flirting with me the entire time. And at one point, I was like, I'm not interested. Like, just like leave me alone. So my wife said, "Oh, that devil in a blue dress," So we now call her the devil in a blue dress because she tried, dude. I was flattered to be like pursued, but like I just like life leads you down different paths.
It's true. Oh, there it is. Yeah, no, on my first date with Matt, at one point during the date, I had to be like, so is anything going to happen? Because, like, I'm a sure thing. And then it did. And here we are, almost 9 years later. So
that's awesome. See, I wish when Meredith and I, like when we actually first dated, we were like that. What's up, Cobb? I'm sorry.
Audio too. You guys keep cutting out on me, so I'll probably hop out. And I hope I'm not behind. I might be behind a little bit because my screens and everything keep cutting out on me, and it's real choppy. I can't hear what you guys saying, so I'm gonna probably just hop out. I might catch up with you later on today after I wake back up.
Brother, you're more than
welcome.
welcome.
You guys playing in the background. I'll listen for now.
Not a problem.
good night,
I'll talk to you guys later on. All right. Yeah, I heard that. So.
All right.
Yeah, just cutting out really bad. So I'll catch up with you guys later.
No worries, man. Thanks.
I love this community. It's such an interesting thing, and I would say I'm going to be more specific. I love the community that we're a part of. I feel like we've cultivated a group of individuals that are very helpful, willing to go the extra mile and do it for whatever. And I'm not saying that just because we're here. I'm saying that because since I've met every single one of you, minus Dave, because I've known him for years now, but you guys have all welcomed us with open arms and have been very accommodating and very friendly and very just open about yourself. And I keep myself like that. So it's very nice to meet people like yourself, like myself as well. So thank you.
You're welcome. We're an acquired taste, but we're a cool little group.
Yeah.
And I think you were there for one of the days where somebody came at somebody and we all sort of showed up in force. Like,
oh yeah,
not today.
Not in my house.
This will not be going down, Carl.
I don't understand that. Like, you know, I do and I don't. There's a time and a place for everything.
It's
That's what I
college.
believe. And I think we don't see that. People don't understand. Like, cut your crap out. You know, what was it? It's toys. At the end of the day, it's freaking toys. At the end of the day, why are you being such a douche nozzle? Just be nice. Ain't that hard.
Yeah, well, you know, there's some people who never sort of I think we probably encountered this a little bit more in sort of toy collecting nerd culture, who never quite grow up. And I don't mean like, you know, because there are people who will say that about all of us, because, you know, like, you collect toys or you're still reading comic books, adult coloring, you know, all the things. But that's different. Being able to enjoy things that that help sort of recapture your childhood good times is completely different than the immature mindset. And I've noticed there are two types in toy collecting. And there are the people who, for whatever reason, weren't sort of popular like in high school, and they can't let it go. You know, because once you get out into the real world, the rules of how all that work changes. You know,
Most
like,
definitely.
you know, like in high school, like you're a jock, you're a cheerleader, whatever. You know, like there's certain criteria to be sort of cool in high school, right? And I think a lot of the people who end up in nerd culture aren't. And some of us are able to sort of move past, are able to understand it's completely different outside of high school. Like, you can be popular and have a great friend group because life is no longer about going to the right party or, you know, like the football game or all that junk, all that stuff. And what I've noticed is the people who sort of bring the drama and toy tube areas either peaked in high school or they still haven't technically peaked, and they are sad about that, so they take it out on the rest of us because we don't care and we're having a good time doing our thing and actually creating a community and connections and friendships. And you know, and that's sort of what I've noticed. And that could be really specific to my experience, but that's sort of what I've noticed about sort of the people who start drama. And it tends to be somebody who's not, and again, I'm going to finger quote the in crowd, like they're not in with the group and they're sort of looking at it from a high school point of view. Whereas in most communities, as you know, like at least since I've been doing YouTube and hanging out with toy collector people, the main requirement is just don't be a douche.
Pretty much.
If you're not a douche, pretty much, you know, nobody's gonna care. Like, you, and that's what I've noticed. It's people who are like trying to like scam or, you know, like trying to chase clout or whatever. But that's all sort of being a douche in my book. You know, it's really easy to sort of chase clout. And I think a lot of people come into sort of YouTube and Instagram and whatnot, TikTok, whatever platform it is, or all of the platforms with this mindset of like, I'm going to make a lot of money doing this. And I'm going to step on everyone to get there. And then it doesn't happen because it's not the reality, right? If you look at ToyTube, it's like there are a couple people who probably make good money at it, and that's Pixel Dan and Dan Larson. And Pixel Dan and Dan Larson have been doing this for, you know, a couple decades almost now, at least 10 years. But they're also really genuinely nice, earnest guys. Like, Dan Larson is one of the nicest people you will ever meet in ToyTube or any form of YouTube. Actually, let's not sort of limit it there. And so he gets haters because like he's accomplished this thing most of us will never accomplish because toys are and partly to get it he had to sort of branch out from just doing toys. So he's now way more sort of nerd pop culture stuff. But that's sort of the thing. There are these people who think, oh, I'm going to do toy reviews and I'm going to be the next Dan Larson. And it's like, I'll be Pixel Dan. It's like, sir, you do not have the charisma. And it's like the time to do that, you would have had to start 10 years ago. It's not, toys are not going to, that's just the reality. Like, adult toy collecting is a very small niche thing in a way that no niche goes adult coloring. Like there are a couple of people I follow who like have, of all the people I follow, there are only like 2 who have more than 100,000 followers that probably make a little money doing YouTube. They've been at it for years and they are that, like I watch their stuff and I'm like, I will never be that good. These people are just that amazing. Like,
yeah, but they don't have your personality either, though. So,
but they don't, but at the same time, like it takes for color to, and I'm in this weird place where I'm kind of toys, I'm kind of coloring, I'm all of it, I'm everything. I'm a niche, but I'm not niche enough.
And YouTube don't like that.
Yeah, YouTube doesn't know what to do with me. Like I'll do a couple toy like toy history character videos and they'll push all of that. And none of my coloring videos will get pushed. Then I'll have a coloring video that does really good and they won't push any of the toy stuff. And that's okay. Like, because again, I'm not doing this because one day I will make a lot of money. I'm doing this because this is something I'm passionate about and I want to share. I like the connections I make, but for some people, that's not at all what it is. It's they want to make money. They want people to watch their stuff and tell them how cool they are, and they're gonna chase, like one day they're Masters of the Universe, the next day they're Transformers, and then a week later they're gonna be
at
weird
Mattel.
and creepy and sad anyway. So like,
Trey.
Like it's just
I know. I'm not gonna name names. I know exactly what she's talking about. Like
sending Kenzo a message at 3 a.m. saying, "I miss you, bro."
I miss you.
It's
Sarah,
interesting. It's interesting.
Sarah, how can you miss me if you won't go away?
Just tell me you miss me back.
I just wish that there was more people that were real because I hated, and it's part of the thing I hate about ToyTube is, let me buy all the newest toys. And I'm going to start dabbling into things I don't dabble into just because I'm trying to stick with the algorithm.
Yeah.
And to me, I'm like, I'm tired of just like my wife saw it. It's not fun. I don't want to chase a freaking algorithm. I'm who I am. Whether you like me, whether you don't like me, and I have plenty of haters out there that don't like me because I keep it a buck with everybody. And there's plenty of people that love me and support the content I do, and that Dave does. Like individually, I have taken a step back because just life happened right now. The last month or so, I've had a lot more hit my plate. So it's like I've had to take a step back and say, well, I could do one. Which one do I want to put into? And I think that our podcast is what I love putting more time into than my personal content. Do I still have projects that are like done that need to be filmed? Hell yeah. Are there projects that I have filmed that need to be edited? Yes. When I get the time back in a couple months, I'll get back to doing the content. The algorithm's going to hate me between now and then, but you know what? I can't account for life.
One of the things I have noticed though, and of course it's, now that I'm getting more video, like I've got over 1,000 videos now. A lot of those are shorts. But what I have noticed is when I do get a new subscriber from something new, all of my back videos get watched now because I now have I have like a back catalog now. You know, like I have this Gem and the Holograms short that's almost a year old now that has just slowly every week adds like 100 views, right? I don't have anything that's done. I've got a couple of videos that have done more, but I don't have anything that for like a year has just kept going. And every time I get a new subscriber, all of my gem videos go up by 2 or 3 views. So you know, it's like a slow build thing where I'm slowly building a audience of people who are actually interested in what I'm doing. And at the end of the day, that's way more valuable. I'd rather have 3 subscribers who actually really dig what I'm doing than have a bunch of people show up from like, you know, some message board or whatever and subscribe to get my numbers up. You know, like I want that engagement. I want people who are going to watch my stuff and like enjoy it and feel better. You know, like the best thing is when I get somebody who will find one of my shorts or whatever. Like during Joe Fest last year, I dropped a couple G.I. Joe videos because, you know, like there are ways to, you know, work with the algorithm and still do what you planned on doing. And I dropped a couple coloring videos, you know, coloring shorts during Joe Fest, and some dude subscribes and he's like, "Thank you so much. This reminds me of, you know, like being a kid again and, you know, sort of G.I. Joe and the cartoons and hanging out." And it's like, you know, like, and he was just like, "This made my day so much better." And it's like, that's way more important than that one dude, that one comment, that one person who watched my videos that day. He went and watched, you know, like at that point I had like 7. I've got more now because, you know, you slowly add. But I only had like 7 at the time. He went and watched all 7 of them.
That's awesome.
You know, like whatever was going on in his life, whether he was having a good day or a bad day, I made his day a little better and helped him remember something happy. And that's what, you know, again, that's way more important than getting 1,700 subscribers that day or whatever, because it went viral. You know, like it didn't. But I'm just like, you know, for me, that's where it's at. Like people who want to watch what I'm doing and who feel like their day is better because of me, because there aren't many men who can say that for sure.
By the way,
So,
Cobb says, "Quit killing his dreams, Allison."
oh, I would have to date you for that to happen, Cobb.
But I get that. My content's just all over the place. I do tech stuff. I do, you know, I've done action figures. I've done a lot of different stuff. I'm all over the damn place. But like you said, I have I've done some buying for big guys videos, and I've had guys who are like thanked me for like doing a video like this, because a lot of times the largest person you really see on some of these videos are maybe 245. There's people 350, you know. Hell, one time I was almost 500 pounds. No,
Right.
there's no big. Are you gonna take the word of someone who's like maybe $185, 230? If you're someone who's like 350 or up, no. You want someone who is like you, who's in a similar situation, who can actually recommend stuff.
Yeah.
And I love that's one of the best things when someone says, "Hey, you know, I've been looking for a video like this. Thank you." Or, you know, you just, or like you said, that one person, you don't know what they're going on in their life, but that was like, it was a break. You know, it's like when people are feeling down, they throw in a movie so they can get their mind off whatever's bothering them. You were that sedative. You were that relaxation. So keep it going. And anyone who thinks that they can go into YouTube and make money,
find a different career.
like
you
each
need
one
to get
of us
right
on
with yourself
You
first.
guys stop crushing my dreams. Fuck.
each one of us right now on this on screen right now, and half the people in the audience, we could all make money, you know, like within a month on YouTube if we were like
Shills.
Okay, let's start a true crime channel. Let's talk about terrible things happening to people, or like let's do
Let's talk bad about Britney Spears.
yeah, like let's do a drama channel where
I mean,
it's
who hasn't?
constantly, and it's like we could all go do that, and then yeah, we would probably make money. But one, if you're not actually passionate about that stuff, you're gonna burn out.
Mm-hmm.
Two, what are you putting out into the world when you do drama or true? And it's like I watch a lot of true crime, and there are a lot of people who do it ethically, and there are people who do it really not ethically, and I don't watch those channels. I mean, those people are making money, but what is like, and this is like, I'm super tired. I'm drinking coffee. I'm mixing it with my Diet Coke here. Coffee here, so you guys are going to get unhinged, unfiltered Allison this evening. But like,
is that different than normal?
It is a little bit, because I don't normally talk about like spiritual, religious stuff, but like karmically, what are you putting out there if you do true crime unethically? Yeah, maybe you're making a ton of money on YouTube, because you're making these like really salacious, very appealing, but what did you put out into the universe? What are you going to get back from that? How does it actually make you feel? And if you're fine with it, either you're a sociopath who doesn't have actual feelings the way normal people do, or you're too stupid to know that you're doing this foul thing, and then you're stupid. And I don't know which is worse, being like lacking compassion and emotion and being able to be really awful in how you look at the world, or being stupid. Like, I can't determine which would be worse. Like, self-aware of what you're doing and not caring, or not realizing what you're doing. Like, this is what I struggle with. Like, people who don't ever aspire to anything more than what is right in front of them, are they who look like they're happier than we are? Those of us who are self-aware and contemplate, the big questions in life, are they happier, or do they just don't know that they're unhappy? So that's what I
it's
ask
fake it till you
myself.
make it. Though honestly, it becomes the fake it till you make it, because
Right.
I see more and more people that they're always gonna say something, and then they'll do something that's so out of character, or as the vernacular goes, out of pocket, and it doesn't, like, why are you doing that? Like, it's not what your typical shtick is, or what you do, and like, I get it, like, that a lot of people now, like, I don't care. Look, I love when I hear YouTubers say, I don't care about the numbers, but then they talk about the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's like, I at one point had this dream when I restarted my channel to like go deep and be like, I want to, big shout out to you, Jumpy. Thank you for donating. We will put you on the wheels, my friend. Make sure, if you haven't, I will say this for the people that come on this channel. If you have never heard of their content, they're all great people. We do not associate with people that are not great people. I choose not to. I don't want that energy in my life. So subscribe to every channel that has come on here and is giving their time, donating their personal time to spend with me and Dave. So I appreciate, like I said, I love Allison and I love Kenzo.
So no Mr. Beast.
Yeah, no Mr. Beasts, no other douchey people. No Logan Paul.
No fake media. What?
So if you guys like Mr. B, I don't know if you subscribe to Kenzo's channel, my channel, or Allison's. Definitely do that. It's a different chance at you seeing some different perspectives on not just the toy collecting habit, but what we each bring individually different to the channel. So, or to the tubes of YouTube. So, but I hate fake people. Like, I've gotten to the point where I'm like, I turned 47 this year. I'm over the bullshit. I'm over. I don't have to be cool. No. I know I'm old, man. Get off my lawn.
I'm still probably the oldest. How old are you, Dave?
He's same age as me.
Same age, but I turned it in October.
And then Kenzo, you're 47 too, right?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, I'm the oldest.
a couple weeks ago. Here, I
I
found the
turned
little one.
51 on Monday, so
Ooh.
What'd you
I'm
find,
old
Kenzo?
enough. I saw Star Wars in the theater before it was A New Hope.
That's okay. That
She's-
just means you're cooler than us.
She's seen stuff that will turn you white. But
So I
Yeah.
did find the one that I wanted
Hey,
to find when
Palps.
you guys were talking about the channels. Obviously, I'm not going to say the name, but I saw this message last month. It said, "Hey, I watched your YouTube channel on Wednesday night and Friday. I don't have friends that I can talk to and enjoy my hobby with. I've been really depressed, alone, just wanting everything over. Watching your videos makes me feel less alone."
Aw.
And
See,
so, of course, and then I sent a very long, like, voice message to him, just like, dude, you know,
yeah,
obviously just kind of saying whatever. But that message right there, it's like, dude.
this
And then, of
is why
course, I keep up and just say, well, how's it going now? Like, you know, just saying everything good, you know. So it's just cool to see that
You guys-
that happens.
Do you guys know
that's
how I met Dave?
amazing.
Do you guys know how I met Dave?
it was a
I don't
street
know if I
corner on a rainy
Sorry,
night.
how?
It's a whole long story.
I don't know if a lot of people ever know the story about how Dave and I met. We met doing a live stream with another YouTuber, a friend of ours. He was doing it for mental health. How collecting and mental health are like a way to kind of, you know, sate that feeling that we have of loneliness inside of us. And I was opening up about my depression, because at that time I was going through a very big bout of depression, and it's something that I don't fight it anymore. I don't have to deal with it anymore. It's something I've overcome it. But I use this platform to create that place where everybody can be safe and enjoy that. And I met Dave in that stream, and this was years ago. And we clicked like instantly. And it's a rarity that you find people like that. We've had people come out to Dave and I when we did the mental health streams, and we've tried to do them. It's just time gets away with us. It's not saying we don't ever care about that stuff, but I think we need to do more of that in this community, because there are a lot of people, sadly, that don't have that outlet, because people look down on the collecting. Oh, it's childish, or oh, it's this. You know, it's not. There is no stigma to what you collect. If you collect Barbies, stamps, coins, Matchbox, you know, die
X's,
casts,
you know,
you collect people. I'm not saying it's the right thing to
And
do.
the souls of your enemies whom you've
Exactly.
crushed.
The tears of the people that you like to drink in a cup.
Scared tenement.
You know, the whole purpose of what we do here is to promote that happiness. And I know people think it's hokey and bullshit. It's not. We really do believe in bringing good energy. When you're around good energy, you produce better. When you're around negativity and anger and that shit, it's like the sin. You're gonna go to the dark side because you just don't have that outlet. And we really do promote that. Like, I've talked a lot about mental health before. I've talked about what I've gone through. I had this whole issue with weight gain, and I've lost so much weight now that I'm happier than I've ever been, because physically my joints aren't hurting. But people think that it's like, oh, it's ego. He's talking about, oh, he's only 218 pounds now. Oh my God. Well, I'm talking about it because I'm hoping that if I find that person that hears this and says, man, Dre was looking out for his health because he wants to be around for his kids, that's my motivation. She's right there. Number one. Number 2 and 3 are upstairs. Well, 3's not here. 3's at our friend's house. But number 2 is upstairs. I want to be around for those 3 people because they're my people. You know? And that's what matters to me when I look at my health. When I look at my mental health, I got to be good for them. You know? And that's why I try to promote those things. And Dave has been a really good advocate. And we do that. We met great people like Oz, Allison, Kenzo, Brick, Thanos. I can go down, Ed, Travis. I can go down the list of people I can talk to, and I've built a relationship with, and I'm building relationships with. That's what you should do. Isn't that what friendship's supposed to be? Maybe I got that wrong.
It's possible.
Could be.
You know.
Good
Good
There
on
are
you,
far worse
Kenzo.
things you could be wrong about, though. So
True.
I mean, picture it. You're like, I'll fly into space on a rocket and I'll be even more famous and people will buy my records again. That's not what happened, Katy Perry.
And I'll carry a little flower up there too and eat dirt.
Oh my God. Anyway.
But Kento, that's really awesome though, dude. Like I like that. Dave actually, I'm not even gonna say me, Dave received a message similar to that about a year and a half ago, where a gentleman reached out to Dave and Dave sent me the message, and it was just really, it moved me to tears actually. Because the guy said something very similar, like, you know, you don't see people in the community talking about mental health. You don't see a lot of people that really care about others, you know, and you two take your 2 hours out of your day to talk about this stuff. And that's what I like. I like that we have that ability, that this community promotes that.
Is Ed going to be joining you guys at some point?
He said that he said he's going to be joining us, I think, later today.
Cool.
I know there's several people.
Definitely chat with him, because I do know around Christmas usually Ed does a couple streams specifically just for people to hang out because of, you know, the
doldrums, yeah.
And
we've said
so
that.
definitely
That's the
chat with
worst.
him, because I know he did that. I can't remember if he did I know the Christmas before last for sure, because I watched it. With all the new house stuff, I wasn't as on the internet around Christmas this year as I have been in previous years. But
see, even Allison, you've been my sounding board. You know that? I've talked to you. You've given me great advice. Yeah, you've given me some great advice without even knowing you've given me great advice. So
she just tells me to shut the hell up. So
I haven't gotten there. We haven't gotten there yet.
I've never told you to shut the hell up.
I'm just kidding. No, Allison is one of my best friends, like, in the world.
That's what I've learned to like. I have been fortunate, like, you know, because I'm only here on a whim. Like, I used to watch Toy Habits. Well, I mean, I still do, but like, I watch it all the time. This was before Toy Sorcerers, when he had Larry on there. And I would be the actually person in the comments, because I didn't know as much about Princess of Power. And Michael was just one day like, hey, we're going to do a Princess of Power episode. Do you want to be on? And I was like, ugh, on YouTube. And Michael's one of my favorite people now, of course. And then right after that, I joined the Geek Dad Life Discord, and I met Brick and Derek Hoover and Quip and Chris Plastic from Shining. You know, like, I met all these people, and it's like, at first it's just like, oh yeah, whatever. And like, all of y'all, you know, those people, and like all of y'all, like, I've built this really amazing set of friends in a way that hasn't been in a lot of ways possible on the internet for a couple years now. Like, back in the 90s, like late 90s, early 2000s, you could still actually meet people on the internet and they would be cool. You know, and like, I remember meeting people on message boards and like going to Chicago for like, you know, a little sort of ad hoc, like, let's have a Liz Fair convention, guys. And it was just all of us going to Chicago and meeting up in person and bar hopping and shopping. And but then there was this phase where it's like, you just didn't want to meet anyone from the internet. You know, you didn't want to befriend anyone that you didn't actually know in real life. And like, I think for a lot of people it's still like that, but through YouTube, it's just, I don't know, it's different. It's been really cool to like meet people through making content and then making content and hanging out, and you know, like, I don't know, like, it's just really cool. You know, like, I sing Kenzo. Kitty gets like 3 gazillion reels, you know, through the course of the day.
And I'll
know,
send them
like-
right back.
Oh yeah, like and I've got a couple people where I send reels, and it's funny, I can't remember if I talked to you about this, Kenzo, or not when we did the episode. But I watched a thing that was talking about the real thing, the real, and what it kind of is, and it's like pebbling. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but I believe it's penguins, and what they will do is, like they will give each other like pebbles, like it's just like, hi, you're my friend, here's a pebble. And the real is like when you send people, that's your way of saying, hey, here's this cool thing, thinking about you, you're my friend, we're buddies. So it's kind of really cool. Like it's, like it's not just sort of wasting time with people, it's actually sort of connecting to people and sharing things. Like it's sort of a shorthand, of course, and sometimes you're sharing really off-color jokes, but at the same time it's been really cool to realize that, like we're not all just being ridiculous assholes when we send each other like 3,000 reels. That's sort of a way of telling people, hey, you're cool, here's this cool thing, thinking of you.
Yeah.
Cheers.
And it's cool because it's like that's where what it comes down to is when you're looking at these and you're saying, you see something and you chuckle to yourself and you say, oh, I know where I'm sending this one because I know she's gonna laugh too, so
yeah. And there's stuff I get where I'm like, Kenzo is not gonna enjoy this, I'm not gonna send this one to him, I'll send it to 7 other people, but not Kenzo for this one. And there's stuff I only send to Kenny, like, and it's as you get, like in the beginning you send people stuff where it's like, I don't know how they're gonna take this.
Yeah.
But the more you send stuff, then you start figuring out what their sensibility is and what they like and what's funny to them and what's not funny to them and what's going to interest them. Because I don't just send funny stuff, I'll send art stuff. So I don't know. I don't know. Like I'm way less pessimistic sort of about social media the last year than I was whenever I sort of, it took Brick, if he were here, could it took, like took about a year of him like, you should get on YouTube. And it took about a year for me to start making any content because it was just like, people, the internet. One of my first comments when I did something on the internet was some dude telling me my forehead was too big to be on the internet. So now I make my camera gets my 5 head right here always.
But see, that's when you tell that guy, you'd be like, hey, dude, you got a face for radio.
It's funny because I've gotten way meaner comments, like you get, you're fat, you're ugly, blah, blah, blah. Like you get just, back when I was still on X, AKA dead Twitter, like I would get threats of violence of the sexual nature regularly, and like none of that impacted me the way that didn't get under my skin the way that forehead comment did. I don't know why that is. I should talk about in therapy instead of on the internet with all y'all.
I thought this was therapy.
This is therapy, man.
Enough about me. What about you?
Well, that's a very interesting way of looking at it, because for me, I've always used YouTube as a way of connecting. Like to me, I feel that it's an opportunity to make friends, because as adults, making friends is not the same thing we have anymore. Like it's not like this, the hobby, the level of interest. Like I sometimes feel like I can be, I'm a very like a chameleon. I can blend very well with, because I know a lot of different things. I have a lot of different interests, like sports.
I know a thing or two about a thing or two.
Exactly. I consider myself like a Swiss Army knife in social situations. But at times it's like what really where you see, my wife says she sees me like glow when it's this stuff. When we talk about
Leroy?
When we talk about movies, when we talk about, toys, it's like she said, there's just, you can see the light bulb goes on for you. Like you're just so on for it. But then it's like, if somebody starts talking to you about like other stuff that you're not really interested in, you can see that you're there, but it's like you're autopiloting. Like you're good at conversation enough to navigate. And I'm just like, sometimes I don't want to do that. Sometimes I just want to bullshit about like what we did earlier, with Oz and Thanos, and just talk about predators and aliens and like all those theories, and like getting to dump that useless knowledge in my brain that to most other people they'd be like, oh, it's useless, but to my friends that love this stuff, it's like, yeah, we can bounce those ideas off of each other,
Right.
Like I'm
So
not
you use this as a bilge pump. That's what I'm hearing.
Yes, Dave, totally. Now, Thanos did something very special for my daughter that just melted my heart. Like, so Rory, when this was like right when we were switching over, we were backstage, and he said, well, what's your name to Rory? And Rory, like, she said Peanut, which is her nickname, and everybody knows that. Everybody in this chat knows. If you're new to the chat, my youngest goes by her nickname Peanut. But I said, baby, tell him your real name. And she goes, Lorelai. She never, ever says that to anyone. And all the time, she knows how to say her name. But you ask her, she'll say Rory. She told Thanos Lorelai. And I melted. I was like, Thanos, do you realize how special that is? Like, she never does that with anyone. And he then shared his name with her. And it melted my heart because I was like, this is my new friend talking to my daughter and showing her that respect. You don't get that often in any medium. And like, look at that. He gave that to my daughter. That is something I'll never forget. So that's freaking awesome. It's awesome that this community has come together for her like that, because you all don't realize when she jumps on streams with me and Dave or me by myself and sees you guys' names, you make her day too. And that to me means a lot. So I thought I would like to share that. I thought that was really awesome.
It's really adorable. Thanos sharing his real name and stuff.
Yeah, I didn't realize that she was gonna jump like she was. Is she?
That's a big deal.
You know what though? It was great seeing Rory's face though, because like she got super shy, but she like looked at the camera and she was like, Lorelai. And I was just like my kid, it's amazing to see that. Like, people know my name's Andre. I don't hide my name, but everybody calls me Dre. My friends call me Dre because I don't hate my name. I'm named after my great grandfather, who was freaking awesome. So like, to me, awesome sauce. But I like Dre because it's easier. It's my nickname. I've gone by it for so long. I think the only person that doesn't call me by my nickname is my wife and my mother-in-law. They're the only two that call me Andre. And my wife calls me Dave every now and then. But like, it's great to have my social circle. And even I think as we've all gotten older, our social circles shrink a little bit to the people we want to be around. And I think that's happened for me a lot lately. I've noticed that my grouping of people I talk to is a lot smaller, but I'm happier that it's that way. Like, I think my wife made a joke, Dave. She said, you realize you text the same 3 people every day? I said, yeah, you, Dave, and my little brother, Sammy. And she's like, that's crazy that I said, yeah, I have like maybe 5 people I talk to on Instagram that are outside of Dave and my little brother. And that to me, that makes me happy. And that broadened my circle to you guys. I feel comfortable. So that to me means a lot. Now I gotta find gray. Look at how mine's coming out so far.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, I'm not like going with any particular color scheme. I'm just kind of going with what I see that I think works,
Lift mine up a little bit. Yeah, I'm just
Oh,
doing like the ground and the wood grain. So.
All right, you guys want an insider trick that I do on the eyeballs?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, that looks really good, Dave. I like how
So-
bright the yellows are.
Yeah, it started with that lighter yellow and then kind of more of an orange to blend it.
That's the Fisto head, right?
So this is Fisto. I don't think it really gives what I'm really trying to convey here, but what I do on the eyeballs when I'm done, when you get them the way you want them on the figures, and it depends on what style of figure you're going for and what kind of detail you want. But I have this sitting on my desk. This is clear resin. And when I'm done, I dab the eyeballs with the clear resin and then hit them with the UV light, and it puts an extra layer, and then it makes them glossy as if the eyeballs are wet.
That's freaking cool.
Aha.
I was gonna say, did you give him some rosiness in the cheeks? Because it looks bad.
Oh yeah, no, he's I'm not done with that part yet. No, I didn't do the lips, I didn't do the cheeks yet, but
Dude, it looks great. Like, that's freaking awesome. I get
and
talent.
he's gonna go with this armor.
That's really neat.
Yeah, that's freaking dope, dude.
I liked that was your Triclops armor I saw online earlier, right? With like the skull from the ring.
Yes, this one right here.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Sonny doesn't like it. He told me, but he said it very kind. He says, "I don't know about that one. Sorry." I go, "Okay, Sonny, that's okay." Sonny doesn't like a lot of stuff.
Did you ask him for his opinion?
Of course not.
Okay. Because
And look, I don't know what other color I'm going to do with this one, but here's the snake armor, battle armor that I started with the tan. And of course,
What color
I
is the
finished.
snake?
I don't see. That's the thing, is it's going to depend on where I'm going to put it. Yeah, it definitely is going to depend on what snake it's going on. But that's what I'm going to do, though. I'm going to bust out a bunch of them. I'm going to do a bunch. Like I said, I have probably, let's see, I had 6, 7, 8. So I have about 10 or 11 battle armors that are just completed on my 2 printers. So I'm going to take those off and then start painting those as well.
Nice.
Like I got this one that's a clear, but I just did a silver over the H. I might do red in the middle, but I might leave it. But these are the ones that I'm going to end up putting in those blind boxes now, because it'll work better. So I could be a millionaire and be like Mr. Beast.
You'll be a millionaire one day. And then you'll buy all the caviar and all the champagne. And
Well,
you'll have your own jet.
I heard in Tempe I could get some good butter in Tempe.
Oh my god. Okay, so like, yeah. Like they have this really good artisanal butter and Tempe, and the music scene is off the hook.
Oh, see, I'm taking my money to Tempe.
You gotta go to Tempe. Like that's where it's at.
This Marty.
Did I
What do
tell
you
you
think of
guys
the-
the story?
What do you think of that skin color? I'm trying to use like 2 different shades to.
That looks pretty good. What did
Okay.
you use?
I
I mean, it
used,
looks whatever you're using. Like the sort of secret is
pale yellow, and I used what was this other one? Ginger yellow.
yeah. If you have the color set, what a lot of people sometimes will miss is that, especially for Caucasian skin tones, if you use like
White
a sort
folks.
of,
For them white folks.
I love you, Ken.
Those funkies.
Them damn white folk.
the Mayo
Sorry,
Sapiens.
go ahead, Allison. Sorry.
The Mayo Sapiens. He's a little bit of
Pigment impaired.
yeah.
Oh,
My sisters of the Mayo Moon. If you use like, I don't know if you have like a pumpkin orange, but if you have like a sort of dark rusty orange, if you just shade around, and not, like don't color the whole face with it, but if you do like almost like an outline around like the cheeks and then right like the curve of the nose, it gives it like a shading, And then when you go in with a different layer of like peach or a pinkish tone, it gives it sort of that depth of skin. I should actually do some like tutorials, but I just
You should,
you know,
because you know what you're talking about.
I
Don't have
I
pumpkin orange,
I
I
have
have a
started
regular orange.
filming tutorials before, and then I get so bored. I'm like, I just want to finish this. I just want to
Yeah.
finish it. I'm so impatient.
Well, like this thing, this is what I'm always proud of. I never buy tan or peach paint. This is a perfect mixture of whites and yellows and reds and browns and even a little couple drops of
Yeah,
gray. And look at this. I freaking nailed this Fisto color
that
where the
looks really
skin
good.
is freaking perfect. And the head is so much better, and I have him double Fisto. See him? He's ready.
Double fist though.
So I 3D printed the other fist on the other hand, so he's got both fists.
Have any
But
of
that-
you ever watched the British show Absolutely Fabulous?
Yes.
So there's a season where Adina, she's like a publicist, and one of her clients is the British model Twiggy. And Twiggy,
Oh, geez.
she has signed her up for the publicity for this fundraiser in America. And it's the sequel to Hands Across America, but instead of Hands Across America, it's Fists Across America.
Oh, geez.
Oh yeah, and it's ab fab, so they get every possible joke out of Fists Across America that you could possibly get. So anyway, it made me think of that when somebody said double fisted. Reminds me of my ex's sister. They called her double stuffed in college.
Oh, that's what they
I
call
bet
it.
she was.
Cups.
Oh, who's that kid with the Oreo cookie?
See, no, the kids ain't gonna know that stuff nowadays. Like I've made that comment to like where commercials were a thing. Like we know jingles, you know.
Mhm.
Kids ain't gonna know what jingles are. Like there's things you may know, but there's no jingles. Like
Oh, and by the way, I'm
Wait,
being a
wait.
rebel right now.
You're a rebel?
It didn't have the Nike swoosh, but I had to give it.
Oh. It didn't have the swoosh because you would have to pay to have the swoosh. I've got the Insight Editions. Yeah, Insight Editions who did this. Who published this. They also published the Goonies one. And obviously they're not using Baby Ruth. So like all the pages that should have Baby Ruth, it's like this very generic. It looks like Sim candy, like how the Sims will have gibberish words on stuff. That's what it looks like. So yeah, they would have to pay sort of licensing fee to do the swoosh. Oh, marketing.
Gotta love
oh
it.
my Lanta.
Well, kids, I think I might hit the hay. My
Uh-oh.
insomnia is fading.
Well, I mean, it's hey, I've had a pleasure with you here, dude. Like I said, when you get up later on and you want to come back on, just message Dave or I, and we will gladly send you the link. You are more than welcome to come back.
Well, I appreciate you. It was fun. It was a good
Yeah,
time. Like I knew
anytime.
I was gonna be awake, and I knew I was gonna be down in my workstation. So as long as you guys didn't mind coming to my messy part.
It's daylight again.
Oh
It
crap!
is
It is. I
daylight.
just looked over. And I was like, wow, it is daylight. Ain't that something?
Celebrate the moments of your life.
I almost spat my water out because you keep making me remember all those jingles.
Jean-Luc. Oh my gosh. What's funny though is because of those commercials, I thought that International Coffee was fancy when I was a kid. It's not fancy.
That's all my grandmother would drink. That's all she
I-
drank was that stuff.
My first apartment on my own, I went grocery shopping. I'm like, I'm gonna get this International Coffee. I'm fancy. I'm grown up. Oh my god, no.
That stuff was disgusting. I remember smelling it. It looked like really bad version of like the Hershey's chocolate mix.
Yeah, that's what I think was the worst about it was like flavored
They
coffee,
lied.
but like
They did.
it was so much. Yeah, like it was not. Like it would have been way more effective to get like a can of like cheap Folgers crystals and then mix flavored
show you
creamer
this,
in there or
Allison?
something.
Allison, did I ever show you this one?
No, it's not. Oh, it's a clear Skeletor.
It's a 3D print. Yeah.
Oh, nice. He looks very. I like how the light is coming through him.
Mm-hmm.
It's like all crystal.
Well, and if I put that clear like spray or like the gloss on it, it'll be clearer. But this has been sitting there in the dust for a while.
If you put the right lights beneath him, he could be a true disco Skeletor.
Yeah. Well, just remember, guys. If I remember the words,
Watch for inspiration.
sweet dreams we can't resist. NESTLES.
Oh my god.
Creamy white. Creamy white.
Wow, you're
Wow.
playing with power.
Damn, man, he hit me with the nice one. I
Nestle
love
gets the very best. NESTLES. All right, guys. On that note, I'm going to go have some sweet dreams about a candy bar.
Dude, that was awesome. Thank you, Kenzo.
All right, guys. We'll see you
Take
later
care,
on.
man.
Thank
Later,
you.
brother.
Bye,
Later.
Good night.
See you next Tuesday.
I caught what you did there.
Yeah. Now that song is stuck in my head from that commercial.
I know. Now, as I'm sitting here, I'm just like, oh my god. I'm also thinking of Wayne's World. New print, little, yellow, different.
No, I was thinking of Demolition Man when he's in the car, and of course all the future cops, they listen to the radio, but it's nothing but jingles of commercials.
God, that's so true. I forgot about that.
Oh, yeah, that was the one where with Sandra Bullock and Stallone, right?
Yep.
Am I thinking of a different
And
one?
and Benjamin Bratt is in there. You get a bunch of people in
Rob
there.
Schneider.
And like every restaurant is Taco Bell.
Yes.
Yeah, because Taco Bell won the food wars.
But we still don't know what the three shells, how they work.
You know, somebody explained it on YouTube, and they said that it was just a prank, that it wasn't supposed to ever be explained. It was one of those things that we were just supposed to kind of just like quietly accept it. It's just what it is. It's a gag in the movie. You know.
I remember taking my brother and his dorky friends to go see that.
But you enjoyed it though.
It was all right. I can't remember what I wanted to go see instead. Should look that up really quick. Because if I don't, it's going to bother me in like 3 hours when I wake up from a dead sleep. Oh, October 8th, 1993.
See, 93.
A lot of movies in '93.
That would have put me at 15. I would have seen that with my parents would have dropped me off with my friends to go see that movie. Because they would have bought our tickets as they used to make you do at the United Artists Theater.
Domestic box office, October 1990. That's all I wanted. Malibu Barbie. Sorry. Yeah, we're at that part of the day. Demolition Man. Cool Run. I would not have. No. Disney. Anything Disney made that was live action was a
I
no-go.
saw Cool Running in the theaters.
I did not.
Malice with Alec Baldwin and Nicole Kidman before she ruined a face. It was also though before she should have stopped like To Die For with her and like Matt Dillon, where she's the weather woman who like that was a good movie.
I know what you're talking about.
if she had stopped there, like it would have been fine. She had a little work done. That's when she started the wigs. She would have been fine if she had stopped there, but no. But that's not how it works. For love or money, what is that?
Michael J. Fox movie with Gabrielle
Oh, I
Anwar.
would not have gone to see that.
I'm a Michael J. Fox fan. Trust me.
I'm not. So
It was a nice one.
Getty's Mr. Nanny. God.
Oh, well,
Dang,
Hulk
what-
Hogan. Ugh.
So it's like Shortcut. Oh, yeah, but that wouldn't have been open at any of our podunk theaters. Huh. So maybe that's why I was extra grumpy, because there wasn't even anything better to
No
suggest.
options.
Like, not only do I have to take my brother to see this shit movie, but there's nothing better for me to. Because he was old enough at the time where I could have just got the tickets, let him and his little friends go
like here,
see that.
there you
and
go.
then
Kids
I
will
did
put
that a
armor.
couple of times.
He put Dave hot dogs, armor hot dogs.
Oh my god, he is hitting me with this nostalgia, man.
Well, that's one of the actual commercials that play on the radio in the movie.
All right, let's see. We have to get that. There are two ways you can get any song out of your head.
Get
Do you
another
take the
song
red
stuck in your
pill, or
head.
do you take the red pill, or do you take the blue pill? Shall I choose for you? Do you want the blue pill?
Right.
Me, I'll take the blue pill.
All right, let me get warmed up. Ooh, baby, do you know what that's worth? Ooh, heaven is... There you go.
Belinda Carlisle.
You two can sing like Belinda Carlisle.
I was a DJ once upon a time, so whenever someone starts saying a song, I used to be able to
I
just
do
think,
actually legitimately enjoy the song catalog of Belinda Carlisle. But also, I'm not one of those people who like can't admit that her singing is not. She's not the greatest singer in the world. So let's just say
No.
that. And several of her. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, back in the '80s, you didn't have to be a good singer; you just had to look good. Basically.
Right. I've been known to do Mad About You at karaoke. Like my set list at karaoke used to be Vanity 6, Nasty Girl, Belinda Carlisle, Mad About You, Baby Got Back, and then if they had it, Salt and Pepper Expression.
See, nowadays, whenever I hear someone mention "Baby Got Back," all I can think about is the fact that Sir Mix-a-Lot produced a lot of country music. He was a producer for a lot of country artists, and he even produced some songs for Jewel, I think, if my memory serves correct. I know.
Poor Jewel.
Oh god, she was
with her snaggletooth.
Leave her snaggletooth alone.
Who will save your soul?
Exactly.
When it comes to the dental work. Anyway.
Thanos couldn't even save her from a snap.
Yeah, Jewel.
But Cyndi Lauper, think about it. Like Cyndi Lauper is another one.
That was my first musical idol that wasn't. It's like I liked Olivia Newton-John, like, you know, because that's my generation. Or like my first album I bought was Kansas for that Dust in the Wind song. And I say bought, I mean I made my parents buy it for me with money from my piggy bank. The first time I personally broke my piggy bank was to buy Kiss Destroyer in like 1970. So like I was 3, and I'm like, piggy bank money, Kiss. I liked Blondie. But
Never
all of my
hearing-
blonding, my uncle gave me his 45s when he would get tired of them. Same with Olivia Newton-John. My Grease soundtrack was a gift from my uncle.
Moment of silence.
And he took me to see Xanadu in 1980.
Did you like it?
I told Matt, I'm like, my funeral and my will, like that ending scene with like the big skate off and the big musical number, that's my funeral. Like, that's what I want.
With Gene Kelly, who apparently was a nightmare to work with during that film.
I mean, yeah, probably. I'm not surprised. It's not like I'm like, no, not Gene Kelly. No. It's like when I did extra work on Miss Congeniality, like I was in this scene that they filmed in San Antonio, well, in the audience, where for actually yesterday was April 25th. So I was in the audience when they filmed that. Like, what's your idea of the perfect date? I would have to say April 25th because it's not too hot and it's not too cold. All you need is a light sweater. I was in the audience and had to keep refilming it because we all lost our shit every time.
Oh, so you were actually there?
I was in, yeah, I did extra work on Miss Congeniality. But what I will say is you often hear stories about William Shatner on set, and they are true.
Well, I know he's a total
complete
D-bag.
I mean, somebody was like, he's nice now. I'm like, yeah, because he's about to die and he realizes he's about to get his.
No,
but,
he came here for a con last summer, and a lot of people said, "Oh, Shatner's a real asshole in person." And apparently, people who visited, who like took pictures and stuff with him, they came back to booth where I was working, and they're like, "Yeah, Shatner was a total d-bag to them." So I'm like, so just goes to show you.
Okay. I will say though, of all the celebrities I met doing extra work or other ways, Ernie Hudson, nicest guy.
I have to meet him someday.
Such a nice guy. Like he came up, like he wasn't on set for a lot of Miss Congeniality, the parts that they were filming in Austin. But for the ones he was there that I was there for, he would just come up and talk to all the extras. Like there was no.
He's a people person.
Yeah, like just really cool, really down to earth, really nice. Would come out and like, thanks for all your hard work out here. And he turned a blind eye while we were waiting craft services. Because, extras are not supposed to have craft services. We got busted by Benjamin Bratt. Whenever I was like, I need a banana and I need one of those sandwiches. Let's go. So I led the raid and Benjamin Bratt caught us. I'm like, hey, because I didn't know who he was though. Everyone else did. So they're all horrified as I'm sitting here like, what do you want, Brittany? And he comes walking up. You guys are doing great out here. And they all freeze. And he's like, no, it's fine. Get whatever you want. And I'm like, what do you want, sir? He's like, no, I'm good. And I was like, oh, okay. He's like, y'all are doing great out here. I'm like, well, you're doing great in there. And I'm like, you sure you don't want something? They got oranges. It's like, no, I'm good. Anyway, you guys keep it up. Enjoy the craft services. And then he walks off, and the girl, Brittany, is like, oh my God, do you know who that was? I'm like, he didn't want an orange. I don't care. More for us. She's like, that's Benjamin Bratt. I'm like, but he's only 5'3". So anyway, he tiny. I mean, I know I'm pretty tall. I'm like 5'8", but like he was little. Like I could have picked him up and drop kicked him.
I would have paid to see that.
It was when he was dating Julia Roberts, so it's best I didn't because she and I have history.
Okay, now God. I have to hear this.
Yeah, now you have to say something. You can't leave us on that.
Okay, so when Julia Roberts was married to Lyle Lovett and they were living in the Austin area, Apparently I shopped at the same Safeway that they would go and get groceries at. And this was when Julia was like, Austin, I can just be myself. I'm not Julia Roberts here. So anyway, I'm going to get fruit on the bottom yogurt because that was all I was eating at the time because eating disorder, right? And I get back there and I go to reach for fruit on the strawberry fruit on the bottom. And somebody else is reaching for it. And our hands almost graze. And I'm like, oh my God, I almost touched somebody. And I look up and I'm like, oh my God. And it was Julia Roberts. So she sees me. I see her. She realizes I've just recognized her. I'm sort of embarrassed because I almost touched her. And we like the same yogurt. So what's the natural thing to do? Oh my God, I love that yogurt too. And then to make it worse, I love you so much, Miss Julia. And then I realize how ridiculous I am. And I turn and I did the little eep. And then I turn and run like the Roadrunner. And then every aisle I needed to go to get groceries, she was down. So she would turn and I would turn and run. So I ran from her for the rest of that day. So, you know, she was like, what a fucking bitch. What a freak. She probably got home and was like, wow, there was some weird bitch at the grocery store. She was being a stalker.
She was so weird.
She was so weird. I can never eat fruit on the bottom yogurt again. And then he's like, I guess we got to get divorced. Anyway. Kenzo. I just saw your Belinda comment, Kenzo.
I think
well, I have spent a lot of time on this hay.
I'm actually working on the comic book cover.
Right.
I'm working on like it's like this is my work on the comic book cover. Like I'm actually doing a weird like I'm imagining what an alien sky would look like for space zombies. So I'm doing like a pink sky, green grass, a blue ray, the guy shooting out of his hand. I'm going completely like different. I'm going with what I would think.
But it's like the lady says, everybody's so creative.
So Dave knows this story. I met the wrestler, and I guess I'll give him his due. Hip hop, like recording artist, R-Truth. Ron the Truth Killing. Yeah. He is a Charlotte, North Carolina native, and stay off the acid, bro. I decided that I was like, I've met celebrities before, and sometimes I've like fangirled, but like as I've gotten older, I try to be respectful, like leave them alone. But I was like, he shopped at the grocery store I was going to, and a lot of my like friends and teacher coworkers had met him, and they said he's super personable. Like as long as you don't like push to like an autograph or a picture, usually he's pretty freaking cool. Especially when WWE is very particular about their guys and girls getting off camera. Like they're very like the maps. They police that shit. So I'm here in North Carolina. Rory was about, I think, 2 years old, a year and a half, 2 years old. So we're running into the grocery store because it's about to rain. And I see this guy, and I'm like, no, that can't be him. It's not Ron. And I see him walk. I said, Andre, you know what? Just take a shot. I'm like, the truth will set you free. And he whips his head around. And I see him give the look he would give on TV. And I was like, oh, shit, it's him. And he goes, what's up? So I walk over to him. I dap him up. And then he goes, hey, little mama. He's like, what's your name? Now, Rory was like super shy, so she didn't want to say what her name was. But she starts gives him a little dap. And we sit outside talking. I was asking him because at that point, he had just gotten his knee scoped. And he was he was on the shelf. But people were like, oh, he's going to be back soon. So I was asking him, like, hey, how's your knee? I see that you're looking in great shape. He's just coming from the gym. So, of course, I text Dave. Like, everybody's like, well, where's a picture? I'm like, I'm not going to ask him for a picture. Dude's going to get some groceries that they're coming out the gym. Let my man have a moment, And it was just something interesting that that was one of those, I can't believe I met the celebrity outside in the real world kind of moment, which I thought was
believe
really
it's
cool.
not butter.
Dave,
It's weird though, is I'm normally better, you know, and like that. I mean, I hadn't done any extra work at that point when I ran into Julia Roberts, but I had met some people before, and it was just because it was so unexpected, you know, to sort of run into her like that. I would have been if I had seen her and been like, oh, I need yogurt, she's buying yogurt. I would have just waited and let her get her fucking yogurt and go. But eating disorder, I was starving. I'm like, I can only eat that kind of yogurt and rice cakes and grape nut cereal. Like,
God, grape nuts.
yeah, you put them in the yogurt and then there's much. So, you know, and then I was buying food for my boyfriend as well, which is why it took longer than 5 minutes to get in and out and to not avoid her for the rest of the agonizing 25-30 minutes we were both in that store together after that moment. But, you know, like, again, like, I didn't know who Benjamin Bratt was on set, but I knew, like, Ernie Hudson. I knew Sandra Bullock. You know, and it's like, those were fun. You know, when I did extra work on Faculty, like Piper Laurie was on that. She was a big deal, Carrie's mom. But I was still able to keep my, you know, like, not be a complete dork.
You're cool.
Yeah, I wasn't like, Piper, could you please say I can see your dirty pillows? Everybody can. No, I was just like, oh. I was just like, oh my God, your scarf is so cool. And she's like, oh, thank you. Wardrobe gave it to me. And then she kept going. So.
Dre, one final message from Kenzo.
What do you think?
Off to bed, the white chocolate NESTLES
I
bar
hate you,
will be mine.
Kenzo, but I love you, Kenzo.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
Oh, you know you
Man,
love
that
them.
commercial was a big deal, though. I definitely bought a bunch of that candy, like, just because, so that you could feel like it was that commercial all over again.
You know what I remember when I used to eat when I was eating candy? Whatchamacallit.
I loved whatchamacallit. Whatever
What was the
happened
name
to
of
that?
it?
Dang, don't be a douche.
Wait, I had that a few months ago, actually. Saying what
Yeah,
happened to it.
they still make it. Mars still makes
Well, it
that.
was that there's the local chain where we moved, and they had a bunch of sort of, you know, like the little peg candy, like the little dollar sour cherries and bit of honey, and they had whatchamacallit, and I bought one. It was when we were still sort of like Matt was down here in the house, and I was still up in Portland, you know, packing and closing everything up there and getting it ready for the movers. And I stopped and got a whatchamacallit to eat in the car on the way back. But it was very much like, oh my God, whatchamacallit, they still make it.
Yeah, I remember that was like one of the candy bars. When I ate candy bars, like, 'cause I don't even eat candy. Like, that's one thing people are surprised when they hear, like, you have a sweet tooth, but you don't eat candy. I'm like, yeah, I really don't. I wish I did sometimes, but then I'm glad I don't, because I just don't like candy. Like, my wife loves chocolate, and I'm allergic to it.
Because you're lactose.
Well, no, chocolate's not because I'm lactose. Chocolate will kill me.
No, but usually chocolate has milk in it, so.
That's if you get milk chocolate. If you get like dark chocolate, there's no milk in it. But, you know, I can't, in my brain, I can't, I don't like, it's like even bubble gum. Like, I don't like bubble gum. I used to love bubble gum. I would always carry, like, you know, gum in my pocket or something like that. I don't carry that stuff anymore.
They don't make the gum I liked that, which you both will probably. It was like the gum that had like a little bit of like flavored high fructose corn syrup in the middle of it, and you'd bite into it, and it'd be like
Oh
a
my god,
gush of-
Bubblicious
no, not bubble. Like
or Bubba
Bubblicious,
Yum.
they don't
Was
make.
it- No,
I
it
think
was a little pink.
Bubble Yum.
Yeah, it was a little ball in it, and it had like red jelly, like it was like a jelly type, like
Yeah,
that.
and it was like
It
cinnamon, and
would
then there
burst in your mouth.
was the
Yes.
cream on like sour apple.
You know what my mom used to love?
I liked
Remember?
those.
I don't know if either of you two know this, but there used to be this god awful violet candy. It was like a chalk. It tasted like you were eating chalk, but it was floral. That was the candy I remember my mom used to carry in her purse. God, that stuff was disgusting. It was like every time my mom would like talk, I was like, "Mom, did you eat potpourri from our bathroom?" Because it just smelled like that. It was god awful.
No, but the first time somebody gave me minced meat, which doesn't have meat in it, I was like, I spit it. I'm like, what is this? What the? Like, is this potpourri or what? And like, no, it's minced meat. I'm like, ugh. That was not pleasing. Like, the texture was just foul. But anyway, that's what you just reminded me of.
I love that. When we
No,
have those
yeah, I remember when whatchamacallit came out. Like, it was a big deal. There was a new candy bar. And it was a big deal because there were all these commercials about whatchamacallit all the time.
Yeah. Doodad, Skinnamarink.
Bonkers. Do you remember Bonkers?
Yes, I do.
Those are gone too, but those were also, again, like that was a big deal when those came out. Like the whole ad campaign was on the back of every comic book for a while.
Hey, let's date ourselves. You remember when they had the clear Pepsi ads?
Yeah.
Pepsi Crystal.
Pepsi Crystal.
And it tasted nothing like regular Pepsi.
And that terrible Van Halen song for the commercial.
Yes.
And then Saturday Night Live did the parody with the clear gravy.
Oh, God.
They brought clear Pepsi back a few years ago, and at the time, Matt was working
2016.
At a
2016, I
grocery
remember.
store. And he was like, well, do you want me to bring you some? And I'm like, sure, I'll try it. You know, because I had one when it came out and did not care for it. But, when you're like 17, 18, your palate's a lot different than when you're old. There's stuff I eat now that I used to, oh my God, I can't believe my grandma, that now I'm just like, oh yes, all the Brussels sprouts, all the time, bringing them up.
Brussels sprouts are freaking awesome.
Like, well, maybe I like Crystal Pepsi now, right? No, it's still as terrible as you remember.
100% she's correct. We were going to an anime convention in Baltimore, and I remember I said, if we could find it, I'll grab a bottle. We were at a Sheetz gas station, and I found it, and I was like, oh man, it was like 4 a.m. I was like, I need something. I'm gonna try. And this is when I was drinking soda. And like folks know, I have not had a bottle of soda in 3 years, and I will never go back to it. But at that time, I remember getting it, and it was just so god awful. We all shared it, and we were like, this is disgusting. Why did you waste $2?
It's just not good. Like, and that was what I remembered about it at the time. Like now it's, like I only drink either like ginger ale or sparkling water or diet soda. Like those are my soda options. And technically sparkling water isn't really soda, but it's kind of like soda water. But even, and so sometimes if somebody brings me even like Coke Zero,
yes,
like it tastes too sugary, and because I'm used to the diet, I'm used to all of these, so I was kind of like, well, maybe the Crystal Pepsi thing, it's because like there's the sugar, it's full sugar, it's not, but either way, it tasted like ass.
Yeah, my mom,
100%.
my wife drinks the caffeinated waters. She
Oh, interesting.
absolutely, yeah. She loves those, and we've been pissed off because Target stopped carrying the ones she drank. It was a pear hibiscus, and I forgot the other ones that she used to have. The blackberry mandarin. Can't find them anymore. Target stopped making them, and they said, "Oh, it's due to the supply chain." So my wife's like, "Crap." So we've been trying to find other ones that she can drink that have caffeine, and the choices are very limited, and they're all online. You can't really. I have to order them off Amazon. So I ordered her like 2 of the zero sugar caffeinated ones, and she likes one flavor. She liked a couple of flavors, but the one flavor that really surprised me, she liked the strawberry citrus one. And I just bought her a case of that, and she's like, "Man, these are good, and the caffeine level is fine." I said, "Let's hope they don't remove those." And every now and then she'll get a Coke Zero. Like I bought her a cherry Coke Zero today because I know every now and then she likes that soda flavoring. Like she likes to actually drink that. I don't, and because I drink like right now, like I think I officially have like 4 things I drink: sweet tea, coffee, Gatorade Blue, and I would say orange juice. Apple juice I do drink, but the girls drink it more than I do.
Yeah.
Lemonade on the rare occasion, but coffee, water, orange juice, Gatorade. Those are what I don't even drink that much Gatorade. But it's amazing how when you older, the more your palate changes. So it's kind of interesting. Who knew?
Well, Dre, I actually bought Coke last week,
Dave, this is a
but
family channel.
but I did not drink it. I used it for my bike. The old aluminum foil and Coke to get rid of the rust.
Yeah, I know that one. I've seen that one.
And then I poured out the rest.
Well, like I said, when Meredith was asking, she was like, "I need something to drink." Like, I was like, "I'll see if I can find you one of these brands because it has been the most difficult thing to find caffeinated waters. Like, there are supposedly like a lot of people on Reddit were saying that companies are stopping making them because of caffeine addiction and all these like health regulations that certain states are taking. Like California was trying to limit things that people could buy on food stamps, and they were trying to take things out of stores that were like Monster. I mean, I remember when I was teaching in 2016, I was in the classroom teaching again. I remember the end of the year, my kids used to see me bring up those large ass 48-ounce monsters with no sugar. One girl bought me at the end of the year as my teacher gift for the end of the year. She's like, "You're my favorite teacher." She bought me like 4 packs, like the large 12 packs. Bought me that and I was like, "Oh my god, thank you." And I look back at myself and say, "What the hell was I thinking?"
I can't drink, and I've tried all of them once or twice, but like they make my kidneys hurt. Like I get a couple drinks and then it's like my side starts to hurt, and I'm just like, "Oh, yeah, no, we're good."
No bueno. So I want some chat involvement. Do any of you guys drink? Have any suggestions for caffeinated waters? Do you guys drink this stuff? I mean, a lot of us. I drink coffee. Like I was saying, I'm a bit of a coffee snob. I love my coffee and kick rocks on anybody that doesn't like coffee. I drink tea as well. But does anybody have any recommendations? I'm always down to hear that.
You have to do it in the proper YouTube way. So tell me what you think. Do you like caffeinated water? Do you have any recommendations? Let us know in the comments.
I love it. Thank you. See?
Sorry, I don't have the ability to do a poll. Sorry.
Oh, I'm not asking you to do a poll.
Oh my god, what kind of Mickey Mouse operation is I never understood that saying.
Is it not
Like, what kind of Mickey Mouse operation is this? It's like Mickey Mouse is one of the most successful brands in the entire world. What do you even mean?
Most well known too. Like people don't have to know Disney movies to know that Mickey Mouse is Disney.
I mean, like if you like, yeah, like if you're trying to denote it's something like, like cheap or poorly organized or like nobody cares about it. Like, what kind of Katy Perry operation do you got going here? Like, come on, guys.
Can I say Amy Winehouse, or is that too soon?
I mean, you can say that, but like she's kind of a skeleton now, so like.
Well, it doesn't hurt her. It wouldn't hurt.
I mean, that would be fine if like some, like. Wow, it's deader here than Amy Winehouse. When you go to a party, like that would be acceptable.
Okay, I had to make sure.
I mean, I'm just gonna say she's most famous for a song that's like about not going to rehab, and yeah, so it's like I remember when Crocodile Hunter, like, was it the Crocodile Hunter?
Steve Irwin.
What they called him? Steve Irwin. So I remember when he died, and people were like, "Oh my God, I'm shocked!" And I'm like, literally, this man climbs into water with crocodiles. It was only a matter of time. What's shocking is that it wasn't a crocodile that got him. It was like a stingray. But I'm just saying, like, why are you surprised? Like, you all watched that show every week, hoping he would get eaten. Like,
his first was to be, "Crikey, look what I found right here. We found a bloody little crocodile. Look at its teeth. And the thing's snapping.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a feisty one. Let me jump on him and I'll show you what it looks like."
I mean, like, I'm not saying like, oh, haha, he died. I'm saying like, it was very odd to me that people acted really surprised when it happened, because his entire premise was like, watch me almost die every week. Like, at some point, your luck runs out. Like, we all know this. I mean, again, like,
it's funny. I always make jokes because you don't see. I always remember like comedians like Chris Rock and like Dave Chappelle. He's like, you never see people of color do that. Like, why would? And again, you live in Australia. Australia is the land that everything wants to kill you. Everything there will eat you. Decide that you are on the menu, from littlest things to the biggest things. You're on the menu. You have to be a special kind of person to live there. And to me, it's like you jump in the ocean. It's not safe between the man of wars, the great whites that roam the waters, tiger sharks. Yeah. You go to the Indian Ocean. You got now bull sharks, tiger sharks that want to eat your face, hammerheads, jellyfish. I was like, y'all live in an area where I wouldn't jump in anything. And then I remember Lana, her biological dad, lives in Tampa. And he was like, "Oh, I'm buying a boat." And I told Lana, I said, "You get in that water. I will be so pissed if we have to go fly down there because something happened." She's like, "Why?" And I start showing her the videos of the newscasts that are like bull sharks swimming in Tampa, Florida, in the estuaries. They're swimming from the ocean into the estuaries. And I'm like, kiddo, just because you're on a boat doesn't mean you're safe.
As if it weren't bad enough that you have to be in Tampa.
Exactly. You got to be in Tampa. Now you're going to see sharks. And then it's like, they were talking about migratory patterns. And she's like, "You're I said, "I am terrified of sharks. But damn it, if I'm not going to educate the shit out of myself to know what the hell is going on, you best believe I will."
Listen,
like you said, oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, like you said, Steve Irwin. I mean, he was tempting fate. I mean,
oh yeah.
Anytime you're like, "Oh, here, I'm gonna stick my hand or my head in a crocodile's head," and God would say, "Don't do that, Steve," but he would do it anyways.
Yeah, where I grew up in Louisiana, like we had alligators that would climb up into the yard, and it's like, why do I not live in Louisiana anymore?
Why did I see
the alligators climb into your yard?
There was this viral video I saw this past week, and I shit you not, it was two like alligators. One was like, I don't know, like 10 feet away. The other one somehow found his way up to stand upright and hit the fucking doorbell on the door.
Yep.
Hell no. See?
Did you see that?
No, I did see that.
I sent the reel to somebody. I'll send it to you, Dre. That'll be the first reel I send you.
I love you, Allison, but that would scare the bejesus out of me that an animal has now gotten to the point where it can now say, "Guess what I can do?
Yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah,
ring
but
your
Trey,
doorbell."
the best part is the guy who was reacting to the video was like, now you got to realize the one hitting the door wasn't the one thing coming up with the idea. It was the one laying like 10 feet back. That's the one that was his damn idea to do it in the first place. Like you're with your buddy.
Nah, dude. Nope. They said orcas do that thing now too. Like orcas are now mimicking human voices, and they're like, "Oh, they're not dangerous to people." I said, "You know when things aren't dangerous to people? When you're not on the menu." I'm sorry, you're you're a big ass 10,000-pound creature that's the apex predator of the oceans. You've overtaken the oldest apex predator, which is sharks. No freaking thanks.
I'm sorry, but anyone that goes in those shark cages, out of the damn mind.
I had a friend of mine that actually she did that. She wanted to do that. She did that. I am sorry.
And she's out of her damn mind.
Yeah, but again, I don't want to put myself on the menu.
Yeah, I had an ex who went to a shark cage, and unfortunately the cage held through, so he's still with us. But fingers crossed. He was like, "I'm gonna go into shark cage when I'm down there," and I'm like, "Ooh, please break."
Hey Dre, are you done yet?
Am I done yet with my? I'm nowhere near done, dude. I'm on the comic book still. I've been talking and working on the comic. Look
at mine. I'm done.
You're done. Wow.
Well, the
It
scene.
ain't a race, man. It's called I'm enjoying it. I'm relaxing. I'm talking.
I mean, it's at night, so this is all black here.
Yeah.
They're in a park, and lots of that's all black. And then I just had to do the flames and then color the characters. And Bob's your uncle.
There you go. Dave is done. He won. Dave won the internet.
Exactly. You win.
And you're only what, 10 hours into the stream?
Approximately 6 hours and 55 minutes.
Oh, I probably will not finish this before I hit the point where it's like, y'all, I'm about to fall over. But I'm gonna get as much as I can done, and then and then I'll finish it and then tag you guys in it.
Yeah, when I finish, I gotta take a picture of this because I love this. This has actually been really fun. It's been a long time since I've actually done this.
Yeah, I'll have you on like my show soonish. Come on and we'll color and chat. Because it's good for mental health.
100%. This is
very
really
relaxing. It's also, because technically I have an art background. I don't do anything with my art background. Because who the freak has time for all of that? But that is sort of what I like about the adult coloring thing is like I still get to feel like I'm making some sort of art. But even when I'm just completely burnt, fried, and wiped out from work, it's really easy to still grab the pencils, grab something to color. Sometimes I turn the camera on and record and make a video. Sometimes I don't. But it's like, no matter how low energy I am, I can usually muster enough for this. And then I, of course, feel better afterwards because it helps de-stress. It helps with the relaxation. So at some point, hopefully, the muse will return and I'll want to draw again and actually do my own art. But until then, it's pretty fun. So, but the mental health side of it is really good. Especially, at times like now when the world feels like it's on fire all the time, it's really nice to be able to sort of sit down and have something to relax me.
You know something? I'm going to talk about this because you brought up a good point. I actually have a friend in the community, and he and I were talking because I noticed he wasn't putting out his content as much as and he's a toy tuber just like us. And I had asked him, I said, well, what happened? Like, why'd you stop doing Toy Tube? And he said, you know what? He said, too much of what I'm seeing, it feels like I'm watching commercials, like when we were kids. I said, what do you mean? He says, I see all these people with toys that I want, but I can't afford because right now, with the state of everything, you know, I can't. And I thought about that and I said, that's amazing. Like, you know, in a bad way.
Yeah.
That we look at each other not as a form of entertainment, but as a form of, oh my God, I'm selling this figure. Because we're giving free money to Hasbro, to Mezco, to SH Figuarts, to whoever.
Yeah, whoever.
And I thought about that and I said, damn. And he's like, he's like, for you and Dave, I'll come on the show. I'll support this because of the good cause. He said, but he's like, I don't plan on doing any more content like this until things change. And I thought that was really well said and articulated because, you know, other people are like, F the tariffs, and all this other BS. And I'm like, you know, hate on these businesses. And look, how many small Kickstarters have been canceled because of this? How many major online businesses are losing millions because of this? Not Amazon. Amazon's not. Walmart's not. Costco's not. They're fine.
Target is not living their best life right now.
Oh yeah, Walmart. Well, Walmart is because they're still like people could look at it as a grocery store more than they look at it like.
But yeah, Target. But that's this Walmart's not because so many people in it is a grocery store in so many areas, and so many people live either in an economic situation where Walmart is their only viable place to buy enough groceries to stay nourished, or not even nourished, just fed. Or it's a literal food desert where Walmart is the only option for groceries that they have, unless they want to drive really far. And, you know, if you're of a certain economic background, like driving more than 20-30 minutes, you know, or 2 or 3 towns over, like when you've got a full-time job, you've got kids, you've got gas is expensive, like it's just not realistic. It's why I get really mad, you know, especially as I work, you know, sort of work through all of my eating disorder stuff. I get really mad when I watch sort of these fitness influencers who are like running down the grocery store aisle and grabbing cereal, and if you feed this to your kid, you're poisoning them. And it's like, wow, way to shame people who like are doing the best they can to feed their family, like where that's the only option they really have to feed their kid, like cereal and some milk. You know, it's like, is cereal the best option? Probably not. But what I will say is when I need to snack and my calorie deficit, you know, is sort of like I don't have enough to, you know, have something like a piece of cheesecake or whatever, like bowl of cereal with some milk, 300 calories, and the fat grams are there, not too much sugar, you know, Captain Crunch with Crunch Berries, Fruity Pebbles, Cookie Crisp.
Ooh, Cookie Crisp.
And better yet, there's fiber in that shit. So, literally. So I don't know. Like, I just, you know, like for some people, the Target thing I think is easier because Target isn't necessarily where people are going for groceries. I think Walmart, you know, as far as boycotting corporations, for a lot of people, Walmart would be really hard because that's the only way they eat. It's the only option they have to buy groceries. And until we can sort of find a way to remedy that, it's going to be really hard to effectively break Walmart. So anyway,
that's true. It's it's sad because I knew so many kids that when I was teaching in a Title I school that's what their family could get, you know, because
Yeah.
that was like you said, what was when you live in areas of North Carolina, Walmart is probably the closest you can get if you're lucky.
Well, and they, you know, moved into areas and sort of drove out of business all of the sort of regional chains and the mom and pop stores, and you know, like where my grandparents lived in northern Louisiana, like there were a bunch of sort of local, you know, there was a local chain that my grandmother did most of her shopping at, and then Walmart came to town and put the sort of Woolworths and all the five and dimes out of business, and then suddenly it turns into a super Walmart, and then all the local grocery stores are out of business, and now all they have is like Walmart and like convenience stores, and it's like the convenience stores are more expensive than even Walmart. So like, what do these people do? You know, and this is like in an area with like military, like there's a military base, you know, so if you're not somebody who has access to like the PX and like all of the, you know, all of that, then you have to eat at Walmart. Like that's your groceries. That's what you got.
And that's,
you know,
and
and
that's bad commentary.
You know, so I don't know. I see people, especially online influencer types, trying to be the next big fitness coach. And I'm just kind of like, you guys are, all you're doing is shaming people for something they have little or no control over. You know, and, you know, again, I hate to keep mentioning the eating disorder. Apologies, everyone, because I know it's a bummer. But as someone who has one of those, whenever, you know, I have a couple of them. But for any of them, the second somebody starts saying, well, you know, like you could just eat healthier and then you'll lose the weight. It's like, that's not how it works, guys.
Nope.
And anytime an influencer starts talking about that, you know that that's not the person, that's not a person who should be giving any sort of advice about fitness.
Facts.
Because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Sorry. Apologies for the F-bomb.
Don't worry. You get 13 of them before rated R.
Right. Because they don't understand, like, you know, and there are some people, you know, like, and there are many reasons. And I just get, you know, like I follow a couple, I follow a nutritionist and a couple fitness coaches who literally are just like, you know, like calorie deficit and exercise. That's what you need. Don't worry about special diets. Don't worry this. Do the best you can. You can eat whatever you want as long as you're within your deficit. You want a piece of cake? Great. What's your deficit for the day? You might have to eat a bunch of rabbit food for the rest of the day to make that deficit, but eat your cake if that's what you need to feel healthy and happy.
And sometimes you got to.
You know, and that's, I think, what is often missed when people are like, especially fitness influencers who need you to buy the supplements and join their multi-level marketing scam.
Oh, Ponzi's. Who doesn't love a Ponzi?
So, you know, anyhow, everyone, sorry. This is Allison at almost 24 hours.
Look at that. I'm loving how this is coming out. Like I did a purple sky, colored them green, like the zombie skin.
Hello. Meow. Sir. No? Okay. He's like, no. You're going to try to put me on camera. He's probably wondering why I haven't been to bed yet. He's like, hey, I've been in here asleep for hours. Don't worry
My
about it.
cats are pretty much doing the same thing.
It's only a little bit longer, sir. Go get a nap. Well, probably as soon as when Matt gets up, I'll probably go crash out. But I'm making it longer than I thought I would. I was like, I will only make it an hour and a half to 2 hours. Then crash. And it's yeah. I think I'm almost at. We're almost at 3 hours since I jumped on. So excellent.
Yeah, 8:30. We are going to switch over to part 2.
Sweet.
We broke up the stream into 3 parts.
But you have to. If you don't break it up, YouTube will like not put it on. So
Yeah,
it's really weird. Like because there are a lot of places where a lot of channels where it's like they'll have like a 7-hour super cut. But God forbid you have a live stream longer than 7 or 8 hours.
yeah, we're doing a 8-hour break, so 3 of them. So
Sweet.
12:30 to
guys-
8:30, 8:30 to 4:30, and then 4:30 till 12:30, and then I can collapse.
Right? It's really cool though that you guys are doing this. That was why when you guys were talking about it, I'm like, I have to jump on. I have to help.
Well, the first year I was planning to do 8 hours, but it wound up being 10. The very first year I did it. Because I figured, hey, there's YouTube. Hey, anything I can possibly raise, that'll just be, that's just butter. That's just,
Yeah.
That's just extra.
Yeah, it's cool. It's nice to see people doing stuff like this and it being about more than just, again, promoting the newest toy.
Oh, like I've been telling everyone through the streams, my wife's been doing the Ride for Roswell. This might be maybe her 10th or 11th year. I joined her officially 5 years ago. I've done the 20, 30, 44-mile rides. This year I'm doing a rural ride, so it's like more through like the countryside, like going past people's farms, off the beaten road, the beaten track. So
Path, the beaten path.
I'll beat you with a path. How about that?
No, sir, I had to correct you. The beaten path.
Keep it up, Thurston Howell the Third.
Listen,
Oh, beaten path. I thought you said bleach it ass. Okay, sorry.
Listen, what
goodness.
Dre does behind closed doors, that's up to him.
I can't think of that without remembering that scene. And I'm assuming you've both seen Bridesmaids.
Yes.
Where
Once
they had
upon a
the
time,
big
maybe.
argument at the wedding, at the bridal shower, and Maya Rudolph.
Such a good actress. She's interesting.
Yeah.
What was that?
He's talking to his love. I thought Mom was awake. I went to the kitchen. I went to go put my pizza away because I took like 3 bites of it. I'm like, I'm full. I'm not hungry right now. Like I thought I was. And like apparently my stomach's like, nah, dude, you're not hungry. I've been using a lot of these pastels. Where's some darker colors I could use? Yeah. Why am I using tons of purples? I have no idea why I'm using purple. No,
Yeah, if you're doing the sky on the comic book, right?
Well, I did the sky pink, and I did the grass green. The spaceship is metallic, so I did like the gray. I'm trying to figure out what color I want to color the astronaut suit, and what color. I did like the shirts on the blouses are red and orange. On the women, I colored their skin green because it's supposed to be zombies. And then I did like blue hair. I made it like completely like alien. So I'm just trying to figure out what color I want to do with his suit. You know what? I'll do it like common red or red and white. I'll do a little bit of red and a little bit of white. Give it some balance.
Sorry, I'm just pulling up stuff here because I had to submit a ticket over to the Ride for Roswell. And like I told Dre this before, apparently if you do a fundraiser through Instagram, Instagram does not exactly report it directly to the fundraiser.
No.
So, like for example, there's a page where I can see how much people have donated in my name to the cause, and it doesn't show that. But if I go to Instagram, it shows the grand total. It just doesn't show it on Facebook, and it doesn't show it on the actual Ride for Roswell site. So,
That's weird.
it is weird since Facebook and Instagram are the same company.
Very much.
And I'm trying to see if I had actually received an email, because usually I'll get a notification when someone donates, which is another way for me to track everything.
And to the 16 people that are watching us still, we are very appreciative of you guys staying with us this day. Again, like I mentioned before, you guys have, if you have not subscribed to any of the people that have been guests on this channel so far, definitely subscribe to them. If you've not, if you're brand new and have not subscribed to Dave, myself, or our personal channels, please do that as well. You know, the algorithm loves consistency. What's a cool, weird color for this? How about this is where I'll use that violet. I'm picturing Star Trek, when they did Benedict Cumberbatch's Khan, when they were on that planet, the trees were pink, the ground was red, like I'm trying to think of like alien weirdness, like when you have space zombies from Pluto.
Yeah, like red or like if you have like a hot pink.
So I'm doing the violet to go against the light pink sky.
You guys don't hear any background sounds coming from my end, do you?
Dave, I hear every background sound. What are you talking about? I'm getting no, I hear nothing.
Just the sound of quiet weeping.
Okay. The device I'm using for my microphone actually does a noise suppression, so I'm using it to cover up the sound on my printer running in the background.
Nice. There we go.
I need the bathroom. I will be right back.
Go right ahead. Where are you?
I love this. Check it out, Dave.
Nice.
I like something different. I like that the comic book is not like the typical. Like Allison and I are perceiving it so differently, but it's the same image. I love it. Oh my goodness. Let me do some fact checking here because I might have to take a nap in a little bit because I have to go get Lana in a little while. Somebody recently friended me on Facebook. I don't know who he is. And big shout out to anybody that subscribed to my channel. I'm slowly creeping up in numbers. I know the content's not there where I would like it to be, but there's a lot of good long form content you guys can watch, and there's several episodes of it, so definitely take a look at that. And Dave's channel, same thing. Great tech reviews, hot toys. We both, he did hot toy reviews. I did representation in cartoons. Definitely some kick-ass shit that you guys can definitely be enjoying. If you're looking to have that like as background noise for when you're doing coloring or just, you know, want to watch something. We have 18 people watching us, so this is freaking rad. Thank you.
And it looks like I just lost the camera.
It's okay, we'll find it. And if anybody is awake and that wants to chat with us, we're not being rude, so feel free to.
The stream is pinned to the top of the chat, at least on the Dave's Dimension channel. I will drop the link again, but of course at 8:30 in 25 minutes, we will be ending part 1, and we will be commencing part 2 of the stream. So whatever channel you're watching on, whether it's Dre the Geek Dad, Allison's Toy Retro Toy Princess, or on Dave's Dimension, the stream will end at 8:30, and then we'll start a new stream for the next 8 hours because we're doing 24 hours straight, and we will commence with the next wheel.
Yes, I'm making it to there, and then I will be slowly. I'll be passing out for a few hours to get up, then go get my teen, and then coming back here, refreshing myself, and jumping back on the stream till my wife needs me to cook. Because sometimes you got to do that.
It's true.
Sometimes you have to cook.
You don't cook. I'm the cook in the house.
It's like they say, NESTLES.
That's gonna stay with us. There's the comment of the night that Kenzo took from her. Allison didn't get it, but Allison brought it back up so she and Kenzo can share that one.
Yeah, I just looked up and saw Kenzo's comment, and I'm like, okay.
Kids, today's secret password is
NESTLES.
You know what to do whenever someone says the password.
Damn, Dave is really going for nostalgia, man. Today's been in nostalgia.
What was that?
Watching.
What was that, Dre?
Huh?
What?
Who? Huh?
So, guys, at 8:30, we will be stopping the stream and then starting a new stream, and we will go directly into our next prize wheel, which is a $25 gift card for HELLADOPE Toys.
Oh, so just Dave, we're clarifying. It'll be back here on all the channels. We just have to break it up. So don't like if you see a hiccup, it's a brief hiccup. Just come back on, refresh, and you'll see us back on the stream. Okay.
Yep.
So that way we can have all y'all here with us.
Yeah, it'll be streaming on Dre the Geek Dad, Dave's Dimension, and the Outer Dimensions podcast. I got my protein shake. I have some scrambled eggs and some toast.
Oh, Roxanne made that for you.
Well, not. We all have our. Everyone has their own way that they like to have certain foods made, right?
Yes, Meredith doesn't. God, say less. Say less. Meredith she does not like my scrambled eggs. Meredith absolutely hates my scrambled eggs. She says I cook them too long. I tell her I cook them the way I like them, and I've tried to maintain the textural. Now, granted, like I said, my wife's neurodivergent, so she has a particular palate that she needs to have them at. So Lana's the same way. So Rory and I eat them the way I eat them. So 20 people, I love it. Keep that number going up, man. If y'all are pushing out on wherever channel you're watching us on, thank you. From the bottom of our hearts, this is awesome. We are currently coloring, and this is my Back to the Future page. As you can see, my comic book cover is green and red. I got the space suit finally, and now I've got to figure out what I'm going to color the hay. And I'm looking at trying to figure out what the inside of the DeLorean is. I got the clock and the flux capacitor red. So I'm still thinking. Do any of you guys color out there on the screen here while you're watching us? Like, comment. You know, if you want to jump on, we do have a pinned link. You know, you could always jump in and hang out with us if you'd like.
Let a brother know.
It's funny. I'm keeping looking at my crayon, like my color pencils, and I keep having this thought process, like I should do this, I should do this, I should do this, I should do this. Like, what color would look good with this? Like, it's hilarious to like the thought process I'm putting into this. So it's making me enjoy it even more. What colors do I need?
Yeah. I mean,
see, this is what the stream needed. It needed a murder cat, right?
I like how the paw is right on your chin. Like, yeah, I love you, but no, I will cut your face up and eat you. Oh,
she just wants to
look at the love. Look at the love.
River. She wants the cord. That's what she wants.
Soft kitty. I'm sorry. I had to have that moment. This is when it came through my head. Little ball of fur.
Can I help you?
No. Yeah, my friend. I want that cord. Give it to me now. Run that cord here, boy. Run that cord now. Give me that cord.
Psycho kitty. Me.
Wait. All right. Sorry about that.
It is quite all right.
So
1-1.
We mentioned this I guess technically last night. You got a pretty busy weekend, right, Allison? You got a couple streams you're going to be on?
Yeah. Let's see. Last night I did. Well, actually, Thursday night I did the on my channel once a month. I host Retro Cavalcade with my friend Derek Huva from the Yesterday's podcast, and then Andrew from the Gatey's Toys YouTube channel. And then doing this, and then tomorrow, yeah, it's tomorrow now. At 11 a.m. on my channel, I am hosting Janessa J. Champagne, who is a very fabulous drag queen, and she's going to join me, and we're going to call her and chat. So, and it's very exciting because she's not sort of in our little toy tube sphere, so she's kind of like my first, like, hi, you're interesting, you're not our friend, come hang out with me, and maybe she could be our friend. So I'm excited about it because, you know,
if I've learned anything, anyone can be a collector or get into something. I mean, my wife was not, and now she's got her own collection of Deadpool / Ghostbusters Stay Puft and Marvel scattered little collecting. So,
well, that's how I found her, because, you know, like I'm you know, working on researching a couple things that will be videos on my channel eventually, and I've been researching the Galoob toy line Golden Girl and the Guardians of the Gemstones, and Janessa actually collects. She has like the play set. It's a pretty good one, and I know it's a pretty good one because it used to be on my watch list on eBay, and then one day it went away. And then within like 2 weeks, her video popped up of her like unboxing it. I'm like, bitch.
So,
but her channel is really cool because she, you know, excuse me. There we go. She collects Golden Girl, but also like She-Ra, and she has a bunch of MOTU classics. She also regularly does like horror movie, you know, like where she talks about her favorite movies.
oh, okay.
And makeup tutorials because, you know, drag. And sometimes she just does videos where she hangs out with her friends. So it's not like Toy Tube or Makeup Tube or Horror Tube. It's Janessa's world. So again, it's really interesting to get like just sort of out of our bubble. Again, like we were saying earlier, we've got a really cool circle, but it's a circle, right? And it's kind of nice to, you know, and who knows what cool people she knows that perhaps would be fun to come and hang out with all of us sometimes. So
I mean, that's why I named my channel Dave's Dimension, because it wasn't secluded to like one kind of thing. I mean, I love technology. I love interacting, talking with people. You know, just I am all over the place. And of course, you know, like we said before, YouTube doesn't know what to do though with that.
Yeah.
So, and you know, if you listen to the so-called experts, they'll say, "Oh, if you have a different if you have multiple interests, then you should have a separate channel for each one." And I say, "Forget you."
That's just hard to do, especially when you have so many people that want to watch what you do. But then it's like, oh, like, say, I'm going to use Cincy Nerd as a good example. Cincy Nerd has his Toy Tube channel, and then he has a card channel for sports cards. Then he did a third channel all for hockey jerseys because he's a diehard hockey jersey collector. Like he owns a couple hundred, and he has them. You know, it's interesting to see, and I'm probably being facetious that he has a couple hundred. He probably has a lot. But it's interesting that, you know, I do. But to me, I couldn't maintain. You know, I just don't have the time. I barely have the time to maintain 2. I could not do 3 and expect the content to be good. So I'd rather the algorithm be damned, and I do what I do.
Right.
If they ain't done with that, I got 2 or 4.
I think, like, if you were to get to a certain level, like, to me, it would then make sense to, like, have multiple channels, right? But for most of us, it's never going to. That's never going to be like, you know, viable.
The thing. Exactly. It's not gonna be the thing.
You know, because a few times I've thought, well, I'll, you know, because there's coloring stuff I do that doesn't sort of fit into the retro thing, and you know, then there's this asphalt stuff. And I have a channel. Excuse me, I have a channel set up at some point for that, but I don't have time right now to make whole other content. So
I actually have a separate channel I was wanting to do, and Dave knows I am, and I think you probably know this too from seeing what we've done. I'm a diehard fan of Sentai and Tokusatsu and Ranger stuff. And I wanted to do it just from a Japanese perspective. There are very few YouTube channels I have seen that all they talk about is the American stuff, not the Japanese stuff. So Dave knows it's like, oh man, I was like, I can source it, I can look at it, I can view it. I have stuff that I import, you know, until they start making it too expensive, then I will not import it anymore. But I was like, this is what I wanted to do. And I get mad that like, I don't have the time, but I have so much written down that I want to do. And eventually I will, if I ever got really big, take it off the main channel and probably put it on, you know, something onto its own. But I'm going to keep the channel name because Dave named me. I love it. He was the one that created it. And I give him credit.
Sensei.
The Sentai Sensei. And I was like, nobody has this name. Like, I have to go for it. And there was other people that were like Sentai Sensei something, but I put Sentai Sensei, I think with like Dre. I don't remember if I put Dre on it or not, but then I made artwork for it. We did a whole thing. It's up there. Just haven't decided what I want to do yet. And Payne, I just want to say congratulations on being a grandpa, sir. I hope you're enjoying your because I saw the pictures. And please be enjoying that beautiful grandbaby of yours. Because my wife and I were looking at pictures yesterday of Rory, and it's just like from 0 to 4 3/4. You know, it's an amazing transition. So I hope you are enjoying that. 23 people watching. When I can, I am. Thank you. Of course, sir. Anytime. Another great toy tuber and just great all-around person. We are truly lucky that we have great people, like I said, in the community. So I'm trying to still picture colors. Did I want to do this? What are we going to do to head? And what are we looking at? What time is it, Dave? So we know that we can get ready to do that.
It is 8:20, so we have 10 minutes before we switch over to the second stream.
And then we start the next wheel, folks. The next wheel is going to be awesome. I think you guys will enjoy it. It's going to be, we said, the HELLADOPE $25 gift card that was donated by Ed. Thank you, Action Figs, Ed. You are freaking awesome. Totally love you, brother. Appreciate you more than you know. And it means a lot that when you shared your story with us, that you being a Western New Yorker like Dave and knowing what this means to you as well and sharing that with us, it meant a lot. So I look forward.
He's either enjoying a cup of coffee from home or he's probably out getting some coffee from Tim Hortons.
Yeah, the closest Tim Hortons to me is in Virginia.
Oh, did we got him that far? Okay.
There's one. Okay, so in Northern Virginia, where it borders DC, they have like there's a large mall that's like right between DC and Virginia, right on the border. And in that mall, it's so huge that it's like isolated pockets of mall. So like you go through like strip mall here, tons of shit. Then it's like food, another area. Then it's like the larger mall. That mall has, I remember because we went there twice. a girl I was dating in Virginia for a long time when we lived there. She would, when we would go up there, because it was like a 2.5 hour drive from Richmond up there. We would stop in that Tim Hortons to get coffee if we didn't stop at Starbucks. And man, I was like, because she used to travel. She was in a band, and she would always tell me, she's like, we got to go to Tim Hortons. We got to go to Tim Hortons. And I was like, all right, let's do it. Fire. Now you can get the pods for your coffee, for your machine at home. So it's not like you're really anything special now. That kind of makes me sad. Who was messaging me? I see, that was Dave. I told you people, 3 people every day
Nice.
that I talk to. It's hilarious. Even my little brother, he woke up. He has
Counting the voices in his head.
They talk to me. They understand. They talk to me. If y'all, that's a wrestling reference for Randy Orton's song "Voices," which I did not realize, Dave, after watching SmackDown. Randy Orton's that song's been around for almost 20,
That's been his theme
20
song
years.
the entire
20
time.
years. No. He had this. No, he had the other song.
There's been a few different versions
Burn
of it.
Inside My Light, which was his first song that he had. Then when he got bigger after getting injured, he came back, and that was the song Voices. And then he had another song, which then they quickly turned it back to Voices because everybody knows that.
I know there's been a few different versions of Voices.
Yeah, and it's both. I think that the first version is this current iteration is the best version of the song because I love it. And I mean, he's just a tall dude and he's big. Like running with celebrity. We've been talking about a couple of this. I met Cody Rhodes. Yes, the son of Dusty Rhodes, the brother to Gold Dust. I met Cody Rhodes twice. The first time I met him was here in North Carolina. He was at a small little Ring of Honor house show. And this is, mind you, Cody's now on the Independents. He's traveled to Japan. Got to meet him. Amazingly nice, down-to-earth dude. Anybody that tells me anything different can kiss my ass because he's very cool people. Second time I meet him, we went to Atlanta, Georgia to go see a special pay-per-view for Ring of Honor. And I yelled at Nick and Matt Jackson, currently the VPs for AEW. I cursed them out. I said, man, I wish these assholes in front of me would just would hurry up. And they turn around as they're draping their tag team championships over their shoulders. And he's like, I'm sorry, asshole. And I was like, oh my God, I just cursed out like the talent. What do I do? And my sister's with me, my nephew's with me, and one of my friends is with me, and they're just looking at me like, you messed up. And one other funny one.
Yep.
So anybody that remembers Emma from WWE, her real name's Tennille Dashwood. I met her when she went to the Independents, Ring of Honor, and they had signings. And, you know, who doesn't want to get a hot chick with a great accent to sign some stuff? And I was wearing her T-shirt that I bought. So she and I are talking, and my best friend at that, he's like, yeah, I'll get a picture of you too. And she was like, does he not know how to work a bloody camera? And I was like, no, he doesn't. And she's like, oi, oi. And she starts yelling at him, and I'm laughing because my friend is like turning pale. He's a white dude, he's turning pale. It's hilarious. And she's putting her arm around me, hugging me, and I'm just like, man, she's so cool. I'm glad that like I've had those interactions with some people. I've gotten yelled at by Frankie Kazarian. I've almost got punched in the face by Christopher Daniels. I mean, Christopher Daniels is a nice guy, but I guess they didn't like me heckling them a little bit. And I was an asshole back then. So yeah, I probably shouldn't have been heckling wrestlers that are way bigger than I was, and definitely could have beaten my ass and ejected me from the building. But yes, I met Marty Scurll. Took a picture with him here in North Carolina. Too bad he can't wrestle in the States anymore.
Why, did something happen?
He had an incident with some of his female counterparts, which had him blacklisted. So he is
say no more.
he is what they call it in John Wick. He is non-communicado.
Excommunicado.
Yeah, excommunicado. He's excommunicado. And Alberto Del Rio is the same way. He's excommunicado. And that's why you wonder why when WWE bought AAA, goodbye. Goodbye, Alberto El Patron.
We'll see.
Fue un maricón. Oh, do some Spanish. I don't know what the card is here. I gotta find it.
All right. Wow. This is where I'm at.
Oh, see, you're farther than me, dude. Look at where I'm at. I'm so not where you are. I've colored the wall, parts of the inside of the DeLorean, the comic book cover, which I took the most time on, and I did Doc suit or Mark suit. Sorry.
Yeah, I got some of the comic book cover, but not all of it. I am gonna go ahead and jump off.
You do that. You go get your rest.
About to
Thank you.
Before you turn into a
Thank you
pumpkin.
Oh yeah, pumpkin spice. Anyway.
Oh yeah.
Anyhow, thank you for having me. I will, when I wake up later, take a picture of what I did finish and tag you guys on it. Hopefully, because you'll still be streaming when that happens. Try to push some more people your way. Thank you for having me, and thanks for doing this. This is amazing.
No, not a problem.
If I recover, I will try to jump on again later today. So
yeah, just let us know, and we'll send you the link. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, y'all.
Have a great stream later.
Oh, and really quick, one last thought. NESTLES.
Oh man.
Catch you later.
She had to. I love
Have
it.
a good day, y'all.
You too, Alfred.
Bye.
All right.
Okay. So with that being said, we are going to wrap up part 1, and it'll probably be about maybe a minute or two before we commence part 2, beginning at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. So guys, just in a matter of another minute or so, we're going to end the stream. We're going to launch the next stream, and whatever channel you're on right now, you'll just wait for the next link. You should already see the stream available for you. So you'll just click on it and we'll begin that momentarily. So we will be right back, guys.
Keep on busting.